Southern Fried Murder, Witches of Keyhole Lake, Book 9, Witches of Keyhole Lake Mysteries. Written by Tegan Maher, narrated by Harley Rambat. Chapter 1. "Stop!" I said, laughing and holding my stick of cotton candy out of reach of Hunter's grasping fingers. "It's not my fault you already pigged all yours down." He grinned, his green eyes glittering as he slipped his arm around my shoulder and gave me a squeeze as we walked. "I'd share with you if the shoe was on the other foot, but that's okay. Eat it all yourself." Plucking a fluffy piece of blue candy off the stick, I popped it into my mouth and shot him a satisfied look. "Fine, I will, with absolutely zero guilt." My moment of superiority was lost about 3 seconds later when my toe caught on one of the 100 fat extension cords snaking across the fairground. I pitched forward, but Hunter grabbed me by the forearm just in time to keep me from face-planting into the gate surrounding the tilt-a-whirl. He cocked a brow and looked at the candy still clasped in my hand, and I sighed. "All right, you win. Saving my life earned you a bite." With a heart-stopping half grin, he bumped his forehead to mine and said, "Why do you think I caught you?" Before I could whack him, he dropped a kiss on my nose and pulled a bite of candy from the stick. Tucking me back against him, he steered us back onto the thruway and toward the rides. "So you're sure you don't want to ride the Ferris wheel with me?" he asked. "I've never been so sure of anything in my life," I replied, shaking my head. "No way am I getting in a tiny bucket barely bolted to a giant spinning wheel that pinnacles at 3 million feet in the air. I'll keep my 2 feet planted firmly down here where they belong, thanks." He shot me a disbelieving look. "You have a little more recourse than other people do, you know." He wiggled his fingers. I snorted. No, it doesn't work that way. I might be able to conjure something up to keep me from dying if I could think fast enough. But then I'd have to explain how I escaped the rogue killer Ferris wheel. That's way too much work. I'll just stay down here." "Hey, look," he said, pointing toward one of the vendor trucks lining the walkway. "Callie's got her funnel cake cart set up." Callie McCauley had moved to Keyhole Lake from Kentucky a few years back. Around Valentine's Day, her husband, along with Hunter and a few other guys, had accidentally consumed a love potion. I'd had to out myself as a witch to her in order to keep her from committing him to the loony bin, and since then we'd become friends. Eyeing the fluffy, sugar-coated cake as she handed it out the window, I wished I'd held off on the cotton candy. Thankfully, the spring fair was going to be around for another week, so I'd have my chance. "Yeah," I said as we changed tack and headed that way. "I talked to her yesterday, and she'd already gone through over 100 pounds of flour and another 80 apples over the last couple days." Hunter's eyebrow shot almost to his hairline. "How does she even make them that fast?" By that time, we were standing beside the truck, where she was doing her best to work her way through a line of bouncing kids and harried-looking parents. She heard us and looked up as she handed 3 plates of the sugar-coated confections to a woman with 2 small, dirty-faced kids with eyes that shone with excitement. Smiling, she replied, "By never stopping? I'm pretty sure I have carpal tunnel from twisting all the apples in the candy. I swear I'm going to sleep for a week when this is over." From the sparkle in her eyes and the flush in her cheeks, I could tell she was enjoying every minute of it, though. "And you're going to be smiling all the way to the hardware store, too," I said. Her goal when they'd bought the truck was to travel around to the summer fairs in the hopes of making enough money to remodel the old farmhouse they'd just purchased. "You bet your boots," she said with a wink once the woman and her kids were out of hearing range. We waited a few minutes while she served the remainder of the line. She motioned to the empty space in front of her window. "This is the first lull I've had since I opened 2 hours ago, and it's been like that since the fair started." She lowered her voice. "This is only the 5th fair we've done this season, and we've already put back enough not only to do the remodel, but to put a nice down payment on a new-to-us truck, too." I was glad to hear that. They'd been looking for a way to make some extra money for several months, and when they'd stumbled across a great deal on a food truck, she'd figured it was kismet. She'd been making funnel cakes since she was a kid and had a recipe that was off the chain. I didn't know what the special ingredient was, but it was awesome. "That's amazing," Hunter said. "All from selling funnel cakes?" She laughed and used her forearm to push back a few wisps of blonde hair that had escaped her ponytail. "Yup, all from funnel cakes. Well, and the candy apples, too. Y'all want one?" Even though I'd just polished off the cotton candy, my mouth watered at the smell of the fried treats and gleaming apples. "Absolutely," Hunter said. "As a matter of fact, give us 5 apples. We'll take Bobby, Sue, Earl, and Justin one. We're heading over there for supper, but they'll make a great dessert. We'll do funnel cakes tomorrow." "Nuts or no nuts?" she asked. "Both," I said. 2 with nuts and 3 without. Hunter and Bobby Sue like nuts. Justin, Earl, and I are purists." Hunter rolled his eyes. "I'm pretty sure the whole purist thing is debatable. They've always come with and without, so I think one way is just as pure as the other." I shrugged. Whatever, as long as mine doesn't have nuts. When she reached for the apples, I noticed there were only 3 left. "We don't want to wipe you out, though. We can come back later." She waved me off. "Sam's on his way with a new batch. They weren't quite set when I made 'em this morning, so since I couldn't wrap 'em, he said he'd bring 'em to me when they were ready. He texted a little bit ago to let me know he was on his way." "Okay, then," I said, glad we were going to be able to take some to Bobby Sue and her crew. They'd been stuck in the restaurant and hadn't been able to come to the fair yet. Callie handed us the treats, but when Hunter reached for his wallet, she waved him off. "Friends and family discount. Trust me, I'll make up the lost costs on the next one I sell." "Thanks," I said, grinning. "Catch us over at the coffee shop and I'll set you up with some pastries." "You always do," she said with a half grin. "So a few free apples is the least I can do." She and Sam had gone through a rough patch a few months ago when she'd lost her job at the Piggly Wiggly due to cutbacks. She'd started selling cutesy, hand-painted signs and decorations online, but that hadn't quite been enough to make up the lost income. It was nice to see the worry lines gone from her face, especially since I didn't have to feel like I was taking food from their mouths by accepting the freebies. "Excuse me," a woman who'd come up behind us said impatiently, "but if you're finished chatting, there are other people in line." I gave her and the young woman standing next to her a tight smile and thanked Callie for the apples before we turned and headed to Bobby Sue's Barbecue, one of the 2 best restaurants in town. Chapter 2. The smell of smoked meat hit us when we were still a block from Bobby Sue's, and my mouth watered. We'd been going all day and hadn't eaten anything except cotton candy since breakfast. My stomach had been rumbling in protest for over an hour, but we'd been having so much fun playing the games at the fair and catching up with friends along the way that I hadn't wanted to leave. I'd been tempted to pay the $42 million they were asking for a smoked sausage sandwich, but had controlled the urge. We'd made plans with Bobby Sue to eat there and pick up Justin, their 10-year-old son, and take him to the fair. Fair food paled in comparison to Bobby Sue's, or rather Earl's, ribs, so it was worth waiting. As we hustled through the front door, the cool air from inside washed over us, and I shivered. It was a typical May day in Georgia, which meant it was hot as sin and humid as a sauna, and my tank top was sticking to me. The sun wouldn't start to set for a few more hours yet, but it was still early enough in the year that the nights cooled down. It would be nice weather for chasing a kid around a carnival. Justin rushed toward us before the doors were even closed behind us. "I'm ready to go when you are," he said, his brown eyes shining from underneath his shock of red hair. I laughed and put my hands out. "Slow your roll, brat. I'm starving, and if I don't get something in my belly soon, I'm going to be too weak to go. Besides, it's hot as blazes out there." He frowned and sighed. "Order something quick, then. I've been waiting all day. I don't care about the heat." Hunter ruffled his hair. "Are you cooking?" Ever since Bobby Sue and Earl had adopted him nearly a year ago, He'd been learning the ropes of running a restaurant and was actually darned good for a kid his age. To hear him tell it, he worked his fingers to the bone. In reality, he spent most of his time doing small chores and playing video games in the back room when he was there. "Nah," he said, shooting for his most adult look. "Not tonight. Earl's on the smoker and Bobby Sue's making beans. They've got it under control." He spotted the candy apples in my hand. "Those for me?" "One of 'em is," Hunter replied. "There's one for all of us." He eyeballed them. "I hope you didn't get me one with nuts. I don't like nuts." "Nope," I said with a grin. "I'd never do that to my favorite half-pint. Nuts are gross." "Earl says so, too," he said, reaching for the apple. "Come on, get something to eat so we can go to the carnival. I want to ride the silver bullet." He looked at Hunter. "You gonna ride it with me? I know Noelle ain't gonna. She's scared of rides." I scowled at him as we made our way to our favorite booth. "I'm not scared. I'm smart. Joey Hatterfield helped put the rides up, and he's not got the brains of a box of rocks. Pardon me if I don't have enough faith in his assembly skills to put my life in his hands." He gave me a look that plainly expressed his opinion of my excuse, but it was true. I'd gotten stuck upside down on a ride at a major amusement park when I was 15 and figured if $1 million ride could get messed up like that, a portable one thrown up by a bunch of stoners in an hour was surely high risk. "You ride your motorcycle at 70 miles an hour and don't even have a cage around you," he pointed out as we swung by the waitress stand so I could pour us a couple glasses of tea. "Yeah," I replied, "but I'm the one driving, and I know there aren't any loose bolts on my bike." Hunter grinned. "So it's not a matter of heights, but control." I knew it. "Guilty," I said, taking a long pull off my tea, then refilling it. "It doesn't really matter why, though. All that matters is that you two can ride to your heart's content. I'll stand on the ground and talk to Rayanne and people watch." My cousin Rayanne was of the same opinion of rides as I was. She'd been right beside me while we hung upside down for an hour, 50 feet off the ground, while they figured out how to get us down. There wasn't enough love nor money on the planet to get either of us on another one. "Speaking of Ray," Hunter said, "is she meeting us here or at the fair?" "There," I said. She had to do quarterly financials, so she wasn't sure if she'd be done in time to meet us here. "What do you want to eat?" Justin asked, glancing out the window. "I don't want to miss anything." "Ribs," Hunter and I said in unison. "Fine," he said. "A pork sandwich it is. Ribs take too long to eat." Before I could protest, he'd already dashed into the kitchen. Hunter grinned at me. "I guess we're having pulled pork." I shook my head and smiled back. "Looks like it. Good thing that's kinda what I want anyway. I was just messing with him." He huffed. "I wasn't. I want ribs." It wasn't even 5 minutes before Bobby Sue, my godmother, and one of my closest friends hustled toward us carrying 3 platters. 2 with pork sandwiches and the other ribs. In addition to the meat, each plate held the crispiest, most deliciously salty fries on the planet. Piping hot baked beans and creamy slaw, all of it homemade. She slid the ribs in front of Hunter, then scooched into the booth beside me. She plopped one of the sandwich platters on the table in front of me, keeping the other for herself. "Eat up," she said. "Before that boy spontaneously combusts, he's been watching the clock for the last hour and a half." "I figured," I said, biting into my sandwich. "I remember when I was his age, I looked forward to the spring fair as soon as the fall one wrapped up." I pulled some napkins from the holder and distributed them, then dug in. We chatted about this and that as we ate, and were almost finished when Hunter's phone rang. He wiped his fingers best as he could on his napkin, then pulled his phone out and swiped to answer with his knuckle. "Sheriff Woods." He listened for 10 seconds or so, then closed his eyes. "Secure the scene. I'll be there in 5 minutes." Ending the call, he slid out of the booth and stood up. "What was that all about?" I asked, and I knew from her furrowed brow Bobby Sue was about to ask the same thing. I don't know much yet, except a woman's had an accident at the fair. Well, for heaven's sake, Bobby Sue said. Heat stroke? Is she okay? She turned toward me. I swear, these tourists come here and ain't got the sense to drink enough water to make up for what they sweat out. Hunter shook his head. That's not it. She's dead. Dead? I asked as Bobby Sue slid out of the booth to let me out. I don't know yet, he replied, worry creasing his face. But that's what I aim to find out. He was to the front and out the door before I could even stand up. Tell Justin I'll be back, I told Bobby Sue, wiping my fingers and tossing my napkin onto my plate. Let me see what's going on. If it's too bad, Hunter may close the carnival anyway. My thoughts instantly went to somebody splattered on the ground beside the Ferris wheel, broken bucket dangling by a lone bent bolt, and I shuddered. I'll tell him, she said. If it gets too late tonight, he'll settle for tomorrow. Now go, and don't forget to text me as soon as you know more. I won't, I called over my shoulder. I sent a little wish to the universe that the woman died of natural causes, but with the way my luck ran, I wasn't holding my breath. Chapter 3. The lights and sounds and scents of the carnival that had given me such pleasure just an hour before seemed warped as I pushed my way to the front of the circle of looky-loos around the scene. I cringed when I caught my first glimpse of the woman. Though paramedics surrounded her, it was obvious from the glazed eyes and residue of bubbles around her mouth that she was gone, never to return to this plane again. A younger woman was standing off to the side, clasping and unclasping her hands as she tried to stay as close as she could without being in the way. Her face was pinched and pale, and I guess she hadn't had time to emerge from the shock to pass to the grief stage. That is, assuming she was going to feel grief. As far as I knew, the woman could have been a business associate. I doubted that, though, given the striking resemblance between the two. I'd have laid my money she was the dead woman's daughter. Pity flashed through me. I couldn't even imagine if I'd lost my mother that way. On display in front of a bunch of total strangers, and my heart went out to her. Hunter's deputies had done a great job of securing the scene as best they could, but there wasn't a whole lot they could do because of the open space. The whole world was standing witness to what was likely the worst moments of her life. Hey, Hunter! How'd she die? One redneck-looking dude called. She's dressed awful hoity-toity for a fair. She's some kind of cop or inspector or something? Yeah, another called. She ain't from round here, is she? The crowd pressed in closer despite the yellow crime scene tape, and a few deputies held their arms out, trying to push everybody back. The ambulance was trying to come through, but people were slow to move. The woman I assumed was the daughter blanched, and her gaze bounced from her mother to the crowd, darting over each detail of the scene like a scared rabbit. She looked like she was about to burst into 1,000 shards. I pulled in a deep breath and closed my eyes, clearing my head. I muttered a few words and shoved as much intent into my spell as I figured it would need, then opened my eyes. People looked around at each other, then began to wander off, going about the business of having fun at the fair. Hunter tilted his head at me, and I gave him a tired smile. After the heat of the day, the little bit of hoodoo had taken a toll. It had been worth it, though. People trickled away, losing interest just like I'd intended them to. The young blonde standing near the dead woman looked lost, 2 half-eaten funnel cakes still in her hands. She was still pale, but didn't look quite as panicked. Neat trick, an amused voice said in my ear. Every daddy in the tri-state area with a daughter in high school would give his eye teeth for that spell. I grinned at my cousin and best friend Rayanne and bumped her with my shoulder. I was wondering when you were going to get here. All I did was put a little bubble around them so they could get their job done without people heckling them. I'll call it my nothing to see here, move on spell. She inclined her head toward the lost-looking woman. She looks a mess. That her mama lying on the ground? I'm thinking so, I replied. She's the spitting image of her, only 20 years younger. Ray nodded. That's what I figured. Come on, let's go see if we can help. I don't know, I said, not wanting to interfere with Hunter's scene. We'd bumped heads a few times over just that, and I didn't want to cause any undue friction. He had his space and I had mine. As luck would have it, he looked toward me and caught my eye. I motioned toward the woman with my head, sending him an unspoken request. When he turned to see what I was looking at, his face softened and he nodded at us. "Aw," Ray said as we moved toward the woman. "You've progressed to the wordless conversation stage. That's adorable." She shot me a sideways glance. Or disgusting. I'm not sure which. Maybe a little both. "Zip it. Speaking of disgusting displays of affection, where's Dave? I thought he was coming with you." "He is. He'll be here any time. I had to drop something off at the hospital," she said. Rayanne was amazing in every sense of the word, except she was horrible at picking men. She'd literally dated a guy who'd tried to murder us, but then she met Dave, a doctor who'd been working in the emergency room when my little sister Shelby had taken a nasty spill from a ladder. They started out slow, but had moved into full-blown relationship over the last couple of months. And I couldn't have been happier. He hadn't shown so much as an inkling of insanity or meanness, and he treated her like gold. We slowed when we got within a dozen feet of the woman, not sure how to proceed. Ray took the situation into her own hands. She was much more of a people person than I was, so I was happy to follow her lead. "Hey," she said gently when we were close. "Are you okay? My name's Rayanne and this is Noelle. What's your name?" The woman turned to us, her expression a little fuzzy. "Eveline," she said. "Eveline Rowan." She glanced at the dead woman. "And that's my mama, Nola." Hunter and his men were busy shooting photos and putting down little yellow markers with numbers, though I had no idea on earth what they were marking. At any rate, I couldn't imagine what it must feel like to have people buzzing around your dead mama like she was a practice dummy. It wasn't their fault. If they slipped from clinical to personal, they wouldn't be able to do their jobs, but that didn't make it any easier for Eveline. Rayanne motioned to her, nudging her away from the scene and around the corner to where a little eating area had been erected. Close, but out of the direct line of sight. "Why don't you sit down?" Rayanne said. "You look like you're about to collapse." The woman did as she was told, and I stepped a few feet to the nearest food truck. Another friend of ours happened to be running it and was a step ahead of me. By the time I got to her window, she'd already set 3 bottles of water in it and gave me a nod. "She okay?" she asked, casting a kind glance toward the woman. "She don't look so hot. Not that I can blame her." I lifted a shoulder. "I'm not sure yet. I think she's still in shock." I pulled a 10 out of my pocket for the water and she waved me off. "Just take care of her." "Thanks," I said, picking the bottles up and carrying them back to Rayanne and Eveline. I handed them out, twisting the cap off Eveline's first. "Here, drink this. It'll help." I didn't know if it would or not, but I figured any small, normal act, even taking a few sips of water, couldn't hurt. She did, then sighed. "She's gone, isn't she?" It wasn't really a question, but we nodded anyway. "It looks that way, sweetie. I'm so sorry," Rayanne said. Though I knew she had to be burning with questions because I was, she just asked, "Is there somebody we can call for you?" "I suppose I should call Daddy," she said, fumbling for her cell phone. "Though he's all the way in Atlanta, and it'll take him a couple hours to get here if he can even get away." Ray shot me a confused look. "I think this would be a big enough deal that he could get away from whatever he's doing at the drop of a hat, no matter what it is." She heaved a tired breath and adjusted the strap of her tank top. "You'd think so, wouldn't you? But then again, when you're a big corporate attorney with billionaire clients, the world doesn't stop for your problems." Her words were tinged with bitterness, and I guessed there was a story there. Still, Mama would totally understand. They're cut from the same cloth. I couldn't imagine a scenario important enough to keep me away if anything were to ever happen to Ray or Shelby, or any of my family. But I also knew there were people in the world who didn't put that kind of weight on family. I didn't understand them, but I knew they existed. "I'm sure he'll come right away," I said. If nothing else, surely he'll want to be here for you." She gave me a sad, world-weary half-smile. "You don't know how lucky you are to live in a place like this, surrounded by people who care about you and couldn't imagine not being there for you. I'll call him, but there's no rush." "I'm sure he'll come," Ray said, wiping beads of sweat off her forehead with the back of her hand. "Drink some more of that water." I wasn't so sure from the way Evelyn had talked about him, but hoped for her sake that Ray was right. Evelyn's cheeks were getting some color back in them, and she didn't look quite as panic-stricken as she had. I'd been afraid she was going to pass out when I'd first laid eyes on her. "I don't mean to pry," Ray said as Evelyn dug her phone out of her pocket. "But what happened?" Evelyn lifted a shoulder and shook her head. "I have no clue. We were walking along, eating our funnel cakes and deciding what we wanted to do next. She wanted to go see the art exhibit down in the community center, but I wanted to watch a pie-eating contest first. For the first time in a long time, she was relaxed. We were having a good time." She paused and sadness crept into her eyes. Then she choked, or at least that's what I thought was going on. Next thing I knew, she was on the ground having some sort of seizure. I shuddered. That sounded terrible. "And she hadn't been sick?" "Nope," she replied, taking a swig of water and tucking a strand of blonde hair behind her ear. "Healthy as a horse, as well as I could tell. She did complain of a headache and was jittery all morning, but that's nothing new for her. She'd taken some ibuprofen and they were starting to kick in." She frowned. The doctor's been telling her for years to lay off the caffeine, but she never would. That's something we had in common. As far as I was concerned, caffeine was the nectar of life, and I figured they'd pry my latte out of my cold, dead fingers. "Maybe her ticker gave out." I gave a little jump when the voice sounded beside me. Angus, one of the town's ghosts, was hovering a few feet to my left. Trouble, his girlfriend, was wringing her hands and looking sad. Theirs was a tragic love story with a happy, though belated, ending. Since I didn't want to further upset Evelyn by talking to what appeared to be thin air, I had to make do with a nod. It occurred to me that Noelle's ghost may also be floating around, but I hadn't seen hide nor hair of her yet. Despite common belief, whether or not a ghost chose to stick around seemed to be random. We had a thriving post-living population in Keyhole Lake, but not a one of them could explain what happened to allow them to stay. Thankfully, we'd never had one of the bad guys stick around, and I hoped the trend continued. I did see one of them, a terrible excuse for a man named Hank, get sucked under by black ooze. So I figured there was at least some afterlife justice. I glanced at Angus and tried to ask with a combination of eye movements and subtle expressions if he'd seen her around. Trouble furrowed her brow. "You okay, Noelle? You look like you're getting some kind of twitch or having a seizure or something." I rolled my eyes and sighed, unable to respond. Angus, who'd known me all my life, both before and after he died, chuckled. "I think she was trying to ask if the dead lady's on our side of the daisies." When I nodded, he shook his head. "If she is, we haven't seen her. Don't mean she won't show up, though." That happened a time or two, too. Sometimes it took a day or two for the ghost to get oriented and put in an appearance. "Ah," Trouble said, realization crossing her face. "That makes much more sense, then. If we see her, we'll let you know." Since the exchange had led to an awkward silence between the three of us living folk, I searched for something else to say to fill the void, but came up blank. "What will they do with her?" Evelyn asked as they loaded her mom onto the stretcher and pushed her toward the ambulance. "They'll take her to the morgue, which is at Keyhole Regional," Ray said. "I don't know what they'll do from there." Evelyn just nodded and made an absent little humming noise as paramedics shoved the gurney into the back of the ambulance and drove away in silence. Poor Nola was past the point of lights and sirens. It struck me as sad and anticlimactic, and I felt even worse when a lone tear slid down Evelyn's cheek. Chapter 4. "Miss Rowan," Hunter said, striding toward us. "I know this has to be awful for you, but I need to ask you some questions." "Of course, Sheriff. Ask away, though I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to tell you much. He glanced at Ray and I. If you'd like to speak in private, I'm sure these ladies wouldn't mind. Evelyn waved him off, then pulled up the strap of her tank top that had slid down her arm. That won't be necessary. I've already discussed it with them. I doubt there's anything you're going to ask that I haven't already told them. Other than a headache, she was fine. Then she wasn't. It all happened in the blink of an eye. He nodded. Okay then. Since we're not sure what happened, let's start with the basics. Where are you from? Atlanta, she replied. We figured we'd get in some mother-daughter time during this conference. We both enjoy fairs. Mama used to do a lot of crafting back when she was a stay-at-home mom. Her gaze turned wistful. She hasn't done any of that since she went back to the firm, though. So your father isn't here? He asked. She shook her head. No, Daddy's in the middle of a big lawsuit for one of his VIP clients. He couldn't take the time off, not that he'd have enjoyed this anyway. He's more of a city person, preferring to spend what little downtime he has dining in fancy restaurants and attending functions that put him in contact with potential clients. Her mouth turned up in a small smile. He's a master at mixing business with pleasure, but not so great at making time for his family. Her gaze shifted to Hunter. But why do you need to know about Daddy? She had a heart attack or something, right? Hunter pulled in a deep breath. It's possible, but medics seem to think she may have been poisoned. Evelyn took a minute, then slumped back against the top of the picnic table, her expression glazed. So you think she was murdered? Hunter nodded. I think it's possible, but that's why I need to ask you some questions. Now, about your father. Evelyn held up a hand. I know what you're thinking, but you can forget it. Daddy's a workaholic, but he loves us. Mama was his high school sweetheart, and they've been peas and carrots since then. Almost 30 years. All couples have fights, and 30 years is a long time to put up with someone, he said. Go ahead and investigate him if you need to, she said, sighing. But it's time wasted that could be spent looking for the real killer. He's not even here. Hunter shifted his weight and changed tact. I'm not targeting him. I just have to rule him out. Have they fought about anything recently? She shrugged, thinking. Not that I know of. They did argue about a vacation they were going to take. They'd been planning it for almost a year, but Daddy took on a new client and postponed it. Of course, Mama'd postponed it once already for almost the same reason, so I think it was just more frustration on her part than anything else. And that's it? He asked. That's it. Like I said, they're both workaholics and they both have strong personalities. Despite the inevitable friction that tends to come up with those traits, they make it work. Her face became sad. Or made it work, I suppose is the right way to say it now. My heart went out to her. My mama had died when I was 11, so I knew the depths of her loss. The only thing that had gotten me through was that I had Shelby, Rayanne, and the rest of my family. Miss Rowan, Hunter started. Please, Evelyn, she said. Evelyn, he replied, dipping his head. Did your mother have any enemies? Anybody she'd recently fought with, or any clients she may have ticked off? She snorted. If you want a list of people who may have wanted her dead, you're in luck. Or not. It's extensive. She was a softie at home, but at work, she was a shark. She was picky about who she represented, said she didn't want to feel like she had to take a shower to wash the slime off at the end of the day. Unfortunately, that means she was often on the wrong side of people with almost unlimited resources and very few scruples. She tilted her head. Still, I don't know if they'd resort to murder. Most of the corporations she went up against have so much money that even what seems like an enormous amount of money to us is only a rounding error to them. I couldn't even fathom having that kind of money, and frankly, I didn't want to. I was comfortable where I was at, but appreciated what I had. I'm not so sure that carried over if you'd never had to worry about whether you'd have enough to pay the light bill. No, I was happy with where I was and how I'd gotten there, and didn't envy anyone who'd been born with a silver spoon. "I'll need a list of her current cases," he said. "I've learned that when it comes to money and power, people get mighty proprietary." She nodded. "I'll have Daddy bring it with him when he comes. Speaking of," she said, pulling her phone from her pocket, "I need to call him, please." She glanced over to where her mother had lain, and her eyes filled with tears again. "Of course," Hunter replied. "Just one more question. The woman you're with, are they friends or business associates?" "Neither," she said. "Or both, sort of. They're mostly lawyers' wives, and other female professionals trying to balance life and work. Honestly, I think most of them are doing the same thing we are, using it as an excuse to get away from the grind for a few days." Hunter chewed on that for a second. "Okay," he said, pulling a business card from his wallet. "I think that'll do for now. If you think of anything you think may be relevant, please let me know." Evelyn took the card and nodded. "I will, and I'll have Daddy bring the client list." She turned toward us. "Thank you both for being so kind." "Of course, sweetie," Ray said. "If you need anything, even just to talk or get some quiet time, come to Brew for You. That's my coffee shop. Door's always open." After she turned away and put her phone to her ear, Trouble sniffled. "That's just so sad," she said. "Not that I'm glad I was locked away for so long, but I'm glad I missed my mama and daddy passing. Even being dead, it would have broke my heart." Unlike most ghosts, Trouble hadn't just appeared after she died, but that's another story that's way too long and convoluted to discuss here. Suffice it to say, she had a rough go of it and had missed the first few decades of her post-life. A shadow crossed Angus's face, but he didn't say anything. He'd known her parents and had been there when both of them had passed. "So what do you think?" Hunter asked, watching Evelyn as the dam finally broke on her grief. She was sobbing so hard that I wasn't sure how her father would even be able to understand her. "Are you sure she was murdered?" Angus asked. Hunter nodded. "Pretty sure. Of course, she was in her late 40s, so a heart attack or stroke isn't completely off the table. We'll know for sure soon. Jim's in town." Jim Sanders was an FBI forensic investigator who lived in Keyhole when he wasn't off on the case. He served as our head coroner and, when needed, used his connections and his tools to help us out if he could. As a result, we got answers 10 times faster than we would have if we had to depend on the standard system. "Well," Angus said, "she was a whoop-de-doo lawyer. It ain't no surprise to me the job killed her one way or another." Angus had never been what you'd call motivated to succeed, unless you called hitting the bottom of a 40-ounce by 10 in the morning a lofty aspiration, but I couldn't disagree with him this time. Chapter 5. I took a few seconds to fire off a text to Bobby Sue and wasn't surprised to find 3 texts from Cora Lee, the owner of the local beauty parlor. No doubt she was stuck at the salon and wasn't getting first-hand info fast enough to feed the ever-grinding wheel of the local gossip mill. Ray was checking her phone, too. "News from the doc?" I asked. She shook her head. "Nope, 3 increasingly demanding texts from Cora Lee." I held up my phone and smiled. "Same here. I wonder if she group messaged." "Yep," she replied after glancing at my phone. "It's verbatim." "I'll give her a call. What are your plans?" "Well, Hunter and I were going to pick up Justin and spend the day here, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen now. I guess I'll pick him up and go to the house. Maybe I'll take him riding." That would take the edge off his disappointment as long as I promised to bring him to the fair tomorrow, and it may soothe my nerves a bit, too. I promised Mama I'd swing by. We have a ton of herbs about ready to go to seed, so she needs help. I need to make some blends, too. With the carnival in town and the fair going on, I've torn through my supplies. She made all sorts of special blends for her coffees that did everything from boosting energy to helping with achy joints. She also infused her own magic into every mix, but of course, she couldn't exactly tell her customers that. Not that they would have cared or even been surprised. Folks had speculated about our family for 3 generations, at least. Plus, unlike most product claims, her blends did exactly what they were supposed to, which is what most people cared about anyway. I was glad she was going to be occupied. We needed to lock down the details for her birthday party, considering it was only a few days away. For the first time in years, I'd managed to keep it from her, and I wasn't going to ruin the surprise by planning anything when she was within earshot. I swear the girl cast some kind of super spell to improve her hearing every year. Okay then, I said, watching the crime scene guys gather their equipment. I'm going to tell Hunter goodbye and head back to Bobby Sue's. I caught his eye as he questioned a middle-aged woman. From the coach bag, the expensive shades and clothes, and the copious amounts of Botox in her lips, I'd have bet good money she wasn't a Keyhole Lake resident. Even local folks with enough money to do that didn't usually choose to. Instead, we spend our hard-earned cash on the stuff that mattered, like boots and boats and ATVs. She was sniffling and dabbing at dry eyes, and I didn't know if she was faking it or if some of the plastic surgery had affected her ability to actually cry. Faking, I decided, tilting my head as I watched her. I had a magical bullshit meter, and she was sending it off the charts. I wondered whether she was lying about what she was saying or what she was feeling, but couldn't tell without hearing what she was saying. I said as much to Rayanne. So go over there. Pretend you need to talk to Hunter, or just don't make any excuse at all. From the effort she's putting into the fake tears, I'm guessing she'd welcome an extra person to play to. Plus, look at the way she's gushing over Hunter. The poor guy looks like a trapped rat. She had a point. The chick kept stepping closer to him and laying her hand on his arm, and he kept stepping back to reclaim his personal space. Even from that distance, I could tell he was having a hard time controlling the situation. I sighed and moved toward him. He had to be polite, but that didn't mean I had to. Besides, I wanted to hear what she was saying. I'll be right back, I told Rayanne. Do what you have to do, she replied. I'm going to head to Mama's. I'm already late, and we have at least 5 or 6 hours of work to do. We said our goodbyes, and I headed toward Hunter. "Ha," I said to the woman when I got to his side. She was definitely not pleased by my interruption. She notched her chin up so she was looking down her nose at me, then scanned me from head to toe. From the disdain in her eyes and the sour lemons look on her face, my cutoffs and tank top didn't meet her approval. Fortunately, I didn't give a fuzzy rat's behind what she thought of me. I'm Noelle, Hunter's assistant. I noticed the slight eye roll he gave me out of the corner of my eye, but kept my smile plastered on, waiting for her to respond. Rosalind Satterfield, she said without offering her hand, of the Atlanta Satterfields. Well, la-dee-da then. But since I wanted to know who she was and how she knew the victim, or if she even did, I kept my expression neutral and polite. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Satterfield, though I'm sorry it's under such horrid circumstances. Did you know Nola? Of course I did, she said, as though she were talking to a moron. She was my friend. I pulled a breath in through my nose and struggled to keep my smile in place. I wasn't used to biting my tongue or letting somebody talk down to me, so the effort cost me. Of course she was. And how long had she been your best friend? This time, rather than roll his eyes, Hunter scowled at me a little. As Miss Satterfield was just telling me, they've been acquainted for over 10 years. I picked up his hint and made my excuses. I'd meant it when I told Rayanne I didn't want any friction. Hunter finished up with her just as Rayanne left, then made his way to me. I'm sorry, sweetie, but I'm going to be tied up all afternoon. Will you apologize to Justin for me? Of course, he'll be fine. I'll take him riding and we'll reschedule for tomorrow. I looked to the place where Nola's body had lain. Though she was gone and the crime scene techs had cleared the space, I could still picture the whole thing in my mind. I'm not exactly feeling festive anyway. He nodded toward Evelyn, who was still on the phone but had stopped sobbing. Her eyes were red and puffy, and she had mascara streaks on her face. Will you take care of her until her dad can get here? I hate that she's alone, and I'm not getting the sense that the woman they came down here with will do much in the way of comforting her. Chapter 6. So how are you doing? I asked as I approached Evelyn, though the question was rhetorical. She looked like hammered crap. I stepped a few feet over to a hot dog stand and plucked a couple napkins out of the holder and held them out to her. Thanks, she replied, taking them and dabbing her eyes. I'm doing okay, considering, I guess. Daddy's on his way, but it'll probably be a few hours. He's stopping by the house to grab some clothes, and he needs to make arrangements for somebody to cover his cases for the next few days. She wiped her eyes again, then sniffled and gave me a small smile. I probably look a mess. I never was what Mama called a pretty crier. I held up a hand. Don't worry about it. You cry however you have to. You've had the crap day to end all crap days. That buys you some leeway. Do you have anybody here until he gets here that can keep you company? I know Miss Satterfield just said she was your mama's best friend. She rolled her eyes. You mean Miss Satterfield of the Atlanta Satterfields? Yeah, she and Mama were more like frenemies. Though she'd never admit that now that Mama's dead. She's a colossal pain, and I'm sure underneath all the Botox and $100 foundation, she's tickled pink that Mama's gone. She just moved to the top of the food chain in her little circle. My respect for Evelyn ratcheted up a few more notches. I appreciate somebody who called it like they saw it and could see past the politics straight to the truth. What do you mean, frenemies? Could she have been the one to kill her? She thought about that for a minute. Maybe, but I don't know if she has the guts to do that. And besides, she's the type who likes to make a million little cuts rather than one big one. I've seen her destroy more than one woman just by planting the right seeds of gossip in the right places. Mama's put her in her place a couple times, but then I turn around and they're giving each other air kisses at the next company function. I knew exactly what she meant because we had our own junior league and a small fraction of highfalutin folks. Thankfully not many though, and they were different from big city snobs. Here, they had to be careful how far they pushed the envelope, because our community was small and memories were long. She shrugged. I guess in their world that's just how things go. It's sad though. What do you mean in their world? You live there too, right? She nodded. I do, but I haven't always. I went to Paris as an exchange student for my senior year, then went away to college, then law school. I've only been back in Atlanta's high society. She put the words in air quotes. For about a year and a half, and I don't love it. It's a necessary evil for now until I get a few years of practice under my belt. But it's not where my long-term goals are. But to answer your question, she was over here as soon as she could totter over in her 4-inch Manolos. Gave me a hug and told me how sorry she was, yada yada yada. I mopped my brow. Noon had come and gone and we were headed into the hottest part of the day. I want to hear more, but what say we do it somewhere with AC? Gladly, she said, picking her purse up from the picnic table. I'm about to melt, and I feel like I'm going to pass out. Winter skipped straight to summer, and I'm not adjusted yet. Have you eaten? I asked. No, Mama and I were going to grab an Italian sausage and split it later. Her eyes became sad again. She said we were on vacation and we were going to eat dessert first before every meal. Then follow me, I said. I know just the place. Bobby Sue was as rough as sandpaper on the outside, but she was a sucker for a person in need, and Evelyn was in need if ever anyone was. I picked the half-eaten funnel cakes and empty water bottles up from the table and carried them to the trash bin. Hunter yelled my name and I turned to him. Don't throw those away. I need to bag them and send them to the lab. They think she was poisoned and that's the last thing she ate. It's the only things she ate," said Evelyn. "At least in the last few hours." "Did you get that from fritter cakes?" I asked, a little knot of anxiety settling into my stomach. Fritter cakes is what Callie called her business. "We did, actually. The girl working the window was just as sweet as her funnel cakes. She gave it to us on the house and told us to enjoy because some jerk cut in line in front of us and made us wait while he ordered one for each of his 4 brats." I gave her a small smile. "That's Callie, and you're right. She's awesome." "Oh, she's from around here?" she asked as Hunter bagged up the sugar-coated desserts, careful not to spill any of the sugar off the plate. "She is," I replied. "As a matter of fact, a lot of the vendors are. Since the carnival is running in conjunction with the county fair, Keyhole County officials give preference to locals when they're approving vendor licenses." Evelyn shrugged. "One more reason to spend money here, then." I wiped my hands on a napkin, then tossed it and the water bottle in the trash before motioning toward her. "Now, let's get out of this heat and get some real food in your belly. Callie's funnel cake is amazing, but it can't replace a good old-fashioned plate of barbecue." "Truer words, sister, truer words." She glanced one more time toward the spot where her mother had died, and the grief on her face made me sad. She did her best not to cry on the way to Bobby Sue's, brushing away tears when she thought I wasn't looking, and doing her best to sniffle quietly. I stopped and turned to her before we went in. "Nobody here expects you to be strong," I said. "The people who own this place are my family, and there's no need to put on a fake smile, because we all know it's fake. Be natural and be yourself." "Thanks, Noelle," she said with a watery smile. "You don't even know me, and you've already shown me more kindness than the gaggle of biddies who came down here with us. I appreciate that." I knew she was likely the prime suspect out of the gate because family always is, and she was the only one there. But I knew deep down she didn't have anything to do with it. My BS meter hadn't so much as beeped, and the grief and misery rolling off her were almost palpable. No, somebody in our little town may be a murderer, but I'd have bet my bottom dollar it wasn't the woman standing in front of me. Chapter 7. Just as I'd expected, Bobby Sue went into mother hen mode as soon as she laid eyes on Evelyn. "You two come over here and take a seat," she said, pouring us both a glass of iced tea. Unlike most folks were going to be, she was more interested in taking care of Evelyn than she was in pumping her for information. That part would come, but not while the girl looked like she was going to pass out. It just wasn't her way. I took one side of the booth and Evelyn collapsed into the other, her face red from both the heat and crying. Bobby Sue pressed the cool glass into her hand and slid into the booth beside me. "You look plumb spent, sugar. Take a few minutes and relax. I'll make sure nobody bothers you." She took that opportunity to glare at the people in the booth across from us, both of whom had been staring shamelessly. Bobby Sue's glares could bust concrete, though, so it didn't take them long to avert their eyes. Like most of the regulars, they knew what was good for them. "Have you eaten? I just made a fresh batch of beans, and Earl, that's my husband and the man behind the meat, just pulled a fresh batch of pork. I can have you a plate whipped up in no time." Evelyn gave her a grateful smile. "No, Mama and I were just getting ready to eat when it happened." She heaved a big sigh. "She's really gone, isn't she?" Bobby Sue patted her hand and made a soothing sound, then did what she always did, left to make her a plate. As far as she was concerned, there wasn't anything that couldn't be made at least a little better by food. As soon as she left, the people across the way started staring again, so I muttered the same spell I'd used to turn people away from the crime scene. Once they'd lost interest, I turned to her. "I'm not going to tell you everything's going to be okay, because it isn't," I said. "Not today, at least. But I will tell you that Hunter will find out who did this. He's good at his job, and he's honest." She raised a brow at me. "Then he's definitely not from the city. Half the cops I know up there would be ordered to tread lightly because the people we rub elbows with donate a lot of money to various causes. Not that the police wouldn't do their jobs, she hustled to add. I think it helps we have a small community here, I said. Folks don't much tend to care how much money you make, especially if you're a crappy person. She gave me a small smile and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. You mean like a murderer? I smiled back. Yeah, that definitely qualifies as crappy. As promised, Bobby Sue was only gone a couple of minutes before she returned with a barbecue sandwich, beans and coleslaw for Evelyn, and peach pie with ice cream for me. I had to say, even though I was a kitchen witch, it was nice to eat something somebody else baked once in a while, especially if it was Bobby Sue's pie. We chit-chatted while Evelyn tore through her food, talking mostly about her. Rather than stay with some snobby family while she studied abroad, she had the good fortune to be placed with one that was active in the community. As it turned out, Evelyn wasn't your typical poor little rich girl, either there or when she returned to the States. Shoot, with all the volunteer work she did, the girl was practically a saint. So did you get that from your folks? Bobby Sue asked, stealing a bite of my pie. The caring about others thing? Evelyn lifted a shoulder and chased a mouthful of beans down with her tea. Not at first, she said. Samantha, my best friend since kindergarten, came up poor. Her daddy left when she was little, so all she had was her mama, and they struggled. At one point, they lost their apartment and had to stay in a shelter for a few days until her mom could find them a new place. Meanwhile, I had a 7-bedroom house with a pool and a maid. As soon as I found out what happened, I told Mama, and they miraculously had a new place the next day. I suspect Mama had something to do with that, but I don't know for sure. All I know is from that point out, she went out of her way to make Samantha feel welcome in our house. Not that she hadn't before, she rushed to add in. But after that, she often took us on shopping trips, and she bought Samantha her homecoming and prom dresses. She and Sam's mom, as unlikely as it seems, became friends. She put her sandwich down and a tear trickled down her cheek. Your mama sounds like a good egg, Bobby Sue said, reaching across the table to pat her hand. Evelyn nodded. She was. Don't get me wrong, she was a shark in court and didn't have any qualms about being a real witch when she wanted to be. She wasn't all peaches and cream. But when the rubber hit the road, she always did the right thing. Maybe you should call Sam and have her come be with you, I suggested. She nodded. I already did. She's riding down with Daddy. That made me feel a little better, knowing she wouldn't be alone. Just as I scooped the last bite of pie into my mouth, Miss Satterfield, of the Atlanta Satterfields, pushed through the front door and made a beeline toward us. Evelyn, you poor lamb, there you are. We've been looking all over for you. Rebecca is running herself ragged in the heat over at that fair trying to find you. And Beatrice went back to the hotel to see if you were there. Why haven't you been answering your phone? Evelyn looked guilty as she pulled her phone out of her back pocket. I'm sorry, Rosalind. Mama and I both turned our phones off this morning when we got to the fair so we could have a stress-free day. Well, I don't suppose that turned out well for either of you, she said, and Bobby Sue pinned her with a glower. I reckon having her mama murdered might make for a stressful day. That's why she was relaxing here having a bite to eat. Miss Satterfield drew her eyebrows down, but wisely refrained from returning the snark. Of course, which is why we've been looking for her. She should be surrounded by friends and family right now. As long as those friends have her best interest at heart. I wasn't sure why the woman rubbed me the wrong way, but she did. I just wasn't feeling the love. She turned her attention to Evelyn. These people are strangers, she whispered as if we couldn't hear her, and connected to the sheriff. They don't need to know all the intimate details. You don't have to tell them anything. That got my back up. We haven't been pumping her for information, and she hasn't given us any intimate details, though I'm not even sure what that means. We just wanted to make sure she was okay. And why does it matter if we're connected to the sheriff? She opened her mouth to respond, but Evelyn sighed and put her hand up. These ladies have been wonderful, Rosalind. Let me finish my lunch and I'll be right over. You go on ahead and I'll meet you back at the hotel. Miss Satterfield furrowed her brow and glanced back and forth between me and Bobby Sue. All right, if you're sure. We'll be waiting for you. And wait for your daddy to get here before you answer any questions. Evelyn stiffened her spine, and I saw a touch of the courtroom shark she must have inherited from her mother. In case you've forgotten, Rosalind, I'm the third Rowan in Rowan, and Munns. Besides, I don't have anything to hide. I could practically see Rosalind's blood pressure shoot through the roof as they eyeballed each other. After a couple seconds, she looked away first. Of course, she said, swallowing back whatever else she had to say. She huffed toward the door, glancing back over her shoulder a couple times as she did. The woman didn't look happy to be leaving Evelyn there, but she kept going. As soon as she was out the door, Evelyn apologized. I have no idea what got into her. Like I said, she and Mama didn't even get along 3/4 of the time, and she rarely has a word to say to me. I'm not sure where all the love is coming from right now, and I have no idea what intimate details she was talking about. I haven't even seen her since the last company party, and it's not like we get together for wine and ladies' nights. And from what I understand, she and Mama bumped heads that night too, but I wasn't there. She and your Mama didn't get along, you said? Bobby Sue asked, staring thoughtfully in the direction of the door. No, Evelyn replied, but it was passive. She was jealous of Mama, I think, is what it amounted to. She's not one to take a back seat, and I think she was happy as long as Mama was just one of the wives. Once she went back to work, though, things went downhill. She sucked the last of her tea through her straw and pushed out of the booth. I guess I'd better be going, she said. Apparently my audience awaits. Let me walk you to the hotel, I said. Bobby Sue stood so I could get out. You don't have to do that, she said, pulling her wallet from her purse. I could use a little time alone to get my head straight, and the walk back will do just fine. She fished out a 20 and tried to hand it to Bobby Sue, but she waved it off. It's on the house, sweetie. If you need anything else, you know where to find me. She thanked us both, then left, and Bobby Sue and I were quiet as we watched her go. So what do you think? I asked. About what? Bobby replied, standing and scooping the dirty dishes off the table. About Evelyn, or about the murder. I collected the cups from the table and followed her toward the back. Both, either. Well, I think there's no way that girl killed her mama. She tossed a glance at me over her shoulder. But I think that lovely Miss Satterfield may have. Well then, we had suspect number 1. Chapter 8. Justin hadn't even realized I was there, which was probably a good thing. Once I'd cleaned the table and made myself a to-go tea, I poked my head into the back office, which looked more like a game room than a place where somebody did paperwork. Hey, Brett, I said. Want to go to the farm and go riding? His face fell. No carnival, huh? I shook my head. I'm sorry, buddy. A woman was killed and hunters gotta work. Plus, I don't think the atmosphere is going to be exactly festive for me. He sighed and pulled a copy of the fare schedule from his pocket and skimmed it. It says here there's a pie eating contest in 20 minutes. It's at the community center. He glanced up at me, hope shining in his eyes. I bet since most grown-ups are probably avoiding the carnival, there'll be a ton of people there. I glanced at my phone to check the time. It was mid-afternoon, which meant the temperature wasn't going to drop below hellfire for another couple hours at least. I didn't particularly want to ride in the heat, and I figured the horses probably agreed. Killing some time in an air-conditioned building sounded like just the thing. Plus, I wouldn't feel quite so guilty about skipping the carnival if Justin got to watch people gorge themselves on pie with their hands tied behind their backs. Sure, I replied as he saved his game and turned off the TV. Is there anything else going on? He glanced at the schedule again and his eyes lit up. There's a greased pig contest right after it, then the tractor races. But they're both over at the fairgrounds. He furrowed his brow. Do they use real pigs? because I don't think I can carry one just yet. I'd be willing to give it a shot, though. I laughed. Nah, buddy, they use Crisco-covered watermelons. He scrunched his nose. That's lame. Why not use real piglets? I smiled. Until 5 years before, they'd used real pigs. But then somebody hadn't latched the gate, and 15 lard-covered piglets had escaped from the pen. It had been a blast to watch, but the ladies' auxiliary hadn't found it too humorous. It had taken a solid 10 minutes to catch them all, and the fact that every kid in the place had instantly jumped into the fray hadn't helped any. Since it had been a cordoned-off section in the arena, the first competition they'd torn through had been the draft horse pool, where 4 teams of massive 2K-pound horses lost their minds as a herd of squealing piglets dashed across the arena right under their noses and feet. Next in the line of fire was Martha Tyndale's face-painting booth, when the piglets charged through, knocking over the table and slinging paint everywhere. The look on Miss Tyndall's face had been priceless. Outrage is tough to pull off when you're struggling to your feet from an overturned chair and have neon green paint dripping off your nose. The door to the community center had been open, and in they'd raced. I wasn't sure who was squealing louder, the piglets or the 20 kids chasing them. They tore through the quilt display, knocking over racks, then into the dominoes competition. That one I'd felt kind of bad about because Elmer Davis had spent more than 24 hours setting up this huge, intricate design. To his credit, though, it had worked perfectly. Every domino, 1st to 800th, fell exactly as he'd planned. The melee had ended in the dancing room, where the local Future Farmers of America were hosting a square dancing competition to raise money for regionals. Talk about some serious do-si-doing and spinning your partners. And Miss Poor Liza, the woman who'd taught square dancing for almost 40 years, had gone ass over tea kettle over hay bale, giving the entire room a peek under her red checkered dancing dress. Thank goodness for all those frilly layers. Finally, in that room, everybody'd worked together to corner the squealing swine, and the free-for-all had ended. It took almost 3 hours to clean up the dumped cakes, spilled paint, and knocked over tables. Because he would have been the obvious winner, Elmer had been unanimously voted in and given the ribbon in the domino contest. Though I suspect he wasn't nearly as thrilled as he would have been, given he'd been deprived the thunder of tipping that first domino himself. The day wasn't even over before the ladies had convened and declared that henceforth, greased-up watermelons would replace the real thing. As far as I was concerned, I don't know why they still bothered to call it a greased pig competition. Except greased watermelon competition didn't conjure the same visual, or offer the same potential for hilarious disaster. Stale, he said after I explained. Lame. Maybe, but it's still something to do, I replied. And what's the prize? He checked the flyer again and his face lit up. An all-day pass to the carnival and 50 game tickets. Glancing up at me, he grinned. Maybe tooting a greasy watermelon across the room won't be so lame after all. With our afternoon planned, we headed to the community center, making it there just in time for the pie-eating contest. Strawberry pie was on the menu, and we snagged a spot close enough that Justin could see without having to sit on my shoulders. 5 contestants settled in behind the table, but there was a 6th chair that remained empty. Last call for the pie-eating contest, Miss Hill, the woman who'd baked them, called. She glanced at her watch as the moments ticked by. Finally, she scanned the crowd. It looks like we have a last-minute forfeit, she said, loud enough to be heard. Anybody want to jump in? First place prize is $50. Justin about vibrated out of his skin. Can I, Noelle? Please, please, pretty please? I sighed, trying to do a mental calculation of how long it would take him to run off the sugar in an entire pie. I couldn't resist that expectant, freckled face, though, and grinned at him. Sure, kiddo, knock yourself out. His hand shot up. I will, Miss Hill. She beamed at him, her soft, wrinkled face alight with pleasure. She was one of the many truly good eggs who worked tirelessly to make the fair fun for everyone, and it always tickled her to see the kids get involved. "Then jump right up here, young man," she said, motioning to the empty chair. "Your pie waits." He bolted toward the table. "Okay, competitors, hands behind your back." I scoped out his competition. The other 4 were adults, and I groaned a little when I saw one of them was 3-time champion Willie Reed. Still, he was up against a 10-year-old with a bottomless stomach and visions of being rich floating through his head. She called time, and Justin face-planted in his pie, giving it his all. He was the first one to come up for air, and the only pie left was what was clinging to his face from his forehead to his chin. Pretty much the only clean areas were the circles around his eyes. He was grinning like a possum eating peach seeds when Miss Hill pulled his arm in the air and declared him the winner. I moved toward the table to congratulate him and hand him some paper towels when the feeling of being watched slid over me, giving me goosebumps. My witchy senses tingled, but when I scanned the crowd, I couldn't see anybody who was paying me any mind. I shrugged it off, but knew better than to ignore it altogether. For the rest of the afternoon, I kept an eye out for anything out of place. Everything appeared normal, and I didn't get the feeling again, but if I'd learned one thing in my 27 years, it was that my gut was never wrong, and it was telling me something was badly amiss. Chapter 9. Justin competed in the fake greased pig contest, but came in 3rd. Then we teamed up for the 3-legged race. We came in a close second on that, which earned us a free meal at the diner, which suited me just fine. They had the best breakfast in town. Their club sandwiches were amazing, too. By the time we made it back to the farm, he'd pretty much burned off the rush from the pie, and the temperatures had dropped a little. Shelby's car was parked in front of the house, which was a little surprising. I figured she'd be out and about doing fair stuff with her boyfriend Cody, or her best friends Emma and Becky, or, more likely, all of them. Instead, she was slumped on the couch in cutoffs and a ratty t-shirt, listlessly flipping through the channels. "Hey, Shelby," Justin said, bouncing over to join her on the couch. "Guess what? I won the pie eating contest, and me and No came in 2nd in the 3-legged race. Oh, and some lady dropped dead at the carnival." I shook my head at the order of importance he'd assigned to the day's events. Shelby raised a brow and looked at him, then me. "Somebody died at the carnival?" she asked. "Yeah," I said. "A lawyer from Atlanta." Thankfully, she refrained from making any cracks about lawyers because Justin was still in the phase where he tended to repeat things he heard before he thought about them. "Don't tell me one of your insanely paranoid fears came true," she said. "If the silver bullet actually threw off one of its arms and slung it halfway to Eagle Gap, I'm gonna have a stroke." I smacked her on the back of the head. "No, Miss Smarty Pants, that's not what happened. But it doesn't mean it couldn't." This woman was poisoned. I met her daughter afterward while Hunter was doing his preliminary stuff, and she's really nice. Shelby raised a brow at me. "That's what people always say about the killer." Addie, our living impaired aunt, popped into the room, her silvery hair shimmering. "I thought the same thing until I followed that poor girl back to her room. Once she was by herself, she collapsed on her bed and cried her heart out." I shot her a disbelieving look. "You followed her into her room? Addie, shame on you! The poor girl just lost her mama." Addie crossed her arms. "Yeah, I get that. I also get that you felt bad for her and already took her under your wing. I wanted to make sure you weren't getting suckered just because you have a heart the size of Texas." That was actually kind of sweet and very Addie-like. She'd died almost 2 years before, but that hadn't decreased the fierce protective streak she'd had for us our entire lives. She'd raised us, and woe be to anybody who thought to do us harm. "So you're satisfied she didn't do it?" I asked. She took a deep breath and thought for a minute, then nodded slowly. "I overheard her talking to somebody named Sam on the phone. She was speculating about who may have done it. She went through all the things they'd done that day, trying to figure out where she may have gotten the poison. And she even threw out a few names. As a matter of fact, grab a pen before I forget 'em." I did as she asked. First, she mentioned that biddy you met at the fair, Satterfield. Apparently, she had some sour grapes that the murdered woman was back at work. My guess? She's jealous. I nodded and scribbled the name down. Yeah, me and Bobby Sue thought the same thing. The illustrious Miss Satterfield came into Bobby Sue's looking for her. She seemed a little too concerned, if you ask me. Yeah, she said. Anybody with that much Botox is sketchy, if you ask me. Next, Evelyn mentioned a Beatrice Bale. Seems Noelle took a gander at the books last week and found a nice chunk of change missing. Her husband, the upstanding Mr. Bell, happens to be the accountant. I raised a brow. That's interesting. How much? And why is he still working there? She lifted a shimmering shoulder. She didn't say anything other than she'd overheard her mom and daddy talking about it. Could be they were still deciding what to do about it. Okay then, I'll tell Hunter about it and see if he can get Evelyn to tell me about her. Anybody else? Yep, one more. She only mentioned this one by her first name, though. Rebecca something. I nodded. Yeah, Miss Satterfield mentioned her when she was getting on to Evelyn's case about disappearing off the face of the planet with me. So why is she a suspect? She's not, Addie said. I just gave you her name because Evelyn mentioned her, but she didn't say anything bad about her. She just said she was friends with her mama. That made me feel a little better. 2 vultures to worry about was way better than 3. And if she'd been Nola's best friend, she'd likely help watch out for Evelyn. Come on, Noelle, Justin said, his voice just a tad whiny. It's gonna be dark if we don't hurry up. Addie gave him the mom look, which was all it ever took to snatch any of us back in line. Excuse me, young man, but do you see us talking? Contrition slid instantly over his face. He hadn't known her when she was alive, but even dead, there was no mistaking what that look and tone meant. Yes, ma'am. Then I suggest you go start saddling up. The girls will be down in just a minute. His face lit up. You're going too, Shelby? He loved riding with her because she wasn't nearly as cautious as I was. After all, teenagers were immortal in their own minds. She let him run when I probably wouldn't, and they practiced riding tricks too. All stuff I'd done when I was his age, but for some reason it gave me gray hairs to think of Justin doing them. She'd been following the murder conversation, but when he changed the subject, she pinched her lips together and looked away. No, she said. I don't really feel like it right now. I'm just going to stay inside and watch some TV. I tilted my head and examined her. Shelby wasn't a sitting inside and watching TV kind of girl. What's wrong? I asked when she avoided my gaze. Nothing. I just don't feel like going riding. Where are Cody, Emma, and Becky? I figured for sure you'd be hanging out with at least Emma since she's leaving for her dad's tomorrow. Cody's having some guy time with Will. They're looking at trucks. Becky's working. I don't know what Emma's doing. Her phone dinged with an incoming text, but she didn't so much as lift a finger to check her phone. Definitely un-Shelby-like. I narrowed my eyes at her. Aren't you going to check that? She picked at the frayed edge of her jean shorts. No, I really just want to be alone. I dropped down beside her, and Abby hovered around so she could get a closer look. You sick? She said. Do you feel cold? Does your stomach hurt? Addie was falling into mother hen mode, which was default anytime she thought one of us was remotely ill. I know you ain't off your feed. You were stuffing your face with Hershey Kisses a little bit ago. Shelby sighed that sigh that only a teenager can. The one where the world is coming to an end. No, I'm not sick. It's just... They all 3 got their acceptance letters from UGA 3 days ago. Her chin quivered. I've been waiting, thinking maybe the mailman was just running behind. But it didn't come today either. I just know I didn't get accepted. That explained it then. They'd all four applied to the University of Georgia at the same time, but Shelby's GPA had been a little lower because she had a tough go of it the year before. Addie'd been the only mother she'd ever known, and it about killed Shelby when she passed. She'd also been having trouble with her magic, which had been blocked by a spell gone awry when Aunt Beth, Rayanne's mama, had been attacked by a group of rogue witches. Suffice it to say, her grades had suffered, but only for a semester. Still, UGA was competitive. My heart went out to her, and I dropped down onto the couch beside her. "Oh, sweetie, I'm sorry, but I think it's too early to worry about that yet." "I keep telling myself that," she said, still not looking at me. "But they all got them on the same day." Addie swooped down, sinking part of the way through the floor, to where Shelby had no choice but to look at her. "You get your bucket up and get outside right now, young lady. Sitting around the house ain't going to make that acceptance letter come any faster." Once Shelby had raised her head, Addie floated up to eye level again and crossed her arms. "You're a Flynn. Flynns don't mope. If you don't get into UGA, it's not the end of the world. You've already been accepted to a couple other schools, so even your worst-case scenario ain't as bad as what a lot of other kids are dealing with." Addie logic. And true. She'd raised us to be tough cookies. We weren't crybabies, whiners, or wimps. We were survivors. Chapter 10. Justin already had 2 of the 3 horses saddled by the time Shelby put on some clothes. I waited around for her, just in case she changed her mind. Or rather, decided to defy Addie. Strangely, he'd saddled Missy, my mare, and Ranger, Shelby's gelding, but Ben, the old gelding he usually rode, was standing with his head poked out over his stall door. Justin was just sitting on one of the tack boxes waiting for me. "Why don't you have Ben out yet?" I asked. "About that," he said. "I was wondering if I could ride Sassy instead." Sassy was a little mare Shelby and I rode when we wanted to switch things up, and lived up to her name. She wasn't mean or crazy, but she was a lot of horse. I debated for a few seconds. "I don't know, kiddo. She's a big switch from Ben." "I know," he said. "And I love Ben, but he's not fun." I laughed. "How do you define fun? He does whatever you tell him to." And a herd of rabbits could stampede right past him, and he wouldn't so much as flick an ear. That was the main reason I'd kept Justin on him. "You know what I mean. He ain't got no spunk." That was true. Ben was 23 and had been a trail horse all his life. He was bomb-proof to the point that I'd put anybody on him. He'd been my Uncle Calvin's horse, and he was the go-to horse for anybody who'd never ridden before. I could see where a 10-year-old with a little experience would find him boring. "I know," I said, "but there's a heck of a gap between him and Sassy. Why don't you ride Missy and I'll ride Ben?" Missy was younger and had plenty of get up and go, but wasn't quite as wired as Sassy was. Justin was a natural in the saddle, but the worrywart in me shied away from putting him on a Ferrari when he was used to driving a trusty old pickup. He pursed his lips and considered it for a minute. "Okay, but can I start learning to ride Sassy in the ring?" "I'll think about it," I replied, patting Ben on the nose before swinging his door open. In theory, I could have ridden Sassy and given the old man the night off, but I figured that would have been rubbing salt in Justin's wound. Plus, after the day I had, I didn't feel like expending the energy it took to keep Sassy between the rails. Shelby unclipped Ranger's halter and put his bridle on, then swung up on his back. She leaned over and rubbed both sides of his neck. "Hey, boy, how you doing?" He turned his head around and bumped her leg with his nose, his own personal greeting that was for Shelby only. I'd ridden him 100 times probably, and he'd never done it to me. A girl and her horse. I smiled a little. I could almost feel her mood lighten. Winston Churchill had been right. The best thing for the inside of a man or woman is the outside of a horse. We'd been out for probably 20 minutes when I got the creepy feeling somebody was watching me again. We were smack dab in the middle of our land, so there shouldn't have been anybody within acres of us. But I looked around anyway. When I didn't see so much as a leaf out of place, I sent out some psychic feelers. Nothing. I nudged Ben to pick up the pace a little till I was riding beside Shelby. She'd been quiet most of the ride, content to let Justin chatter away, but her mood was much lighter. She glanced sideways at me. I started to send her a message through our telepathy link, but given the weird goings-on lately, I decided I didn't want to risk being psychically overheard just in case. Normally, that wouldn't have been an issue. Shelby and I were two of the most powerful witches in the region, but lately, nothing was normal. Camille had been dealing with some serious magical business up in Atlanta, and my dreams had been haunted for the last several months. Witches, at least as powerful as we were, had been killed, their grimory stolen, and nobody could figure out who was doing it or why. All we knew was that those grimories held the secrets to some serious magic that could do a whole lot of evil in the wrong hands. "Do you feel like we're not alone out here?" I asked. "I feel like we're being watched, and it's the second time today I felt it." She tilted her head, concentrating, then furrowed her brow. "I was sort of spacing, but now that you mention it, yeah." She closed her eyes for a few seconds, and her mind brushed over mine briefly. After a few seconds, she shook her head. "I felt it for a second, but I can't sense anybody out there. We're probably just freaked out a little because of the murder." That might have been it, but something still felt off. "Maybe," I replied, scanning the tree line again. The feeling went away after a couple minutes, and though I didn't let my guard completely down, I did try to recapture the peace of the evening. We were coming up on the meadow where we usually open the horses up, and all three of them were dancing a little. As soon as we cleared the trees, Justin glanced at me, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Missy knew what was coming and was a ball of raw energy. Her muscles were tense and ready, just waiting for Justin to give her the go-ahead. Even Ben was feeling it. His energy traveled through my legs and seat, and I gathered the reins. I gave Justin and Shelby a small grin as I settled my seat and gripped Ben with my knees. He knew the difference between a novice rider and us and was no slouch for an old man, or a young one for that matter. "Last one to the other side does evening chores," I said. Shelby's lips turned up and she shot us an ornery smile. "You're on," she said. "Yeehaw, Ranger!" she called, pushing her reins forward to let him know he had his head. I did the same and gloried in the rush of 1,000 pounds of pure power and joy releasing beneath me as Ben leapt forward. Justin and Missy got the jump on us by a stride, but it didn't take us long to catch up. I closed my eyes for a second, savoring the rush of wind on my face as Ben's muscles bunched and released beneath me, propelling us forward. It was moments like those, when I could hardly tell where my horse ended and I began. That made the chores and the vet bills and the dull minutiae of horse ownership worth every second. I let him have his head for most of the way, but reined him in a bit as we got near the end of the clearing. He shook his head in rebellion, but did as I asked. Even though he would have run to the ends of the earth just for the fun of it, I had to remember he was no spring chicken and it was still hot out. Justin had beaten Shelby by a nose, and I'd come in last. "I'll be the one on the porch drinking tea and watching you work," Shelby said, patting Ranger's lathered neck. Justin, with his big mushy heart, smiled at me as Missy snorted and danced a little beneath him, still coming down from the energy rush. "It's okay, No. I'll help you." That kid. Every time I was with him, I thanked the stars that set him in our path. I reached across and ruffled his hair. "Thanks, Brat. You're the best." As we walked the horses out, the adrenaline drained from me, leaving me more relaxed than I'd felt in a long time. Between the nightmares and trying to process that Shelby would be leaving for college soon, I'd been idling at Unsettled for the last couple months. Getting out had been good for Shelby, too. She was smiling and teasing Justin, and by the time we made it back to the house, it was almost as if all was right in the world again. Chapter 11. Cody's motorcycle was parked in front of the house when we got back, and he was playing porch chess with Max, our talking donkey. "Hey, guys," he called as we approached, his usual good humor shining from his face. Max, on the other hand, appeared even grumpier than usual. His furry eyebrows were drawn down over his eyes in a perfect donkey scowl as he contemplated the life-size chessboard we had made just for him. He nosed one of the pieces to where he wanted it, then stepped back. "It's about time you got back," he groused, shooting Cody a dirty look. "I believe this scoundrel has been cheating, though I have no idea how." Cody laughed. "Just because I beat you doesn't mean I cheated. You're just being a sore loser." "I am not a loser," Max declared, not denying the sore part. "You've simply caught me on a bad day. I can't concentrate, what with all the chickens and other menial beasts around here making so much noise." I listened for a heartbeat, and a single cluck was all I heard. Addie popped in, hovering over the chessboard with one arm folded across her ample bosom, supporting the elbow of the other. She was rubbing her chin and examining the chessboard. "I'll go rouse him up a little so you'll be able to blame it on the chickens when Cody beats you again in another 2 moves. "He shan't," Max said, but rushed to her side and examined the board. His ears lopped back, and the look he shot Cody would have peeled paint. "I'm sure that rook wasn't in the same spot last time I looked." Cody raised a brow at him. "And I'm sure it was. When would I have moved it without you noticing?" He grabbed his glass of tea from a little tea table between 2 rockers and handed it to Shelby, who drained half of it. "Hey, sweetie," he said. "You feeling a little better?" She cast a glance at me and nodded. "Yeah, actually. No and Aunt Addie forced me out of the house, but I'm glad they did." Addie gave a brisk nod. "Good. I knew it'd do you good to get out and exercise that flat pug you call a horse." The smile in her eyes took all the sting out of the insult. That is, until Ranger pushed his muzzle out and got a mouthful of petunias. "Get that nag out of my flowers!" she barked, and Shelby rushed to pull him away from the porch. Since I'd been small, the porch had been lush with petunias. Hanging baskets lined the entire perimeter, and a square planter sat on either end of each step, overflowing with the colorful blooms. She'd insisted I carry on the tradition when she died, but I would have regardless. I couldn't imagine the place without them. Max rolled his eyes and gave Ranger, then Ben, and Missy the stink eye. "Barbaric animals, all of them." Every once in a while he made such comments, and I thought it was probably to maintain the distinction between them and himself. He'd been born human, a British noble, but that had been cursed by a witch into his current form. I'm not sure whether he was reminding himself or us that he was no common farm animal. "Yeah, says the donkey who drinks scotch with his oats," I said. "That's in no way barbaric," he said down his nose. "In my time, scotch was safer to drink than water in a lot of places." I wouldn't argue with him there. He had historical accuracy on his side. I decided that, as was often the case with Max, it was just best to let it go. "I'm gonna go unsaddle and get the chores done," I said, reaching out to Shelby so she could hand me Ranger's reins. "You guys relax." "I already did the chores," Cody said. "Mayhem was rattling the gate to come in, so I went ahead and brought them in and fed them. Ben, Ranger, and Missy will find their suppers waiting for them in their stalls." That boy was a keeper for sure. "Gabby still isn't home?" I asked before. "We're supposed to go over plans for Rayanne's birthday this evening." "Haven't seen her," he said, making a move on the chessboard. He grinned at Max. "Checkmate." If looks could kill, Cody would have dropped dead on the spot as Max glared at him, then turned tail and kicked the nearest piece before flouncing off in a huff. "If you break those pieces in a temper tantrum, I'm not replacing them," I called after him, but all I got was an angry tail flick in return. He was the best chess player among us most of the time, and when one of us beat him, his knickers got all twisted. Crazy donkey, Addie grumbled. Why we keep him around is beyond me. Believe me, it was a question we all asked ourselves at least once a week. Max was cantankerous, spoiled and set in his ways, and could make a preacher cuss. He was also loyal to a fault, kind underneath all the grouch, and loved us as much as we loved him. In short, he was family. Cody, being the one who beat him the most, just waved Max off, grinning as his failed opponent ambled around the corner of the porch and out of sight, no doubt heading to his wading pool. He'll get over it. He's just bent because I did it twice in a row. But he was preoccupied. For Max, preoccupied typically stood for apathetic, but not when it came to chess. I made a mental note to check on him later. Addie stared after him for a couple of seconds, then floated after him. She must have been thinking the same thing I was. Justin and I turned our horses to the barn, with Ranger following behind me. It didn't take us long to get them unsaddled and hosed down. I'd just latched Ben's stall door when Gabby's truck rolled up in front of the porch. She climbed out, then reached in and pulled out a couple of big plastic bags, and we rushed forward to help her. "Hey, y'all," she said, handing bags to us as she pulled them from the back seat of her truck. "I think I got everything we need for the party." "You're a peach," I replied. "With everything that's gone on, I wouldn't have had any time to go to the store this afternoon. And Anna Mae and I are going to some auctions tomorrow. I'm clear out of supplies." I ran a little upcycling store called Reimagine, and I'd been selling faster than I could find new stuff to recreate. When I'd first opened, I made mostly small stuff, then built a simple website to sell it on. Since then, I'd posted it to some of the craft sites, and sales skyrocketed. Who knew there was such a massive market for trinkets made from antique products like old Coke signs or antique milk buckets? "I thought we were going to the carnival tomorrow," Justin said, frowning. "We are. Tomorrow afternoon, or maybe even tomorrow night. It's always more fun at night anyway. All the rides and booths are lit up, and it's 20 degrees cooler." He thought about it for a couple seconds, then nodded. "That makes sense, I guess. If it's not so hot, maybe people won't get sick on the rides." Weirdly enough, the one thing he worried about was somebody tossing their half-digested candy apples and Italian sausages on him mid-ride. Not that it wasn't a legit concern. "Speaking of," Gabby said as we climbed the steps, "what was up with all the cop cars and the ambulance at the fair? I drove by and the place looked like a murder scene. Somebody fall off the Ferris wheel? Or shank somebody over a giant teddy bear?" She was kidding, but when I didn't respond right away, she raised a brow. "You gotta be kidding me. Seriously?" "Well, you don't have it exactly right, but yeah, a woman was poisoned." "Anybody we know?" she asked as she pulled the screen door open with her pinky finger, then nudged it the rest of the way with her toe. "Some city lawyer," Justin said. "From up in Atlanta. I'm gonna go find Max. Maybe if he's distracted, I can beat him at chess, too." "Yeah, don't hold your breath, Brat." Justin had only beaten him once, but it had been enough to plant the seed of hope in his little heart. He shrugged. "It could happen." "Yeah, but if it does," I said, "he'll be impossible to live with for the next 2 days, at least." "I'm okay with that," he replied. "Of course you are," Gabby snorted. "You don't have to live with him. But go ahead, knock yourself out. We're big girls." "Thanks," Justin said, rushing toward the door. "I will." I rolled my eyes, but Gabby turned the conversation back to the murder. If she's here on vacation, how did she manage to piss somebody off enough to kill her? She brought an entourage, or rather a group of her fellow snobs came with her. A rush of guilt washed over me for talking ill of the dead, especially when Evelyn had talked her up. So Hunter already has somebody in custody? Gabby asked. No, I said. Or at least not that I know of. Addie popped in and Gabby dropped one of the bags. Something that sounded awful breakable clinked when it hit the floor. Lord love a duck, Addie. I know this is your place and all, but a little warning would be nice. My aunt waved a ghostly hand. I don't have time for all that nonsense. May and Belle just popped in to check on Evelyn. Her best friend is there, and so is her father. I waited for her to continue. Sometimes she'd stretch things out when she thought there was going to be a shock factor. He went for ice and ran into that Satterfield woman. She played it up like she was all broken up, but they were crocodile tears. She did make a point of touching his arm 3 times in 2 minutes, though. Really? I said. It wouldn't be the first time a lover had knocked off a wife to take her spot, and Miss Satterfield certainly didn't seem to be dealing with much grief. How'd he respond to that? She hesitated. He stepped away each time but kept glancing toward Evelyn's hotel room when he did. I can't decide if he didn't want her touching him or if he didn't want her touching him in public. She rubbed her chin. I think it could go either way. I pulled out my phone to text Hunter, and it only took him a couple seconds to respond. It seems Miss Satterfield had already made the short list for exactly that reason. According to the other 2 ladies, she and her husband haven't been seeing eye to eye. According to them, that was the real reason she and Noelle hadn't gotten along. I read the text out loud, and Addie became thoughtful. A woman knows, she said. Though I don't have any personal experience. Cal was a one-woman man, but I've seen enough of my friends go through it. Before I could even tap out a response, my phone dinged with another text from Hunter, and I pulled in a deep breath. What? Addie and Gabby asked in unison. Before I could respond, Gabby glanced over at my phone, then drew her brows down in confusion. What's the big deal? She asked. So the only thing in her stomach was funnel cake. Jim had managed to put a rush on the autopsy, given the circumstances. The only thing in her stomach was the ingredients found in funnel cake and powdered sugar. Because she got the funnel cake from Callie, I said. I didn't know what to make of it, but my heart plummeted to my belly. I was getting sick and tired of having one person or another I cared about under suspicion for murder. Chapter 12. I decided it was time to go check on Evelyn again. I admit I had an ulterior motive. I wanted to meet her dad and judge for myself. I didn't want to form any conclusions or make any leaps until I'd had a chance to get a feel for him and run him through my BS meter. I would have waited till morning since it was close to supper time, but I wanted to catch him early before he'd had a chance to rest and pull himself together, assuming he'd fallen apart to begin with. Addie stopped me before I could make a mad dash out the door. You smell like a sweaty horse, she reminded me. A quick self-sniff told me she was right. I had horse slobber on my arm, and my t-shirt had no less than 6 stains of questionable origin. Definitely not how I wanted to meet a highfalutin lawyer from Atlanta, or a bag lady for that matter. After a quick shower, I stuffed a bunch of pastries I'd baked the night before into a box. I considered grabbing a bottle of wine from the pantry, but decided that may be a bit much. On the way there, I tried to formulate some questions and figure out how I'd approach it, but I had no idea what I was walking into. Was he going to be a grief-stricken mess? If so, I didn't want to add to his burden. But what if he was cold and aloof? Did that make him a killer, or would it just mean he was one of those people who could compartmentalize, at least in public? Seeing how he was a successful lawyer, I had to assume he at least had a little of that going for him. In the end, I decided to wing it and follow my intuition. I was driving past the 7-Eleven when the hairs on my arms and back of my neck rose. A strange consciousness brushed against my mind so quickly that if I wasn't used to using my psychic powers, I'd have likely missed it. Just from sheer habit, I slammed up my mental wall as soon as it happened. I wasn't a rookie. I'd been a witch all my life, and though most people didn't have magic per se, many people were sensitive. Those folks could at least pick up on my emotions, and I preferred to keep those private. The more I thought about it, though, the more I wanted to know who was trying to get in my head. I opened up my senses while still keeping my own guard in place. I thought I picked up on somebody, but it was a fleeting impression and one that could have just been one of those sensitives I was just talking about. Their minds tend to open and close like a barn door in the wind. They had no idea what was even going on, let alone a clue as to how to close their minds. I didn't like it, though, and instructed Siri to call Camille. She was Emma's mom, but more importantly for this situation, she was the head of the Magical Oversight Committee with the Regional Council of Magic. She'd been following the cases of the murdered witches and missing grimoires but had come up with bupkis so far in her investigation. I was confident in my abilities, but I wasn't stupid. Being a Flynn witch put a target on my back in the seedier witch communities, and with the current unrest in my weird dreams, it wouldn't be out of line for somebody to take a magical pot shot at me or mine. It would be colossally arrogant of me to put myself, or more importantly Shelby and Ray, at risk by keeping silent. She answered on the third ring. "What's up, Noelle?" she asked when she picked up. "Hey, Camille. I was wondering, do you have anything new on the stuff going on up in Atlanta?" "No," she replied. "Nothing. The trail just disappears at each crime scene." "Why?" I gave her the rundown of what had been happening, and she weighed my words for a few seconds. "I'll keep an eye out, and you keep me posted. This isn't any time to be cocky." "Obviously," I said, a little irritated, then walked it back. She was just trying to watch out for me, and she wasn't the type to beat around the bush. I had a history of keeping things to myself despite my gut feelings, so it wasn't like she was being snippy for no reason. "I'm sorry, it's just, with everything going on, I feel like I'm walking around blindfolded." "No," she said, sighing. "I get it. I feel the same way, and to be honest, I've had the same thing happening to me lately." Camille was no slouch as a witch, and the council was just like any other law enforcement agency. There was a subset of witches who didn't like having eyes on them, telling them what to do. That's what was behind Aunt Beth's attack way back when. She, Addie, and my mom had been working to get the council up and going. I let her comment stew for a minute, turning the whole thing over in my head for the 1,000th time. "Be careful, No. There's something big going on, and I don't want any of you to be caught unaware. Try to stick together, and I'll let you know if anything new surfaces." "Will do," I said as I pulled into the hotel. "For now, I have to go deal with the mortar problem. A woman was poisoned at the fair, and I'm afraid Callie's going to get pulled into it." "Callie? She's one of the best people I know. How's she involved?" I explained. "That's thin, though," she said, echoing what I'd thought earlier. "Surely there are more likely suspects than the person who made the funnel cake." "That's what I'm about to find out," I said, scanning the parking lot for out-of-town cars. I'd always found what a person drove said a lot about them, but the lot was packed with vehicles from all walks of life. Since the local hotel often ran Groupon ads to draw people in, that didn't surprise me. Business in a small town could be brutal. "Well, be careful," she said. "It's not like we haven't learned from experience that mortals can be every bit as dangerous as witches when they catch us unaware." "I know," I said. "I'm just going to get a feel for the players, that's all." Seeing as how people of the non-magical variety had almost killed me on more than one occasion, I had a healthy respect for crazy no matter what form it came in. After all, I wasn't bulletproof, and I didn't have eyes in the back of my head. "Is Rayanne's party still on for Monday night?" she asked. "Sure is. Gabby got the decorations this afternoon, so all we need to do is put them up." "What did you get her?" she asked. "I can't think of anything. I considered a book on aquaculture, but that seems stupid since she's got the ability to grow 7-foot basil plants with the flick of her wrist now." "I got her that jewelry box at an auction a few months ago," I replied. "I'm glad I did too, otherwise I'd be in the same boat you are." Camille was like me, a horrible gifter. We always had the absolute best intentions, but had a miserable time finding that perfect gift. I'd only managed it this time by sheer dumb luck. I'd been in an auction with Anna May when I saw the most amazing unicorn jewelry box. I lost it in the auction, but when we were paying, the woman who'd beaten me had forgotten her wallet, and I got it for my final bid. That was my sign that it was meant for me. "Well, if you come up with any good ideas," she said, "let me know. I'm clueless at this point." We said our goodbyes, and I pulled into one of the few open slots, right next to a shiny red Ferrari. Grabbing the box of goodies, I opened the door, being careful to stay a foot away from the car. I had good insurance, but probably not that good. While I was waiting for the elevator, angry voices drifted toward me, and I chanced a glance toward them. A tall, fit man with salt and pepper hair was holding a bucket of ice and talking to Rosalind. Talking was putting politely. It was obvious they were arguing, despite their attempts to keep their voices down after the initial outburst I'd heard. "I'm tired of waiting," she hissed. "She's dead. Screw the dog and pony show. You know they're not going to find anything." Though I was looking at them in profile, the shift in his expression from angry to cold was obvious. "I'm not discussing this again until the investigation is over. Period." The elevator dinged, and I snapped my head back toward the doors before I got caught eavesdropping. I waited while an elderly couple dressed in matching tropical shirts and khakis stepped out and barely managed to smile and nod in response to the ones they gave me before I stepped in. A hand slapped the elevator door just as it was sliding closed, and the man stepped in with me. We both assumed the standard, face-forward elevator stance and rode to the second floor in silence. I could feel the irritation rolling off him. He took a couple deep breaths, then when the door slid open, he squared his shoulders and gave me a tight smile. "After you," he said, motioning toward the door. I returned his smile with a nod. "Thanks," I said, fervently hoping he wasn't who I suspected he was. That hope disappeared like butter on a hot biscuit the minute he stopped in front of 214 and knocked. "Noelle! I didn't expect to see you again today," Evelyn said when she opened the door and saw me standing behind him. "I see you've met Daddy." Chapter 13. "We haven't been formally introduced," Evelyn's dad said as we stepped into the suite. "I'm Isaac Rowan. Ava says you're a real help to her today when she needed it the most, and I appreciate that. If there's ever anything I can do for you, I'm at your disposal." "Thank you, Mr. Rowan, but I'm sure that won't be necessary. I was glad to help. It was a horrible thing she had to go through. Any decent human being would have done the same." A pretty blonde girl about Evelyn's age snorted. "You'd think, but not a one of the vultures she came with stepped up." "That's not fair, Sam," Ava said. "They went out of their way after they heard. It's not their fault Mama and I turned our phones off this morning after breakfast. They weren't even sure where we were. And Beatrice has been very nice. She spent the afternoon with me while I was waiting for you and Daddy to get here." "Well, maybe her, but I'm standing by what I said about the other two." She held her hand out to me. "I'm Samantha, Evelyn's best friend. Thanks for watching out for her." I liked her right off the bat, despite the fact that she was probably one of the most beautiful people I'd ever seen. She was open, and the friendliness in her brown eyes was genuine. "So what brings you by, Noelle?" Evelyn asked. "Not that I'm not glad to see you," she rushed to add. "I just stopped by to check on you. I wanted to make sure you weren't alone, and I brought you these." I held the box of pastries out toward her. "I bake, and I figured anything with filling is good for the soul." "I couldn't agree more," she said, pulling open the lid. "These look amazing. You say you baked them yourself? There are half a dozen different kinds in here. Surely you didn't bake all that since the last time I saw you." "No," I said, shaking my head. "I baked for Brew For You, the coffee shop Rayanne mentioned. I baked a ton extra yesterday in preparation for the fair. You'd be amazed at how many we sell during events like this." Sam reached in and pulled out a blueberry turnover, one of my specialties. "Oh my God," she said after she bit into it and chewed a couple times. "This is freaking magical. If you don't mind, I'd love the recipe." I smiled at her unintended pun. They were infused with magic, but it wasn't like I could tell her that. "No problem at all," I said. It had taken me a long time to get that pastry recipe just right, and it was almost as good without my mojo. "Mr. Rowan," I said, turning toward her father. He was, after all, one of the reasons I was there. "I'm sorry for your loss." I watched his face carefully for any expression that shouldn't be there and turned my BS meter on high. "Thank you, Noelle," he said with just the right amount of emotion. "Nola was a good woman." I picked up the slightest hint of insecurity. "I'm sure she was. How long were you two married?" His lip quirked up in a sad half-smile. 28 years. Things weren't always perfect, but it was a good marriage." Okay, that time he was definitely lying. I also noticed that Sam raised a brow, but quickly schooled her features back into polite interest rather than skepticism. I couldn't exactly call him out on it, though, so I had no choice but to let it slide. I did make a note to tell Hunter about it as soon as I left. I don't know how he may have done it, but I imagine with the money he had, it wouldn't have been too hard to find somebody to poison his wife. Something Ava had just said belatedly caught my attention, mostly because Hunter had said the only thing in Nola's stomach had been the funnel cake. They had to have eaten early if whatever she'd eaten had already passed through, and there was only one place in town besides Brew that was open that early. "So where did you ladies eat breakfast?" I asked. "The diner?" I really hope so, because then I could call Jeannie, the girl who owned the Starlight, and get the scoop on the group dynamics. Ava shook her head. "No, we just met them downstairs for the continental breakfast. Mama didn't even eat. She said she was saving the calories for the fair food. She just had coffee and V8. Why was I not surprised? What did the rest of the women do then? I asked. Even though Miss Satterfield had tracked Ava down quick enough, I doubted they'd been at the fair. This was Keyhole Lake. The only thing that traveled faster than the Ferrari outside was juicy gossip. They could have been anywhere. They'd gone over to the art exhibit. Rosalind has a thing for what she calls rustic sculptures. Sculptures made out of beer cans instantly popped to mind, but somehow I didn't figure that's what she was talking about. I realized I was bordering on nosy and decided to call it a day. I'd gotten what I'd come for, and I was starting to feel bad for putting her through the ringer more than she already had been. "I know you have to be exhausted, so I'll leave you to it," I said, stepping toward the door. "I just wanted to make sure you were okay and that your friend and Dad had made it." That was the truth, just not all of it. She gave me a smile and a quick hug. "Thank you again, Noelle. You've restored my faith in the kindness of strangers, at least a little. That's something we don't always see in the city." I gave her back a quick pat. "Anytime, and if you need anything, just call." We exchanged numbers and I left, wondering what exactly her dad wasn't being straight about. I was so deep in thought, turning the details over and over in my head, that I almost ran straight into Hunter when I stepped off the elevator. "Whoa there, beautiful," he said, smiling at me. "What are you doing here?" No matter how many times I saw him, my heart still gave a little pitter-patter and my belly warmed. "I just want to stop by and make sure Evelyn's people got here, and I brought her some pastries." He raised a brow at me. "And you wanted to scope out her dad?" Heat rushed to my cheeks and I gave him a guilty grin. Maybe that was part of it too. "So what did you learn? Did he set your meter off, or is he straight?" "No," I said. "There's something off, but I don't know what. He made some kind of backhanded comment about how his marriage was good, and I could tell he wasn't telling the truth. Plus, I overheard a weird snippet of conversation. I relayed the exchange between him and Rosalind. "Any idea what she was talking about?" he asked. I shook my head. "Not for sure, but it sounded shady." "Have you not had a chance to talk to any of them yet?" I asked. For that matter, have you even eaten? Yes to the first, no to the second. I talked to her dad a little while ago, but the ladies weren't here either. Then when Jim called about the stomach contents, I ran out to Sam and Callie's to talk to her. She told the story the same as Evelyn did. He paused and looked at his shoes, his standard tell for when he had something to say but didn't think I was gonna like it. But, I prompted. But she says that wasn't the first time she'd interacted with Noelle, though she claims she didn't recognize her when she gave her the funnel cake. Apparently, they were trying to buy the piece of property beside them so they could build a new barn and expand, but a gas company Noelle's firm was representing wanted it too. Callie was livid because the deal was all but sealed when Noelle snuck under the wire and outbid her. No matter how you looked at that, it didn't bode well. So you can see how her making the only thing Noelle had eaten looks really bad. I worried my lip thinking, I'd known Callie since she'd moved to Keyhole Lake a few years before, and she wouldn't even kill a June bug when one got in the house. I'd seen that with my own eyes, so I could hardly see her dumping poison on somebody's funnel cake. If nothing else, she wasn't a stupid woman. He put his hand on my shoulder. Hey, don't worry, okay? We'll figure this out. Surely there was somebody out there with more motive than just a land deal gone wrong. I know, I said. It's just, Callie's a good person, and she's really trying to get this whole funnel cake thing going. They need the money. I didn't feel like I needed to add that she needed her freedom too, and that's what I was worried about the most. Chapter 14. I hadn't been to my shop since that morning, so I decided to pop in and make sure Errol didn't need me to change channels for him. Also, he was going to be wicked peeved at me for not stopping in to give him the details. He did not like hearing gossip secondhand, and even though he was perfectly capable of popping in and asking me himself, he tended to get his feelings hurt if I didn't put forth the effort. I needed to grab the flyers for the auctions the next morning anyway, and they were at the shop. 2 of them had detailed lists of the inventory, so I figured it would be good to look it over and figure out what I might be interested in. The glow of the Coke cooler I'd kept as a holdover from when he ran a sandwich shop out of there shone brightly through the front window, and I smiled. It was still hard to believe I owned my own building. I felt a familiar twinge of guilt that had always accompanied the pride of ownership. If Errol hadn't been murdered, I wouldn't have been able to buy it. Of course, at the time, we'd assumed the previous sheriff had just run him out of town. It wasn't until we were doing a walkthrough of the place after I'd bought it that we'd learned what had really happened. That's a story for another time, but trust me when I say it came with a ton of mixed emotions. "Hey!" I called as I unlocked the door and pushed my way in. "Yoo-hoo! Are you here, Errol?" He usually met me at the door, but since he'd taken to going to movies and hanging out with some other fellow living impaired movie buffs, he wasn't in the shop 24/7 like he'd been for the first year he'd been dead. I was bent over pulling flyers from under the counter when he popped in. "Hey," he said, and I jumped, almost hitting my head. "What's up? I'm surprised you're here this late." "I just stopped by to grab the sale flyers for tomorrow. Did you hear about what happened at the fair today?" He nodded. A shadow crossed his shimmering face. "Yeah, I didn't just hear about it. I was there." I tilted my head. "I didn't see you there." "Oh," he said, waving a hand. "I wasn't there. I mean, I was at the fair. I didn't see her actually go down, but I got there not long after it happened. You were already talking to the daughter, so I left you be. I figured you and Angus would be able to fill me in." He wrung his hands and a tear slipped out of one eye. "Just looking at the poor lamb about broke my heart. It must have been awful for her, and I was afraid it would upset me so much I wouldn't be able to keep quiet." He was one of the most soft-hearted, empathetic people I knew, probably because he had a rough go of it when he'd been alive. One of the reasons Hank, the former D-bag sheriff I mentioned earlier, had a problem with Errol was because Hank and his guys were utter homophobes. They'd made things miserable for Errol the whole time he'd been in Keyhole. "Then it's probably a good thing you stayed away," I said. "The last thing we need to do is present proof of ghosts when she was trying to deal with her mama's murder. That would have been a mess for sure." Norman Sammy, our pet rat, and his girlfriend ran up the little incline I'd made for them and onto the counter. "Hey guys, you hungry?" He gave me a toothy smile and nodded. Sammy, still a little shy around people, was a little more tentative, but she gave me a timid smile too. I reached behind me and pulled a box of goldfish off the shelf and shook a few onto the counter. "You all good on water?" I asked, and he nodded around a mouthful of cracker. Turning my attention back to Errol, I filled him in on what little we'd learned so far. When I got to the part about overhearing the conversation between Rosalind and Mr. Rowan, he held up his hand. "What was she wearing?" he asked, and I rolled my eyes. "Is now really the time to be asking about fashion?" He put a hand on his hip and glared at me. "Okay, first, there's never a bad time to ask about fashion. And second, the only reason I want to know is because I saw a woman matching her description at the carnival right after Miss Rowan died." I told him what she was wearing, and he put his hand on his chin. "Was she carrying an eggplant Hermes Birkin?" "A what?" I had no idea what he was talking about. It was his turn to give me an eye roll that would have sent him over backwards had he been living. "I swear, sometimes I wonder if you're really a girl underneath all that hair. Was she carrying a purple purse?" "Oh," I said, nonplussed. "Yeah, why didn't you just say that?" He huffed out a breath. "I did. Anyway, I saw her at the fair right before the lady died." I thought about that for a minute, trying to reconcile that with what Evelyn had said earlier. "So she wasn't at the art exhibit?" "Nope," he said, shaking his head. "At least not at the time of the murder." "Were there other women with her?" He shrugged. "Not that I saw, but I wasn't paying that much attention. It's possible that she just split off from them to check things out at the carnival," he said. "There are some exhibits on the other side. The official street festival doesn't start till tomorrow, but a lot of the vendors are over there setting up already. Plus," he pointed out, "Evelyn was the one who told you she was at the art hall, so it's not like Rosalind has lied about where she was at." That's true, I suppose. Still, between the weird conversation I'd overheard and her presence at the fair, it was something that needed looking into. "Talk to Hunter first," he said. "Maybe he's had a chance to talk to them by now and will know for sure where she claimed to be." "You're right," I replied, shaking a couple more crackers out onto the counter. "Now, do you want me to put the TV on anything in particular?" He waved a hand. "Just put it on whatever. I'm going out for a while with the movie club. We're going to pop over to the Oldies Theater and see what's playing." I did as he asked, and he started to fade out. "And Noelle?" "Yeah," I said, grabbing my purse and the flyers. "Don't worry. Hunter will figure this out. Everything will be okay." It was times like that I wished I could give him a hug. "Thanks, Errol. Enjoy your movie." Chapter 15. I was running towards something, but I had no idea what. All I knew was I had to get there or something bad would happen. My feet were mirrored in mud, and the air around me was heavy and hard to breathe. The light in the forest was dim, and I could sense movement all around me, menacing things waiting for me to fall. I tried to summon my magic, but it wouldn't come. Rage flared within me, hot and molten. I wanted to strike out, but I couldn't. I couldn't see my enemies, and I couldn't move fast enough to chase them down, even if I could. "Poor Noelle," a voice taunted, and the blonde who had haunted me for months appeared in front of me, just out of reach. "I can't wait to face you. You're weak, all of you. You're never going to make it." "Who are you?" I growled. "If you're so powerful and I'm so weak, Why are you hiding in my dreams?" She laughed, and the hatred in her eyes may have made me take a step back had I not been standing in ankle-deep mud. I rethought that. No, I wouldn't have. I would have smacked the smirk right off her face and made her tell me what was going on. The light shifted and the forest changed to the lake. A wicked storm was blowing, and a tiny pinpoint of light in the middle of it called to me. That couldn't be, though. There was nothing in the middle of the lake. Still, it pulled me, and I had to get to it. "You'll never save her in time," she sneered. "And once I destroy the things you love best, I'll come back and finish you off, too." I jolted awake with a gasp. Sweat was streaming down my face, and my hair was plastered to my head. Kicking off the covers, I swung my legs over the side of the bed and struggled to catch my breath. I wasn't scared. I was pissed. I didn't know who the blonde was, but she'd been coming to me in my dreams for months. In the beginning, my dad had been in them, warning me about something, but he hadn't appeared in a couple of weeks. At first, I thought they were just dreams. After all, he'd walked away from us when I was 12 without so much as a "by your leave," and the ragged look on his face the last time I'd seen him left more questions than answers. Since I shoved all that into the darkest corners of my mind when I was awake, it was natural for it to manifest when I was sleeping. But then the tone had shifted. When it had been Dad coming to me, it had been in a sunlit meadow, and I hadn't felt as much of the darkness that had consumed the most recent ones. I'd kept them mostly to myself for a while because honestly I hadn't thought they'd meant anything. But in the world of witches, there's not really any such thing as coincidences. Powerful witches were being killed just a couple hours away from me, and I was having random nightmares about some evil chick? Nope, that didn't track. The problem was that we hadn't figured out a way to deal with her yet. The unconscious was a tricky place, and you had to be careful when you crawled around in someone else's gourd. It also didn't help that they didn't come every night, or even at the same time of night. Shelby'd slept in my room a few nights, and so had Rayanne. We thought that since we had an open psychic connection, maybe they'd be able to sense what was going on and jump in. But the cowardly blonde stayed away on those nights. That told me a whole lot about her. She liked to taunt me and call me weak when I was asleep, but she wouldn't tell me who she was, she wouldn't confront me face to face in real life, and she wouldn't visit even in my dreams when she knew I'd have backup. Conclusion? She wasn't nearly as powerful as she wanted me to think she was. Chapter 16. I fumbled for my phone to check the time. 4 o'clock. I could try to go back to sleep, which I already knew from experience probably wouldn't happen. Or I could get up and bake. Since I was certain Rayanne would run through what I'd made 2 nights before, I figured I might as well be productive. The wood floor was cool beneath my feet as I padded to the bathroom. Not only did it help wake me up, it also helped ground me. I always felt out of sorts after one of the dreams, which was another reason I felt the urge to bake. It was my therapy, a way to get my zen back. I didn't bother getting dressed after I brushed my teeth and pulled my hair into a haphazard bun since I was just going to get all flowered up anyway. The kitchen was dark and I stopped to yawn and stretch, letting the 2 centuries of love and laughter that was seeped into the walls soothe me. New houses were great, but they were blank slates, devoid of personality. There was just something about a house with a rich history, as long as it was good history at least, and ours had that in spades. I popped a pod into the coffee maker, and just the smell of blueberry-flavored caffeine gave me a jump start. After adding a dollop of cream and some sugar, I pulled the ingredients for my cinnamon rolls from the cabinets and got to work. The process of kneading the dough was where the real magic was. Knead, fold, turn. Knead, fold, turn. I settled into the rhythm and lost myself in the process, letting my mind wander while magic swirled around me and flowed through my hands. That feeling was exactly why I refused to open up a bakery. Keeping brew for you supplied was enough. I didn't want what I loved to turn into something I had to do. By the time I had them rolled out, I was already feeling better. My mind turned to the case as I worked, and I just let the bits and pieces roll around in my head. Sometimes my subconscious made some awesome leaps and connections, but even after I'd worked my way through the cinnamon rolls, 2 batches of muffins, and a double batch of blueberry turnovers, everything was still scattered. I simply didn't have enough info. I wanted to see how the 3 other women who'd come to Keyhole interacted with each other. I haven't even met Rebecca yet, so that was one hole I planned to remedy that day. I'd talked to Hunter first, of course, but in the time he'd been in Keyhole, he'd learned people would often tell me things they wouldn't tell him. I was just another gal hanging out, whereas he was Johnny Law. Even innocent people lied to the cops sometimes, or at least people who were innocent of the crime du jour. Little old innocent me, though, I was a different story. I smiled at that as I sealed up the last turnover. I'd been raised in a small town, so I knew how the gossip train worked. Most of the time, all you had to do was bring it up, then let them talk. Oh my goodness, did you hear about the murder yesterday? Then you were off to the races. Of course, you had to know how to separate the wheat from the chaff, but that wasn't usually a problem. Speaking of gossip, I had an appointment at the Clip and Curl, the local beauty parlor in the hub of Keyhole's gossip mill. Cora Lee, the owner, had eyes and ears everywhere, and chances were good if it happened, she knew about it. She never used it for evil, though, and was quick to nip anything vicious in the bud before it hurt somebody, unless, of course, that person had it coming. While the cinnamon rolls were cooling, I took a quick shower and slapped on some eyeliner and lip gloss. My eyes were a light green, so without at least that much, I looked washed out. I was drizzling the last cinnamon roll with glaze when something out of place caught my eye. The jewelry box I'd gotten for Rayanne was sitting on the counter, and I frowned. It had been tucked away on a shelf in my closet since I'd gotten it, and I couldn't for the life of me think of a reason somebody would have fetched it and set it out in the open. I scooped it up and took it back upstairs, making a mental note to ask Shelby and Gabby about it. The box seemed warmer than it should have, and I ran a curse scan on it for the 10th time. Nothing as usual. It was just my imagination. Since it was Shelby's morning to feed the horses and do the chores, I boxed up the goodies and headed to town. It was only 5:30, so I'd have time to have another cup of coffee and a bite to eat with Ray before she opened up. After the night I'd had, a giant cup of Loca Mocha would be just what the doctor ordered. My phone rang as I pulled out of the driveway, and my mind instantly went to where every person's does when they get a call at that time of day. Something was wrong. And I was right. Camille's face was splashed across my screen, so I pulled over and answered it. Hi, Camille. Is everything okay? No, Noelle, it's definitely not. I need you to double down on your wards and make sure Shelby and Ray are never alone. Terror and rage warred within me before she'd even explained herself. Whatever it was, she believed my family was truly in danger, or she'd have never told me to do that. And whoever was threatening a single hair on their heads would have the wrath of me dumped on them like a ton of bricks. When I caught up with them. What's going on? I asked, my voice sharper than I'd meant for it to be. We've had another murder. She delved into the details, and I listened carefully, waiting for the part that affected my family. The worst part about this, aside from losing a damn fine woman, is what her specialty was. And what was that? I asked, dread slithering down my spine. She was both a medium and a healer. In fact, she was reprimanded several years ago for pushing the boundaries of her healing a little too far. She'd been working on an immortality elixir, and for obvious reasons, the council shut her down. She didn't have any ill intent, but you can see where it could cause problems. So that's definitely no bueno, I said. But what makes you think it has anything to do with us? She pulled in a deep, weary breath and released it. Because she left a message for you on the wall. Tell Noelle I'll see her soon. I wanted to smash my phone against the steering wheel in frustration. But I knew all that would get me was, a smashed up phone. Instead, I thanked her for the warning. And you may as well know I had another dream last night. I explained it to her and she paused. I gave her a few seconds to think. What do you think it means? She asked. The exact question that had been plaguing me since the second or third dream. I have no idea. Is it the same dream you've been having? I shrugged even though she couldn't see me. Sort of. They're not always the same, but they seem to run to only two themes. Sometimes she's just taunting me with veiled threats. Other times she's taken something from me, though I have no idea what. They're always vague. I don't like it, she said. Keep me posted on anything that goes down. Okay, one other thing. I've gotten the feeling somebody's been watching me again since I talked to you last. There's nothing to be done for that, but now you know. She sighed. I'm glad Em's going to her dad's this weekend. Yeah, I said. Me too. Are you going to be around? Probably. There's nothing I can do here which makes me absolutely insane. This has been going on for months, and so far, we don't have a clue, other than they seem to be zoomed in on you. But I still don't see how it all ties together. That in itself was a big deal because the council consisted of some of the most powerful witches in the world. I tried to gather my thoughts, but there was only one logical conclusion. If we go down, they can make a grab for the council. You're powerful, but so are the witches they've been picking off. What they're not counting on, though, is we're not lone witches. And if they come for one of us, they're going to get us all. And that would be a huge mistake on their parts. The problem was, I wasn't willing to risk Shelby, or even Rayanne for that matter, getting so much as a magical scratch. Not on my watch. Chapter 17. I parked in the back of Brew For You, but texted Rayanne before I got out of the truck. I was a lot of things, but stupid wasn't one of them. Arrogant, sometimes, but I'd made the mistake of underestimating people before, and I wasn't about to do it now. Walking in a dark alley 2 hours before anybody else was even out of bed was asking for trouble. Lavanna, a witch who'd come into our lives in a miraculous way, had shown up early for work, so there was plenty of magical firepower. They met me at the truck and helped me carry in the 6 boxes of fresh pastries. It's a good thing you brought these, Ray said once we were inside. A quick glance at the case told me why. A lone strawberry muffin sat in one corner, looking especially lonely in the bright glare of light from the case. Holy cow, I said. I just stocked that yesterday. I know, she replied, and the fair didn't even start till 11 yesterday morning. Lavanna flicked her wrist to open the case, then flicked it again to open the boxes and set the pastries to lining themselves up neatly inside. I snatched 2 blueberry muffins and an orange cranberry one as they floated by, set them on napkins at the end of the gleaming black faux marble bar, then made myself a monster cup of coffee. Anybody else? I asked before I wiped off the frother. Nope, Ray said. We just filled up. I sat down in front of the orange cranberry muffin and peeled off the wrapper while the other 2 joined me. Any news on the murder? Lavanna asked as she bit into her breakfast. Nope, I said, though I did overhear an interesting conversation between Mr. Rowan and Rosalind, one of the women who came down with Evelyn and Nola. I replayed what I'd heard. Did you get the chance to talk to her directly? I shook my head. No, but I did meet Mr. Rowan, and there's something off about him. He seems nice enough, but I have a feeling his marriage wasn't all unicorns and rainbows. Lavanna shrugged. Nobody's is, and if they say it is, they're lying. I've been married for... She paused for a moment, scrunching her forehead. Wow, I guess almost 400 years now, and let me tell you, I love that man to pieces, but we've had our, how do you say it, knockdown dragouts. It's healthy, I think. So maybe they were going through a rough patch, Ray said, chasing down a bite of her muffin with coffee. Maybe, I replied. But do you think that would be enough to set off warning bells? Could be, if he felt guilty about whatever they were arguing about. I suppose. We ate in silence for a few minutes, then I turned the conversation to my dreams and the goings-on Camille had told me about. That's not good, Lavanna said in the understatement of the century. No, Rayanne agreed. Definitely not. We'll stick together here, but what about Shelby? Emma's going to her dad's, right? Yeah, I sighed. I'm not sure what to do about her. I can probably talk her and Cody into coming to the fair with me this afternoon, but I doubt she'll agree to hang with me 24/7. I get that Camille wants Emma out of the line of fire and that Em wants to see her dad, but the timing sucks. Ask her if she wants to pick up an extra shift here, Lavanna said. We can use the extra help if yesterday was any indication. I can ask, I said. She's been moping around the house worried about college, so it would do her good to be busy. Emma stayed the night last night, but she's leaving today, I think. I'll shoot Shell a text. Somebody knocked on the glass and Rayanne jumped. Crap, she said, scooping up her empty muffin paper. It's 5 after and the natives are getting restless. No matter the weather or the season, there were a handful of regulars who showed up at 6 sharp every morning. The shop was a gathering place, sort of the male equivalent of the beauty parlor. Rayanne always kept the shades drawn until she switched the sign from closed to open. After all, it wouldn't do for one of our old-timers, or a stranger for that matter, to peek in and see muffins floating through the air, or mops and brooms taking care of business on their own. I stuck around long enough to see them through the initial rush. Coralie didn't open until 8, but I didn't dare stay longer than a quarter till, since I was her first appointment of the day. Belle, the former owner and current resident ghost of the Clip and Curl, frowned upon tardiness, claiming being fashionably late was already built into the schedule. If I showed up so much as a minute past my appointment time, she'd preach at me for 15 minutes. It was easier to just show up early. Before I left Brew, I made 2 coffees and stuffed a few pastries in a bag. Coralie made the best brownies on the planet, but that was about as far as her culinary skills went, and caffeine was always welcome. I had to hurry, but managed to push through the door at exactly 2 minutes till. Good morning, sugar, Coralie said, smiling as I handed her a coffee. She was in her mid-40s, though you'd never guessed it except for her style. She was stuck a bit in the 80s, complete with the giant, immovable beach blonde hair. Somehow, though, she pulled it off. I'd seen her go through windstorms and make it through without a hair out of place. Elise, her nail girl and backup stylist, blew her bangs off her forehead and took the cup from me like it was a life raft and she was drowning. I arched a brow at her. Rough night? You ain't kidding, she said, taking the lid off the cup and blowing on it. First, my toilet backed up, and I had to get Floyd Jeffers to come out and fix it because everybody else was busy. She shuddered. Floyd wasn't a bad guy, but I'm pretty sure he was a founding member of the Plumbers Crack Initiative. Plus, he had a tendency to talk to your boobs. He wasn't dangerous, and he was a good plumber, but he was an annoying pain in the backside. And, if that wasn't bad enough, my sister comes over on Friday nights for a movie night. Only this time, instead of bringing beer and pizza, she brought 2 bottles of wine and chocolate. Her man ditched her for the truck pulls again, and she's talking about ending it with him. She held up the cup. So, yeah, I need this in my life right now. A vat of it, but this is a good start. I offered her a pastry, but pulled the bag back when she went a little green around the gills. She cringed and held up a hand. Definitely later, but the coffee's good for now. Coralie grinned and shook her head. Maybe we should give her a few minutes. I have you booked for a haircut and mani-pedi, so I'll cut your hair first. She gave my hair a critical once-over. It's getting hot. You sure you don't want some bangs? Belle popped in right then and slammed her hands on her ample hips. Are you out of your mind? You go cutting bangs in her hair, and I'll have Addie come over here and sing from morning till night. Trim it up and leave it alone. Coralie scowled at her. That's a horrible threat. I'd never get any work done and my ears would be bleeding after 2 minutes. It was just a suggestion. I think she'd look cute with some baby dolls framing her eyes. I climbed into the chair and lifted my hair while she wrapped the cape around me. I agree with Belle this time, Coralie. I'm not a bangs kind of girl. My hair was thick, curly, and had a personality as loud as its red hue. Sometimes I felt like I needed a whip and chair to tame it. Bangs would require daily straightening, and even then they'd frizz up inside of an hour, especially in the heat. I had no idea what she was thinking. I gave her the side eye. You okay? You always told me to leave my hair exactly as it is. She lifted a shoulder but didn't look me in the eye. I'm fine, just sometimes it's good to mix it up a little. I met Belle's eyes in the mirror, and she looked as puzzled as I felt. Her beehive hair tilted to the side a little as she studied her prodigy. I'm calling baloney. What's going on? Coralie sighed as she pumped up the chair and spun me around so I could lean back in the sink. I don't know, she said. I just wonder sometimes if I'm marching in place. I've lived here all my life. I've never been on a real vacation other than the cruise we went on last year. I've never been married, not that I want to be, but still. I didn't have kids. I've never even had another job before this, unless you count the 2 years I worked at the Starlight way back when I was in school. I feel like life's passed me by a little, I guess. Belle was more prone to taking the matter-of-fact, cowgirl-up approach, but this time her face went soft. Oh, sugar, don't you think all of us go through that? I know I did. Lordy, I should have seen this coming. It's normal to hit the halfway point and look back at where you started and compare it to where you're at. Or more like, where you thought you'd be. Coralie took a few moments to wet down my hair, and several expressions flitted across her face. To my tremendous surprise, her eyes welled up with tears. She picked up the shampoo bottle, then turned to Belle. So what did you do? I made a list, Belle said with a decisive nod. First, I wrote down all the things I hadn't crossed off my bucket list. Things I thought I missed out on because I was wallowing a bit. But then I wrote down all the things I had done. Then I went over the bucket list and picked the things that were important to me and could still be done. Then went about doing them. Oh, Coralie said, squirting a blob of shampoo into her hands and rubbing them together. I think I remember that. Is that when you took off to Colorado to go skiing, then went to Paris a few months later? Yup, Belle said as Coralie worked the shampoo through my hair, her acrylic nails massaging my scalp. Then, after I'd done most of them, I realized I was darned happy with where I was at. And at the root of it, I'd done the really important stuff. Built a good career, made a nice circle of friends, made a cozy home for myself. But that list did me good. I stopped staring all moon-eyed at the grass on the other side of the fence, wondering if I'd bought the wrong house. Coralie was quiet for a while and seemed happier by the time she rinsed the conditioner from my hair. That's what I'm going to do then, she said as she squeezed the water from my tresses with a towel. I'm going to make me a list, then I'm going to tell Buddy we're going to do some traveling and adventuring. She turned to Elise. You can handle the shop when I'm gone, right? Elise looked a little less green, and some of the color was returning to her face, but she was still hovering a little close to death's door for long-term commitments. Ask me tomorrow, she said. Right now, I'm barely handling sitting upright. She smiled. But you know I always got your back. Do what you gotta do. And that apparently was how we handled midlife crises and Keyhole. Together, just like we handled every other type. Chapter 18. When I left Coralie's, I felt better. There was just something about a good haircut and a mani-pedi that made everything okay, at least for a little while. My phone rang right as I was leaving. It was Anna Mae. We'd planned to meet up at 9:30 at Rayanne's so we could do breakfast before the first auction started at 11, but she was running late. That was okay with me, though. I hadn't seen Hunter the night before, so I decided to check to see if he could take some time off for lunch. He had a tendency to neglect himself when he threw himself into a case, so I figured a sandwich and a cup of coffee would do him good. I checked my watch. I would have rather gone to the Cheshire Cat, the local sports bar, because it was right across the street from the courthouse, but it didn't open until 10. I decided to see if Hunter could take the time to go to the Starlight. As always, when I stepped into the cool interior of the courthouse, the sense of history steeped into the building settled over me. My boots clacked against the gray marble floors, echoing through the grand entryway as I made my way to the back of the building where the sheriff's office was housed. Peggy Sue, the pleasantly plump all-in-one receptionist and clerk of court, was seated at her desk reading a Cosmo when I pushed through the heavy glass doors. "Hi, sweetie," she said, her cornflower blue eyes shining at me over the rim of her readers. "Long time no see. How you been?" Peggy Sue and I hadn't gotten along much until Hank, the former sheriff, had bitten the big one via a poisoned pie. She'd always been sour and cranky before that, but once she was free to do her job without having to rip people off, her disposition had changed overnight. Even now, a year later, it was a little jarring to see her smile rather than scowling. "I'm doing good, Peggy Sue. How about you? How's your ankle?" She'd taken a nasty fall over the winter and had been a little slow to heal. She stuck out a chubby leg and twisted her foot. "Fine as frog hair. It barely even twinges anymore." "Good," I said. "Is Hunter in his office?" "He sure is. Your timing is perfect. That dead lady's husband and daughter just left." She wrinkled her brow. "The girl's a peach. Her daddy, not so much. Why, he barely responded when I offered my condolences." "I wouldn't worry too much about it, Peggy. They're city folks." "True enough," she replied, then motioned behind her toward Hunter's office. "Go on back. I'm willing to bet he'll be glad to see you. See if you can get him out of the office for a bit. I know he's got this murder to solve, but he hardly left yesterday except to go interview some folks, and was already here when I came in this morning." "That's exactly why I'm here." I headed around her desk and toward his office. "Have you eaten? I'm going to see if he wants to go to the diner. We can grab you something if you want." "Nah," she replied. "I made pot roast last night, so I have leftovers. Thanks for offering, though." The dull gray industrial carpet muffled my footsteps, so Hunter didn't hear me approach. He had a folder open and was flipping through the pages in it. I leaned against the doorframe and smiled. "How many times have you read that?" I asked. He looked up and gave me a tired smile. His dark hair was standing up a little, no doubt from where he'd run his hands through it a dozen times. "Only about 100, but I keep feeling like I'm missing something." "How so?" I asked. "Anything in particular or just an overall gut feeling?" "I just don't understand how she was poisoned since she hadn't had anything at all to eat or drink other than the funnel cake and a couple bottles of sealed water they'd picked up at 7-Eleven before they'd even gone to the fair. That's the biggest strike against Callie right now." "Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me either," I said. "You're not looking at Callie, though, are you?" His face grew serious. "About that, I sort of have to." That surprised me, and not in a good way. "Why? You know as well as I do that she would never do something like that. She didn't even know Nola." He shifted in his chair and looked away from me. "That's not strictly true," he said. "Remember, she bought Callie's land right out from under her." "That's awful thin," I said. "Why would Callie hold a grudge over something like that?" He lifted a shoulder and sighed in frustration. "It wouldn't be so bad if Nola were just an average person, but she's not. Her husband has a lot of pull and apparently golfs with Judge Tanner. He's pushing for a fast resolution, and Callie's handy." He huffed a breath out through his nose. "She's more than handy. She had motive and she had means. And so far, the funnel cake is the only way Nola could have ingested the poison. From an outside perspective, it seems open and shut." "But not when you know Callie," I pointed out. "Yeah, but they don't," he said, raking his fingers through his hair. And that's the rub. It looks bad even to me, and I know she's innocent. Does Callie know? He shook his head. I haven't told her yet, but I think she's got a clue. When I went out to see her yesterday, she was pretty miserable. To her credit, she came clean about knowing Noelle. And what about the other women? Did you get anything useful from them? He rolled his eyes. Yeah, they're all set to do their own season of Real Housewives. If I have to hear the expression, I just love her to death, but one more time, I'm gonna shoot somebody. I laughed. Okay, first, it disturbs me deeply that you know enough about that show to make a comparison. And second, aren't you glad now that you live in a small town? Rumors fly, but if you really need to suss out the truth, it's not hard to do. Living in a fishbowl has its advantages, at least once you're in the inner circle. He raised a brow at me. I've been here a year, and I'm still not sure I'm in that club. I flapped a hand. Of course you are. Everybody loves you. I propped a hip on his desk. Now tell me, what do the lovely ladies of Atlanta have to say about each other? Rosalind Satterfield had something to say about everybody, but there was one main takeaway. Rosalind and Nola Rowan were fighting because Nola had pulled a big case from Rosalind's husband, which equated to about $100,000 in billable hours, and probably 10 times assuming he stays with the firm. I whistled. That's a lot of bad will right there. What did Rosalind have to say? He pinched the bridge of his nose and squinted. She brushed it off, said it was just business and he had too many other cases on his plate to worry about one. He paused. It's so hard to get a reading on her, what with all the Botox. It's like talking to an entitled, snobby mannequin. I laughed at the visual. Well, you're not going to solve it in the next hour based on what you have. Let's go get some breakfast. Glancing at his phone, he nodded. I'm starving, and you're right. Right now, I have zilch. I need some perspective. His stomach growled and I smiled. You need food. Your brain doesn't work without fuel, so come on. Let's get you bacon-powered. Chapter 19. We left the back way after he let Peggy know he was going out, and it didn't take us long to get to the diner. I groaned when I saw the full lot. I'd forgotten about the fair, and the Starlight was the only decent place to grab breakfast on this side of town. There was only space at the counter, so rather than wait for a table, we snagged 2 of the stools. They were a little close to the door and cash register, but we were there for the eggs, not the ambiance. Jeannie, the owner, greeted us as she flitted past carrying a plate of sausage gravy and biscuits in one hand and a coffee pot in the other. I'll be right with y'all in one shake, she said, pausing long enough to fill the coffee cups already positioned at our spots. You just want your regulars? We nodded and she gave us a brief smile before she took off again. Wow, I said as I emptied 4 of the little creamer cups into my coffee along with 2 packets of sugar. I always forget how busy everybody gets when we have something going on in town. My eyes scanned the restaurant and I tilted my head. Who's that woman eating with Eveline and Samantha? I asked and he turned his head. I could only see them in profile since they were sitting at the table in the middle of the room, but the woman didn't strike me as corporate shark type. Like Rosalind, she was dressed well, but unlike her, this woman had obviously chosen to age well rather than fight it. From the creases at the corner of her eyes and the beginnings of lines in her forehead, I put her in her early 40s. Oh, Hunter answered after taking a sip of his coffee. That's Beatrice, one of the women that came down with them. I spoke with her yesterday, and she seems to be the only decent one in the group. I watched them for a few moments. Evelyn was obviously having a little trouble maintaining her composure. The woman reached into her purse and pulled out a little pack of tissues and handed them to her, compassion etched on her face. Yeah, that certainly wasn't something I'd expect Rosalind to do. I was glad at least one of the people with her, besides Samantha, of course, was being kind to her. After just a few minutes, Jeannie slid our plates in front of us. Got the hubby on the ball this morning. she said, smiling as she pulled the mustard bottle from under the counter and handed it to me. He fried up a ton of bacon and sausage before the rush hit, so it don't take long to turn it around. One of the benefits of 30 years of experience. Her family had owned the diner for 3 generations, and I'd never gotten a bad meal there. She filled up our coffees, then set about her way again. I shook my head. Before I'd opened my shop, I waitressed at Bobby Sue's. Waitressing hadn't exactly been what I'd wanted to do with my life, but it had paid the bills. I'd gone to school to be a crime scene tech, but had gotten so homesick that I'd moved back home after I graduated from UGA. Since I couldn't stand the idea of working for Hank at the sheriff's office, waitressing had been about the only option. Jobs weren't exactly plentiful in Keyhole Lake, so you took what you could get. I wasn't sure how Jeannie'd done it for nearly 3 decades, but she seemed to love it. I was glad, too, because if it weren't for the diner, our choice of restaurants would have been slim indeed. Becky, the 3rd girl in Shelby's little posse and Janine's daughter, twisted and turned her way through the crowd with a coffee pot in one hand and a water pitcher in the other, smiling when she saw us. Hey, guys! Taking a few minutes out of crime solving to have a bite to eat? Yeah, I said, smiling back. I had to kidnap him from the courthouse before he starved to death or died from living on convenience store mystery meats. She shuddered. Gross. How's the investigation going? Hunter shook his head. Slow. I'm working on it, though. Callie and Sam came in for supper last night, she said, sliding the coffee pot onto the counter. She barely picked at her plate. She feels awful, and she's scared she's going to go to jail for it. I glanced up at her as I smeared mixed berry jelly on my toast, feeling guilty. I hate that she's going through that. She was so excited about getting the food truck up and running. Janine stopped beside us while we talked. She nodded, her expression a little sad. I know. She planned to shut down for good, but I convinced her to get her butt back out there. They need the money, and she didn't do anything wrong. I'm glad you did, Hunter said. I'm doing my best to clear her. Janine hustled away, filling coffee cups and clearing dirty dishes as she zigzagged through the dining room, and we ate in silence for a few minutes. Hunter must have been starved because he was mopping up the last of his egg and gravy before I was even halfway through. I'd just stuffed a bite of bacon into my mouth when somebody tapped me on my shoulder. Sorry to interrupt your breakfast, Evelyn said when I glanced over my shoulder. I was telling Beatrice here about how nice you were to me yesterday and she wanted to meet you. The woman they'd been eating with gave me a small smile. It's a pleasure to meet you, she said, her expression open and friendly and not at all like the other 2 women I'd met. I'm glad you were with Evelyn. We looked for her, but by the time we got to the scene where it happened, she was already gone. I was worried. It was no problem at all, I said for lack of anything better. It was a horrible situation. An awkward silence settled in and she cleared her throat. Well then, thank you, and we'll let you get back to your meal. They said their goodbyes and wandered out the door after they paid their check. That girl, Janine said. She was in here 2 nights ago with the other 3. You know, that Rosalind woman, the murdered lady, and another woman I'd never seen before. I felt awful for her because it was obvious the others didn't get along so great. There was barely a civil word between them, and it seemed like every time I went past, she was trying to smooth things over. Mostly between the dead woman and that Rosalind. I only know her name because she insisted on paying. Hunter's gaze shot to her as he swiped a piece of bacon off my plate. Nobody mentioned they weren't getting along, at least not anything specific. Did you happen to overhear what they were talking about? She shook her head and slid our check onto the counter. No, she said. They weren't really arguing, more like they were just being catty to each other. It's a cinch there was no love lost between them, though. Did you pick up any tension between them? I asked Hunter as he dug some bills out of his wallet. I talked to them separately, he replied. I haven't seen them as a group. It looks like that's the thing to do, though, because so far, all I have is a bunch of snooty people all pointing their fingers at each other. Well, it seems like you're going to have to go through another round of Murderous Housewives of Atlanta at least once more, I said and snickered. Keep it up, he said, snatching my last piece of bacon and shaking at me. You think it's so funny? I may just find I need my assistant to sit through the interviews with me. We'll see how your brain is after listening to them for 3 hours. Hard pass, I said, plucking the bacon from his fingers and popping it in my mouth. I have junk to dig through and treasures to find, so you're on your own. But let me know how it works out. He scowled, but then he gave me a quick peck. It's a good thing you're cute. Chapter 20. 20 minutes later, Anna Mae rushed into Rayanne's in a whirlwind. Good Lord, Noelle, I'm so sorry. Her pixie face was flushed, and her platinum bob swung around her face as she slung her ginormous slouch bag up on the counter. You wouldn't believe the day I've had already. I'm having the driveway refinished, and they parked right in front of the garage, then left to go get supplies I was parked in, seeing as how I didn't want tar all over my car. She shook her head. Yesterday, Matt had to come pick me up because they didn't bother to tell me that the end of the drive was going to be too wet to drive over for several hours. Honestly, why they wouldn't start at the top and work their way to the bottom is beyond me. It's all good, I said, smiling. It was a rare thing to see her in a tizzy, and I pitied anybody who got on the wrong side of her. She was all of 5'2" and $110, but I'd seen her take down a grown man with one kick, after demolishing his monster truck with a bat. In her defense, the guy was a murderer. He'd had it coming to him, and I was glad to see her dole it out, but I was a little worried about the pavers. She pulled in a calming breath. It is now. You ready to go digging through junk? She owned a little thrift shop and antique store called Things Remembered, whereas I bought mostly junk pieces and upcycled them into an entirely new piece. She mostly looked for stuff that was ready to flip. She didn't mind doing some cleaning or refinishing, but that was about it. She also bought retro clothing. I'd been surprised to find how popular it was. Heck yeah, I said. Hunter's threatening to make me sit in while he interviews those women from Atlanta, so I want to be as far away as possible. Rayanne slid 2 iced coffees across the counter to us. Here's a pick-me-up for the road. Thanks, I said, grateful. The lack of sleep was starting to catch up with me already, and it was only 10. I probably should have gone for a lighter breakfast, but that was spilled milk. I drove since Anna Mae drove what amounted to a matchbox car. It was gorgeous, but not exactly something we could haul furniture in. I was glad we'd scheduled the pickup for today rather than tomorrow because I didn't want Shelby to be alone. Emma had come over the night before and wasn't leaving till later that afternoon to see her dad. I'd be back in plenty of time. The first auction was a bust. They had plenty of nice things, but it was all way too rich for my blood. Anna Mae picked up some 70s clothes that were in amazing shape and a few pieces of jewelry, but she didn't find much else either. The second auction was more our style. They held it in a huge barn because they were remodeling the inside of the house. It was gorgeous, and I kind of cringed when I saw 2 clawfoot bathtubs sitting outside with auction tags on them. I really hoped they weren't replacing them with the cheap plastic shower tub combos like so many people did. My great-grandmother had those installed, a sad voice said. I looked up to see an elderly ghost gazing lovingly at the bathtubs. They survived 4 generations and the Civil War, and now my money-grubbing grandson is throwing them away like so much rubbish. Sure, the house needed some updating, but he's destroying the soul of it. I gave her a sympathetic look. I knew exactly what she was talking about. Addie had remodeled the farm a couple years before she died, but had been careful to keep the homey feel. He covered the wooden floors my great-grandpappy laid by hand, with that horrid carpet that's just gonna get ruined in a few years. And the kitchen looks like something out of one of them science fiction movies." She sighed. "But what can I do? I'm dead and he's the only one left." I felt for her. "Why did you stay?" I asked after making sure there wasn't anybody else around. "Were the two of you close?" She shook her head. "No, we weren't. He hated it here and never came to visit, but his daughter loved it here. He'd shuttle her here in the summers to get rid of her, but she's only 12. I don't rightly know why I didn't go on to the hereafter. I sure wish I could have, rather than standing helpless witness to this." I wished I could help her, but had found that sometimes there didn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to why some people stayed and some went. "Are they moving here?" I asked, and she nodded. "I worry about Cece. That's my great-granddaughter. She's a sensitive girl, and he's often off traveling for work." I knew Addie'd stay behind because she was worried about us, and I wondered if that's what had bound this woman here, too. I said as much, and she thought about it. "You may be right. At any rate, I'm here, so I may as well make the best of it." "You know," I said, "there's quite the post-living community in Keyhole. Maybe you should get to know them. They'd be good company for you." Some of the worry faded from her face. "You mean I'm not the only one?" "Oh, no," I said, smiling. "Not by a long shot." I started to send her to the Clip and Curl to talk to Belle, but stopped myself. If for some reason she and Belle hadn't gotten along, I'd never hear the end of it. "I know they go to the theater on Oldies night. Maybe you can meet up with some of them there." "Thank you," she said. "I sure would like to get away from all this, at least until I've had a chance to get used to it all. A good movie would be nice." She faded away, and Anna Mae shot me a curious look from the other side of the yard. I just smiled and mouthed "later" to her. The auction started, and I picked up quite a few good odds and ends I figured I could put to good use. And Anna Mae bought an armoire, some antique jewelry, and some dresses that looked to have been from the 20s or 30s. I was looking at a box of miscellaneous jewelry that hadn't sold and pulled out a heart-shaped locket on a delicate gold chain. It was beautiful. The ghost appeared before me again. "That was my mama's," she said. "Would you mind terribly taking it? My granddaughter should have had it, but I'd like to know it's going to somebody who will appreciate it." "I will," I said, "and I'm honored." We were waiting for them to load the armoire when the hair on the back of my neck stood up and a shiver ran down my spine. I scanned the crowd to see who was staring at me. Unlike the other times, I didn't come up empty. The woman from my dreams was standing beside the barn, and I had the feeling she'd meant for me to see her this time. The hatred and disdain on her face were enough to make my blood run cold, and I pulled the one tool out of my arsenal that I'd only intentionally used once. I froze time. Everybody around me stopped, Anna Mae included. The two men beside me had been flipping a coin over a gold pocket watch, and the quarter hovered in midair. The woman, though, sneered at me, and I noticed she was a little fuzzy around the edges. Unless I missed my guess, she wasn't really there. She was projecting. "Interesting trick," she said, "but not good enough." Her gaze locked with mine, and the intensity of her hostility nearly sent me back a step. "It's almost time, Noelle. We're all coming for you. All of you." She snapped her fingers and disappeared. Chapter 21. I yanked my phone out of my pocket and speed-dialed Shelby. When she didn't answer, I about lost my mind. I tried Emma, then Cody, but none of them answered. I tried reaching out to her through our psychic link, but still no answer. Ray was next. "Have you seen Shelby?" I asked without so much as a hello. "No, why?" I explained what had just happened. "I'm on it," she said. "Did you try calling her through the link?" "Yes, no answer." "Calm down. You know she doesn't always answer, especially if they're on the motorcycle." She was doing her best to stay rational, but I could hear panic seeping into her tone, too. "I'll do a run through the carnival lot, then head to the lake. Surely if she's out and about, she's at one of those two places." "There are only so many places to check. If she and Cody are out on the bike, though..." "I'll call Matt," I said, referring to our friend who lived in the apartment above the garage. "See if maybe they were there. He'll know if they left on the bike. Emma doesn't leave till later this afternoon, though, so she should still be with them." "Maybe," she replied, "but I'd rather not take that chance." Angus and Trouble chose that moment to appear. Trouble loved watching me work and often gave me some great suggestions. I'd told her Anna Mae and I were going to auctions, so I wasn't surprised to see her. She was much more considerate than Addie was about it. She always faded in slowly rather than just popping in. "Hey, Noelle," she said. "Did you find anything good?" "Oh, thank goodness you're here, Trouble. Can you do me a huge favor? Can you find Shelby for me? Tell her to contact me immediately. It's an emergency." Confusion then concern crept across her face. "Sure thing. What's wrong? You're scaring me a little." The witch who's been in my dreams just appeared here. I need to make sure she's safe." "I'll be right back." This time she didn't fade out politely. She just vanished. 30 seconds later, she reappeared. "She was taking a nap," she said. "Emma just left and Cody had to go help Will with something." I growled. I specifically told her not to be alone. "I know, sweetie, but calm down. She's fine. Rayanne's on her way there now, and Addie's waiting with her." Though I loved my ghostly aunt dearly, she had no magical powers of her own. "Did you tell her what had happened?" "I did, so she's on high alert." "And Aunt Beth, we need to tell her." She nodded. "Have you called Camille yet?" "Miss," one of the auction guys interrupted what I'm sure they thought was a nervous breakdown, with me standing there talking to thin air. Fortunately, I didn't give two shakes what he thought of me. If I'd had my druthers, I would have taken my chances apparating right then and there. But I hadn't practiced that enough to be confident I wouldn't leave part of me behind. "What?" I said, spinning towards him. "We've got your stuff loaded, so if you could move your truck, I'd be grateful." I felt bad for snapping at him and pulled a 10 out of my purse. "Sure thing. I'm sorry I was short." He smiled at me, though it was of the variety you gave to people who'd gone off their rockers. "No sweat. Everybody has one of those days sometimes." I handed him the 10 and thanked him, then climbed into the truck. Anna Mae was already inside. "You okay, sugar? You look like death." "Not so much," I said, then explained to her what had happened. "I wish Shelby would have just apparated to Rayanne's. If somebody attacks now, she's a sitting duck." Anna Mae scoffed. "She's far from a sitting duck. In case you've forgotten, she has all that regular magic and angel magic, too." "Yeah, but she's young." Plus, she was my baby sister. I worried my lip as we pulled onto the main road. Thankfully, we were only 15 minutes or so outside of town, so it wouldn't take us long to get there. I drove as fast as I could without dumping the armoire out of the back of the truck. The last thing I needed was to kill somebody with a 200-pound piece of furniture on my way to save somebody else. "Can you call Camille?" I asked. "Let her know what happened?" "Sure thing," she said, pulling out her phone. Camille didn't even bother to ask any questions after Anna Mae told her the woman in my dreams had appeared. "I'm popping to the farm now," she said, using the term literally. She was one badass witch with several cool skills in her pocket, including the ability to apparate from one place to another. Shelby and Emma could both do it too, and I wished I'd invested more time in mastering it. The couple of times I'd done it, I'd tossed my cookies from the most insane motion sickness I'd ever experienced. So I determined that wasn't the mode of travel for me. Now I was cursing that decision, but I wouldn't do her any good if I left half of myself behind because I was stressed. I felt tremendously better knowing Camille was already there, though. I knew for a fact that if the two of them together couldn't hold down the fort for 10 minutes, we were doomed. Chapter 22. When we pulled into the farm, Rayanne was already there, and so was Aunt Beth. "Who was it?" Beth snapped. "Did she say?" I was stressed enough that even though I knew she was all snippy because she was scared, it still irritated me. "I don't know. She didn't exactly shake hands and introduce herself. The same woman from my dreams." Camille held out her hands. "Calm down, both of you. Snipping at each other won't do us any good." Unlike us, Camille was one of those witches blessed with a longer than average lifespan. She was well over 300 years old, even though she didn't look a day over 35. I was pleased to see that Rayanne had brought Lavana too. Though she wasn't as powerful as we were, she had a couple unique skill sets. For one, she was skilled with charms, another skill I hadn't developed. Most witches learned them from grimoires passed down to them from their mothers, but apparently, those weren't a thing in the Flynn family. Instead, we only had one, and Aunt Beth kept it. She'd taught all three of us how to craft spells, but we were powerful enough that after we got the hang of infusing our intent, we hadn't needed to learn the tried and true ones in the book. Sure, we'd been practicing over the last few months, but there was only so much you could cram into a day. Rayanne pushed a glass of iced herbal tea into my hand. "Drink that." "What is it?" I asked, giving it a sniff. I didn't want to take anything that would dull my senses. She rolled her eyes at me. "I'm not roofing you. It's my calm-down potion. I recently converted it into an ice blend. And it does a fabulous job of taking the edge off without dulling you, if I do say so myself." I trusted her, so I took a few sips. Unlike some of her potions, this one was delicious. It almost tasted like lemonade, and within just a few sips, my brain slowed down enough for me to actually sort through some of the information I'd been too wound up to process. She raised a brow at me. "See? Not horrible, right?" "Not at all," I said. I shouldn't have been surprised. When it came to herbs, Rayanne and Aunt Beth were the two most skilled witches I knew. "Now," she said, "start at the beginning." I did, being careful not to leave anything out. "Wait a minute," Camille said. "At first you said she was there. Now you're saying she wasn't?" "No," I said. "Or at least, I don't think she was. She was sort of fuzzy around the edges, and she didn't freeze when she should have. I was plenty specific with my intent. As a matter of fact, I sent so much juice into it that I had a hard time restarting it." Camille snapped her gaze to me. "So not good. But we'll deal with that when somebody isn't trying to kill us. But be more careful if you ever have to use it again. It would really suck for you to permanently freeze time in its tracks." I was finally relaxed enough to see the humor in her words. "Yeah, I'll try to avoid that. I'd hate to be the only one walking around for eternity since I assume I'd never age," I said. "I just thought of something. You have all this mind magic. Is it possible for you to see my memories?" She held up a hand and gave me a wary look. "In theory, yes, but it's risky and unpleasant, and it's not something I really want to do." "Yeah, well, it's not exactly something I really want you to do, but I think we should set personal preferences aside. You know, end of the world and all that. Everybody here needs to know who to look out for." "I don't know, Noelle," Shelby said. It was the first thing she'd said since she'd gotten home. "Maybe that's not such a good idea. She said it would be unpleasant. We just need to keep an eye out for some beautiful but scary blonde woman, right? I gave her a sideways glance. As the youngest of us, she tended to be impetuous to the point that I had to grit my teeth against the urge to beat some sense into her on a fairly regular basis. She'd gotten better in the last several months, but she still had a ways to go. I was surprised she was the one being cautious for once. Considering half the women in this town are bottle blondes, I think it's a good idea for everybody to get an exact look. Okay then, Camille said, ending the debate for us. I agree. Noelle, close your eyes and focus on that specific image. She swung 2 chairs around to where they faced each other, then took a seat. I sank into the other one and she put her hand on the side of my face. Now focus. I did as she asked, doing my best to freeze the image of the woman in a lock frame. I felt like somebody was sliding an ice cube through my brain, and I cringed. Try to stay relaxed, Camille said. Like I said, it's unpleasant, but it won't hurt unless you stay tensed. Yeah, no worries at all then. I took a couple of deep breaths and willed myself to relax. The icy sensation continued and grew into a pins and needles feeling. Almost like somebody was running sandpaper across my brain. Okay, Camille said after a few minutes. I think I have it. Just stay still for a few more moments so I can back out. The sensation decreased, and when the last traces of it disappeared, she removed her hand from my face and I opened my eyes. Quick, she said, frowning. Give me a piece of paper. I grabbed a sketchbook Shelby kept in a drawer of the curio and handed it to her, and she took it, flipping it open to a new page. She closed her eyes and moved her hand over the page, and I gasped a little when a face started to form. Within just a couple moments, the face of the woman who'd been haunting my dreams appeared in vivid color in front of me. Once the picture was finished, she laid the book in the center of the dining room table where everybody could see it. Addie and Aunt Beth sucked in a breath. What? I said. Do you recognize her? We do, Addie declared. But it's not possible. She's dead. Are you sure? Shelby asked, skeptical. Positive, Beth said, her face grim. We killed her ourselves. Chapter 23. I'm pretty sure my eyebrows shot into my hairline. Say what now? Leticia Blackwell was the leader of the rebellion back when we were forming the Witches' Council, Beth said. She didn't want anybody looking over her shoulder, mostly because she thought witches should practice openly, humans be damned. And she wasn't exactly kissing puppies and shooting rainbows out of her wand. She looked 10 years older than she had when she'd shown up. It was self-defense, though, Addie rushed to add. She's one of the witches who attacked Beth. That's when Shelby's magic was blocked. Okay, then, I said, trying to puzzle it out but coming up blank. So if she's dead, how is she haunting me? Addie shook her head, her expression troubled. I have no idea. But we do know one thing for certain. She's dead. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Camille'd been quiet, but she pulled the notebook to her. Noelle, you're absolutely certain this is the woman in your dreams and the one you saw today. I nodded. Beyond a shadow of a doubt. Her face was pinched in concentration. Then I need to go. I have to check this myself. She pushed from the chair and snapped her fingers, disappearing. So what now? Shelby asked, chiming in for the first time. Now we wait to see what Camille finds, Addie replied, and we stick together. She scowled in frustration. I hate this. There's absolutely nothing I can do if you girls get into trouble. It's not like a ghost is going to scare a witch. They know we're powerless. Not powerless, Beth said, compassion softening her face. You can get one of us. You can distract her long enough for us to gather a spell or run for it. I shook my head. No way we're running. Beth shook her finger. You listen here, young lady. If you're caught by yourself, engaging can get you killed. Trust me, I know. Shelby's lips turned up in a small smile, and Addie gave her the side eye. Something funny about this to you? Don't get any ideas in your head about being a hero. You may have some serious mojo, but you ain't invincible. There's nothing funny about this, she said. As a matter of fact, it's been a long time coming. I tilted my head, wondering what she meant by that. Though she'd definitely grown up a lot in the last year, she was still a little impetuous. That came from being young and powerful. I worried she was thinking about doing something stupid, then realized this woman, if it was somehow really her, had done Shelby wrong. Her life had been a living hell because of the block on her magic. Then the council had almost bound her powers for good. They would have if Camille hadn't intervened. Shelby could hold a grudge with the best of them, and that scared me. Don't do anything reckless, Shelby. We can get through this, but we have to do it together. Of course, she said. I'm going to the carnival. It's packed with people, so I doubt anybody's planning to attack me there. You can wait 10 minutes for me to get ready. I have to pick up Justin and take him anyway. I'll meet you there, she called over her shoulder. Come on, Cody. Let's go get some cotton candy, then hit the rides. He glanced back and forth between us, torn. After a few seconds, he shook his head. She was already out the door, her sandals slapping across the porch. I'll stick with her, he said, glancing after her. And if anything at all happens, I'll call you, Addie. I can't let her go alone. I wanted to yank Shelby back inside by her hair and lock her in her bedroom, but I knew from previous experience that wouldn't work. I started after her, a million ways things could go sideways drifting through my head. I nodded at him. Thanks, Cody. You're a good guy. If you get so much as a whiff of something out of place, call Addie. Of course, he said, then ducked out of the room, hot on her tail. I glanced at the remaining women in the room. Rayanne looked as confused and frustrated as I felt, while Aunt Beth and Addie shared the same concerned looks. Rayanne, Beth said, it looks like you're going to the carnival this afternoon. Until we figure this out, nobody wanders off alone. Unlike Shelby, we understood the threat and agreed, though I had a feeling she did it for the same reason I did. I wasn't nearly as scared for myself as I was for Shelby and Rayanne. They were family, and they were all that mattered. Chapter 24. When I got to Bobby Sue's, Justin was about to turn himself inside out, with a heady combination of excitement and impatience. Where's Hunter? He asked, craning his neck to stare behind us. He's on his way, I said. I'd called him on my way to town to see if he could get away, and was surprised when he said he could. He was waiting on some background checks to come in, and some of the folks from Rowan, and Munns were supposed to call him back, but he could take those calls no matter where he was. Besides, he'd said, my brain needs a break. I feel like I'm missing something, but can't for the life of me figure out what. I sort of felt the same way, but didn't tell him that. He was already digging as hard as he could, and I'd run everything through my head at least 10 times before I'd found out I had a dead witch sneaking into my dreams and appearing out of the blue to threaten me. He was a good cop. He'd figure it out. Bobby Sue was in the middle of the lunch rush, and she was slammed. The good thing about fairs was that they brought in a crush of customers that helped everybody get through the lean winter months. And from the looks of it, she was covering 4 or 5 of those bad days in one fell swoop. She did take a few minutes out to slather sunscreen on him. He had the misfortune of having the fair skin to accompany his red hair, and since he hadn't had time to get a base tan yet, he'd be a lobster within 2 hours without it. Hold still, I heard her say with a hint of mild motherly irritation. I have to get the tops of your ears. I smiled as he scrunched his eyes shut while she smothered it over his ears and across his nose a second time, just for good measure. Louise, her manager and a good friend of mine, paused on her way past me with a tray of dirty dishes. I'm glad we're doing good business, but this time of year makes me crazy. Just think about the wad of cash you'll be leaving with tonight, I said when she huffed out an exasperated breath. Sometimes there just isn't enough money to cover it, she replied, and my eyes turned toward the table she'd just cleared. Coleslaw and fries littered the floor in a square that exactly matched the bottom of the high chair she'd just moved to the corner of the room, and crayon marks marred the table. I shook my head. Did they at least tip? A whopping 15%, she said, rolling her eyes. After the coupons we put in the fare flyer, and let me tell you, they took the words all you can eat as a personal challenge. You're running the rib special today? I asked, surprised. The restaurant had an all-you-can-eat rib special once a week, but Bobby Sue usually suspended it during special events. Not technically, she said, but they seated themselves and grabbed the regular menus from under the hostess stand rather than the modified ones laying on top, so we had to honor it. What are you doing tonight? She asked. Mama has the baby, and I could use a beer. Girls' night? I thought about it for a minute. Technically, since she turned 18 a couple months before, Shelby was old enough to go to Fancy's, the little dive bar my little crowd usually went to once a week or so. But I wasn't sure she'd even be interested in going. Since leaving her at home alone was out of the question, I decided to table it for the time being. Let me see what Shelby's doing. We have some family stuff going on. No need to tell her the family stuff involved a supposedly dead witch who may or may not be trying to kill us. The more I thought about it, though, the more I liked the idea of getting everyone together. How would you feel about coming to the farm tomorrow instead? I asked. We had so many wards around the place that it was probably the safest location in town, and that way, Shelby and Cody could be there. Oh, and are you going to be able to make it to Rand's birthday day after tomorrow? I asked. Absolutely, she replied. But I'd love to come out tomorrow too. I'll have the baby for the party, so I'll have to be on my best behavior. I still had to decorate the house, so I figured that would be a great time to do it, considering Ray would be at Brew for most of the day. LaVonna would be there, so she wasn't alone. And she'd already said she and Aunt Beth were brewing up some concoctions that may come in handy. Sweet, I replied. It's a date. But be warned, I'm decorating for the party, so I may put you to work. She laughed. Trust me, after today, pretty much anything I do would be considered non-work. See you tomorrow, I said, just as Justin ran to my side. Hunter was just pushing through the door. What are the odds we could get a couple teas to go? He asked. I've been doing interviews for the last 2 hours, and my mouth's so dry I could spit dirt. That was a great idea. No need to spend $5 on a soda at the fair when we could grab one from the restaurant for free. Bobby Sue had refused to take money for drinks for so long that I'd quit even trying to make her take any. I made a couple to-go teas while he used the little boy's room, and within just a couple minutes, we were on our way to the fair. Rayanne and LaVonna were waiting for us when we got there, and I was a little surprised to see both of them. Hi, LaVonna said. I hope you don't mind, but I was dying to see this up close. We didn't exactly have such things where I'm from. What she really meant was when she was from. Like many people in my life, we'd met under odd circumstances, right when she'd enter this time period. So she was playing catch-up. I don't mind at all, I replied. As a matter of fact, it makes me feel a little better knowing we have a fourth set of hands just in case something happens. I felt exposed and decided to add a simple cloaking charm that extended around all of us just for good measure, and LaVonna smiled at me. Slick, she said, and also a fabulous idea. It wasn't anything fancy, but it would keep people from sensing us casually, and that was better than nothing. Justin tugged on my hand. "Let's buy our armband so we can ride all we want." Though I had no intention of riding, Hunter would gladly step up and ride with him. He was nuts that way. And Shelby and Cody would really round out the party in case Hunter needed a break. I had no doubt Justin would go from one ride to the next non-stop, and wasn't sure Hunter and Rayanne would be able to hang. "What about you?" I asked Lavanna, noticing she was giving the rides the hairy eyeball. "Thanks, but no," she said, shaking her head. "I didn't even care much for carriages back in the day because they bounced around so much. So if you don't mind, I'll just keep you company right here on the ground." "Where's your man?" I asked. "I think with the way he loves mechanical stuff, he'd be all over this place." "He's working," she said. "Skeeter needed some help with something at the garage, so he decided to go in even though he was off. He's coming tomorrow, though." Her eyes sparkled with mischief. "He wants to participate in the woodcutting events, and even after all these years, I do love to watch him work." I didn't blame her. He was a fine-looking man and had an easygoing personality with just the right touch of humor. I felt a little stab of regret that Hunter probably wasn't going to be able to join in the competitions because of a murder investigation. They'd been smack-talking each other for 2 weeks. I was hoping maybe some of the information he had coming in would shed some light, and he'd be able to wrap it up, but I wasn't holding my breath. It irritated me that I couldn't relax and enjoy the fair because I'd been looking forward to it for weeks. It seemed surreal that a week ago, my biggest concern had been whether or not to enter my pastries in the baking contest because they carried a little extra love, so to speak. I sighed. If only I had the power to turn back time rather than just stop it. Chapter 25. Shelby and Cody showed up right as we were buying the tickets, and I was glad to see her there unscathed. It had only been a few hours since Letitia, or whoever she was, called me out, but my nerves were already frayed. We spent the next 3 hours entertaining Justin, and to be fair, we had a good time ourselves. While they were on rides, Rayanne, Lavanna, and I wandered the outskirts of the fair looking at the various displays. Folks had come from all over the state to exhibit everything from jams and coffees to artwork. I'd even gotten some decent ideas for projects and figured maybe I'd consider setting up a booth for Reimagine next year. For the first hour and a half we were there, I hadn't been able to keep from looking over my shoulder. By the second hour, though, I figured we were in a public place and had a decent ward around us, not even counting the personal ones, and relaxed a little. Not a lot. Just enough to have a good time. Finally, when he'd ridden all the rides at least twice, Justin was ready to move on to the games. Now those I could get behind. And considering they weren't exactly weighted in the player's favor, I didn't mind wiggling my nose, so to speak, every once in a while to guarantee a prize. I tweaked the odds in the other direction after Justin won the second goldfish all on his own, though. Bobby Sue would have killed me if I'd let him drag home a school of them. Once we'd worked our way through all the games, Justin begged to ride just one more ride before we left, and I gave in. The crazy half of our crew climbed on the chairplanes for the 3rd time, laughing like lunatics while gravity slung them out almost horizontally in their teeny-tiny little swings. Lavanna and I were standing beside one of the sausage vendor trucks, watching and awaiting the inevitable disaster when I recognized a voice behind me. "I'm glad she's dead." I turned my head ever so slightly, just enough so I could see who was talking, and sure enough, it was Rosalind. "Shh," Rebecca hissed. "Somebody'll hear you." "So what?" Rosalind said with a shrug. "I don't feel bad about it at all. If I had to make the decision all over again, I wouldn't change a thing. Still, think of Isaac if not yourself. Just let things calm down. You've waited this long, another week won't make any difference." "God, Rebecca, just give it a rest." The condescension in her voice made me want to pop her, and I wasn't even the one she was talking to. I elbowed Lavanna and motioned with my eyes to the women behind us. She tilted her head and listened, but they didn't say anything else. I told her what they'd said, and she furrowed her brow. Do you really think they'd discuss killing somebody so openly? I overheard Rosalind saying something to Evelyn's dad about somebody being dead the other night, too. Something along the lines of, she's dead. That was the deal. To her dad? The dead woman's husband? I could tell from her expression that she was connecting the same dots I was, though there were definitely a few missing. Do you think they were having an affair? I hated to even hint at something like that without solid proof, even to Lavanna, mostly because I didn't want it to be true for Evelyn's sake. I don't know, but there's definitely something going on there, and I think Hunter needs to know now rather than later. She looked at her watch. Even after being in this century for several months, she still wasn't quite caught up on the whole cell phone thing. We've been here for hours anyway. I don't know about you, but I'm starving. Let's call the monkeys in from the circus and call it an evening. Right on cue, my stomach rumbled. So who was I to argue with it? Besides, if we could put at least one of the fires out before the end of the night, it was worth it. Chapter 26. I'd expected a fuss when we told Justin it was definitely time to go, but for the first time ever, maybe, we'd managed to tucker him out. We strolled our way back to Bobby Sue's and turned him over, then made our way to the Cheshire Cat. Louise had been punching out when we'd gotten there, so she joined us. Wow, she said once we were settled into our back booth, a round one that sat all of us comfortably. What a night! She took a long pull off her draft beer and sighed in pleasure. Man, did I need that. She sat on the outside so she could stretch her feet out, and I remembered the long nights I'd spent at Bobby Sue's, hustling for bill money. It wasn't an easy life, but at least Louise had the added boost of manager's pay on top of the tips. That didn't make it any easier physically, though. I'd made a point of sitting with my back to the wall so I could see everybody who came and went. I wasn't as comfortable being in a dark, confined, populated place as I had been at the carnival. It would be way too easy for that chick to slip in unnoticed, and I wasn't going to let that happen. Sully, the owner and one of my favorite people on the planet, had just slid our burgers in front of us when the empty spot to my left filled in and my arm got cold. Sherry Lynn, another ghostly member of our crew, gave a little wave. Hey, everybody. Long time no see. She'd been on vacation with her boyfriend Rupert in France. That wasn't unusual since he was quite the jet-setter, but she usually at least popped back home just to check in, usually when he was playing poker, one of his favorite pastimes. She was wearing a red cocktail dress that looked like something straight off the pages of Vogue, and as usual, she was rocking it with her gypsy beauty. Hey, Sherry Lynn, I said, happy to see her. She was one of those sunny, buoyant people who could make you feel better just by being around. I definitely needed that in my life right now. How's France? Shelby asked. That's one of the first places I plan to go, when and if I ever start making that kind of money. Sherry Lynn's silvery face lit up. It's amazing. We've spent the whole week going to museums and historic places and old castles. You wouldn't believe their afterlife community either. We were at a party just the other night, and I was talking to this totally glamorous woman named after that expensive perfume. Coco was her first name, believe it or not. Anyway, after I reminded her of her manners and that it wasn't nice to be so highfalutin to guests, we got along just fine. She showed me around Paris while Rupert was hanging out with his Amos. That's French for friend, she said, a slightly smug smile on her face. I bit my lip a little to keep from laughing. Only Sherry Lynn would run into Coco Chanel and remind her of her manners. It's one of the many reasons I love her so much. Did you see the Eiffel Tower? Louise asked, her chin in her hand. I've always wanted to say that. Yes, Sherry Lynn said, leaning in, her eyes glittering with excitement. It was the very first place Rupert took me. We went all the way to the top and looked out over all of Paris. She blushed a little, but her eyes sparkled. It was so romantic. I couldn't have been happier for my friend, and for the 100th time, I'd wish we'd been friends before she was killed. Still, better late than never. I was glad she was in our lives now. So what's been going on here since I left? She asked. I haven't missed anything, have I? Wow, where to start? But I didn't want her to cut her time short by worrying her when there wasn't really anything she could do about it anyway. Rayanne apparently felt the same way because she caught my eye and gave a little shake of her head, but Shelby wasn't thinking. You're not even going to believe what's been going on around here, she started. I opened up our telepathic link to tell her to shut it, but it was like she didn't even hear me. Some old bat from Atlanta was murdered and I kicked her in the shins and scowled at her, trying to tell her to shut up with my expression. She lowered her brows. What? She said. That hurt. We don't want to bore Sherry Lynn with all the dreary stuff going on here. It's just same old, same old. Sherry Lynn's gaze bounced back and forth between us. What's going on? She asked, a tinge of hurt in her voice. I can pop back right now and tell Rupert you guys need me. No, Sherry, you don't need to do that. You enjoy your time there. You deserve it, Ray said, infusing her words with sincerity because it was the truth. Yeah, Shelby said, finally catching on. There's no need for you to hang around here. Everything's just peachy. Okay, Sherry said, her tone unsure. If you're sure. I just wanted to pop in and check on y'all. I'm meeting Coco and she's going to show me around. Her eyes got big. She said she knows Jim Morrison. As a huge Doors fan myself, I could understand her excitement, and there was no way I was taking that from her. I gave her a reassuring smile. You go have fun. Of course we miss you, but everything here is just fine. Yeah, Hunter replied eagerly. And if you want, invite Mr. Morrison to come visit sometime. Tell him how great the lake is. I rolled my eyes. Now that he'd settled into the whole supernatural thing and accepted that it all existed, I found it hilarious that he was trying to lure a dead musician to Keyhole Lake. She smiled as she faded out. I will, and if y'all need me, just holler. We will, I promised. No need for all of us to be miserable. At least one of us was having late-night romantic tryst on the Eiffel Tower and hanging out with celebrities. That was much better than looking for one murderer and avoiding another. Chapter 27. Did you not hear me? I said to Shelby once she was gone. She took a big slurp off her Coke and popped a jalapeno popper in her mouth. Hear you when? She asked. Just now. I tried to give you a psychic shout-out before you blurted out that we had a murderer on the loose, but you just kept flapping your lips. She looked confused for a minute, which confused me. Then her expression cleared. Oh, yeah, she said. Sorry about that. I guess I wasn't listening. Well, listen next time. It's kind of one of the main reasons we leave that door open just a sliver. Sorry, she said again with a decidedly unsorry lift of her shoulders, and I wanted to whack her. She'd grown in leaps and bounds over the last several months, and I wasn't happy to see the lackadaisical Shelby I knew and wanted to strangle peeking through. Still, she was human, and young too. It was gonna happen. It's fine, I guess, I replied, reaching for one of her poppers. But right now, especially, we have to stay focused and in tune with each other. Sure, she said, though her tone surely didn't reflect any significant amount of give a damn. I'm serious, Shell. This whole thing has me worried. She closed her eyes and sighed. I know, and I'm worried too. I'll be more careful. Thanks. I knew at the heart of it she wasn't trying to be a brat and that getting accepted to college was taking up every inch of space in her head. But I was worried she wasn't taking the situation as seriously as she needed to. Cody, ever the peacekeeper, intervened. Hey, Shell, let's go put some money in the jukebox. She glanced at him, then at me. Sure, she replied. That sounds great. Now, Hunter said, turning to me once they'd slid out of the booth. About this conversation you overheard. Are you sure those were her exact words? I nodded. Positive. He picked up his phone and checked for missed calls. I wish some of those folks from their firm would get back to me. This is killing me, not being able to answer any questions. And it's too late to go knocking on doors just because I have a question. When did they say they were leaving? Luis asked. It sounds to me like you may do better to talk to their Atlanta co-workers before you rehash things with the ones here. They're not leaving until tomorrow evening, he said. So yeah, I have time. He ran a hand over his hair. I just don't want to wait. So what if you threaten to arrest this Rebecca woman for covering for her? What do you call it? Being an accessory? LaVonna said. Use a little leverage. Louise shook her head. From what I've seen of these people, that's not going to work. No, Rayan agreed. Plus, they're all attorneys, so she'd just lawyer up. So we wait, I concluded. Drink your beer, eat your burger, relax as much as you can. Then tomorrow, dig until you find something. But what if you go at it from another angle? LaVonna asked. What if you approach the Beatrice woman? She seems the more timid of the two, at least from what I saw. If you threaten her, maybe she'll buckle under the pressure. Hunter shook his head. I want to make sure whatever we learn holds up in court. I don't want her to be able to say she was coerced into saying anything. LaVonna sighed, her face regretful. It was so much easier in my time. You would have just tortured them until one of them confessed. Hunter's eyebrows shot up and he grinned. Don't think it hasn't crossed my mind a time or two. We've had some real doozies, and your way would have been so much more satisfying. Ooh, I said, giving him a sideways glance. Is that a little mean streak I see there? Why, Sheriff Woods, I'm shocked. It was his turn to roll his eyes. Yeah, says the woman who socks Olivia Anderson in the eye every other time she runs into her. Shh, I said, smacking him on the arm. She's like white trash Beetlejuice. If you say her name 3 times, she appears and spreads the nasty. Olivia had been my arch nemesis since grade school when I'd caught her stealing a juice box from a kindergarten kid. I'd cursed her on more than one occasion, but generally found it more satisfying to deal with her the old-fashioned way, by giving her a rough-and-tumble beatdown. Speaking of evil, Rayanne said, have you heard anything from Camille? I shook my head. Not yet, which surprises me. I figured she'd be right back. She probably just decided to stay up there and do some research. I frowned as another thought popped unbidden into my mind. I hope there haven't been any more killings. That bothers me more than I want to admit, LaVonna said. As you know, witches, or the thought of them anyway, struck terror into many hearts in my time. Then the zealous fed that fear so they could persecute us. Well, really they persecuted people they thought were witches more than they did actual witches. But still, a few of us got caught in the net too. Mostly healers who were only trying to help. She paused to take a drink of her wine. Anyway, it's bred into us to avoid exposure, and the council is harsh. So I don't think it's that they don't care if they get caught. I think whatever is driving these people is big enough that they are willing to risk it. Or they're just so arrogant that they think they won't get caught, or don't have a healthy enough respect for the council to worry about it, Rayanne said, swirling her beer in her glass. Those are possibilities too, Lavanna agreed. Either way, it makes them dangerous because repercussions don't concern them. She waited until I looked up. Don't underestimate these people, Noelle. The only thing that holds a lot of evil at bay is the fear of getting caught, and that seems to have gone out the window. I'm afraid now, anything goes. We need to find out who they are, Rayanne said, steel in her voice. If Beth and Addie say that chick's dead, then she's dead. Somebody knows who she is. We just need to find that person. Sure, because things always came that easy in Keyhole. Chapter 28. Getting out had been good for us. We spent most of the evening at the Cat, though none of us drank much. Mostly we sipped our drinks, shot pool, played a few games of darts, and just tried to have a little fun. Hunter's phone never rang, and neither did mine, so by the time bedtime rolled around, I was exhausted. Max had fallen asleep on the porch waiting for us, which he never did. He had one of those giant padded dog beds in the living room, and that's where he usually slept. Max, I gave him a little nudge with my toe. Wake up. You're going to be sore tomorrow sleeping on that hard wood. He grumbled a little, then opened his mouth wide in a giant donkey yawn. When reality snapped into focus, he clambered to his feet. What are you doing out here? I asked. He muttered a little and looked at the ground. I squinted at him as I unlocked the door. I can't understand a word you're saying. He huffed. I wanted to make sure nothing happened while you were out gallivanting, he said. Matthew appears to be out and about with Anna May, so Gabrielle is here by herself. Given the current climate, I thought it was wise if somebody stood guard. Well, that was a shock. Max wasn't exactly known for chivalry or thinking much beyond his next meal, especially if it didn't involve him directly. Then it occurred to me that he was scared, and despite being scared, he was taking care of us. Like I said before, he was family when it came down to it. Oh, Max, that was amazing of you. Thank you for watching over her. He lowered his cute little fuzzy eyebrows and glared at me. Don't make it out to be more than it is. I just don't want to end up slave to some horde of heathens or, he shuddered, some non-magical family still raising their young. I gave him a lopsided smile and rubbed his head as I flipped the kitchen light on. Whatever you gotta tell yourself, buddy, the sentiment stands, and we love you too. Yes, well, pour me 2 fingers of scotch. He pointed his nose toward his liquor bowl. In fact, make it 3 fingers. I haven't been able to get a decent nap in all day, what with all the coming and going and yammering. Usually I monitored his consumption a little better than that. Someone had to, but I figured he'd earned it. He sipped while I gathered the ingredients to make some cupcakes. Addie popped in just when I was putting the first batch in the oven. I didn't realize ghosts could age, but she looked 10 years older than she had that afternoon. Did you hear back from Camille? She asked, floating over and peering into my pan to see what I was stirring. She raised a brow. Peach curd? It was her favorite recipe, handed down to her from her grandma, and I loved to make vanilla cupcakes with peach curd filling when I was craving comfort food and security. I hadn't actually realized I was doing that until she pointed it out. Borrowing trouble don't do nothing but give you wrinkles. I sighed and stirred the curd. Yeah, I know. And no, I didn't hear back from Camille. As far as the curd goes, I needed something to focus on so my mind can work in the background. I don't want to go to sleep until I have a game plan. She wrinkled her brow. What do you mean, a game plan? Don't you go doing anything reckless. I barked out a laugh. Oh, you mean like going to sleep when some supposedly dead witch is smashing through all my wards and messing with my unconscious mind? The thought gave me chills and royally pissed me off. I banged the wooden spoon on the edge of the pot and laid it on my grape-shaped spoon rest a little harder than I needed to. So far, I've been passive. She's made all the moves. I need to figure out how to turn the tables. Take back control. That's my girl, she said, her signature evil smile sliding across her face and into her eyes. You're a true blue Flynn. So, have you thought of anything? Not yet, I said, pouring the curd into a glass bowl and covering it with plastic wrap so it wouldn't get a skin. But I'm not going to let some two-bit beach blonde with a bad dye job and a chip on her shoulder make me lose any more sleep. I'm done. I checked on the cupcakes and we were both quiet, lost in thought. Can you think of any way I can trace her from my dreams to reality? Addie puckered her lips and rubbed her chin like she did when she was thinking. I don't know for sure if it'll work because I've never done it in a dream, but you should be able to get in her head at the very least. After all, she's in yours. That requires a certain connection, and it's not a one-way street if you know how to use it. I understood what she was saying right away. With the connection that Rayanne, Shelby, and I shared, we had to be careful to keep the door almost closed. Otherwise, we had access to way more than any of us wanted to know about the other. You mean like our link? I asked. Yep, she said. She's built one just like it. And I'm willing to bet she's underestimated you. Somebody that arrogant? She's confident she's way more powerful than you are. Well then, I said, pulling on the same evil grin Addie'd been wearing just a few minutes before. Let's show her how very wrong she was. Now hold up, Addie said. I don't think it's a good idea to show all your cards. Establish the connection, but don't let her know you're doing it if you can help it. Just put a little something in there to keep the door from closing when she leaves. That way, with a little finesse, you'll be able to take a peek and maybe figure out who she is and what she's up to. She began to worry her lip and pace, hovering back and forth from one end of the long farmhouse table to the other. By the time I'd filled the cupcakes with the curd, she was shaking her head. The more I think about this, the less I like it. Maybe it's a bad idea after all. We don't want to make the same mistake she is and underestimate her. And we don't know her at all. I gave that some thought, but shook my head. She's been in my head for months now, coming and going as pretty as she pleases. She'll never know I'm in hers too, not if I'm quiet about it. After all, Shelby didn't know I was spying on her half the time she was going through her phase. It took her a couple moments, but finally she sighed. I can't think of any better way. Just be careful. Always, I said, grinning to cover the fact that I wasn't nearly as confident as I wanted her to think I was. Chapter 29. Addie kept me company for a few more minutes, then decided to do her rounds and pop in on Camille if she could track her down. She assured me she was within calling distance and would be back to watch over me while I slept. While I was finishing up my cupcakes, I worked out a strategy. Once I had a plan, all the stress energy I'd been running on drained away, and I was exhausted. Before I went to bed, though, I made myself a cup of chamomile tea and plotted. I figured if I could goad her just enough, she'd be too distracted to notice she was taking a little bit extra when she left. My goal was to take a psychic nibble out of her consciousness so I could follow the breadcrumbs back whenever I wanted. I'm not a bit ashamed to say it wouldn't be my first time. Back when Shelby was being a pain in my backside, I'd done the same to her, so I'd be able to keep track of her. Consider it the witch equivalent of a personal tracker on a phone. Sue me, she'd been messed up and I'd been worried about her. Addie got back just as I was headed upstairs. Did you find Camille? I asked. She shook her head. She wasn't at home or in her office. I'll try again tomorrow if we don't hear from her. For the first time in a long time, I wasn't dreading falling asleep. I felt like I was finally in control again, and it felt good. It didn't take me long to drift off after I'd tucked myself in. I woke up a few times, disappointed she hadn't shown. I was not going to be happy if I'd psyched myself out for nothing. I worried needlessly, though. I just dozed back off for the third time when I felt the now familiar presence of somebody else. Her standard, sickly sweet cotton candy scent accompanied her. I took a deep breath to cloak my mind before I turned to her. As usual, she'd chosen a dramatic setting. Storm clouds loomed overhead and lightning zinged behind her. I could almost taste the ozone. Almost. The more I looked, the more I realized she wasn't quite as good as she thought she was. The image was cardboard. All lights, no action. I couldn't feel the wind, though her hair was blowing. The smell of ozone was mysteriously lacking, and I couldn't hear the lightning strikes, though it should have been deafening with the way it was crashing around me. I kicked myself for letting her freak me out so badly that I'd never noticed any of that before. What I really wanted to do was bring the rain, give life to the lightning, whip up a wind strong enough to blow her off the fence rail she was sitting on. I knew in my bones I could do it. She'd chosen the farm as her setting, and that was a mistake. Her goal had been to intimidate me, show me she could get me in my most sacred of spaces. What she did was place herself right smack in the place I felt safest and strongest. I had to work to school my features into something other than wicked delight. This was officially my show, but I couldn't let her know that. I pulled in a deep breath and tried to adopt an expression that resembled the anxious mess I had been the last time she'd visited. "What do you want from me?" I asked, biting back the urge to strike her with one of her own lightning bolts. She gave me a cat that ate the cream grin. "Why, everything, of course. When I'm done with you, you'll know what it feels like to lose everything. Then I'll kill you." Something in her tone caught my attention, and I tilted my head at her, noting that though her hair was whipping around her head, mine wasn't. "You've lost somebody or something, haven't you? And you somehow think it's my fault." Hatred glazed her face. "I don't think it's your fault. It is your fault. Or at least your family's." I felt her control slipping a little, and I decided to push a little more. Not only was she giving me new information, I was getting under her skin. That's exactly what I wanted. "And what exactly has my family done to you, Letitia?" Her gaze snapped to me and she snarled, "Take that name off your lips. Don't ever say it again." There it was, the hole I'd been waiting for. It only took me a second to poke into that emotional raw spot and leave a strand of consciousness behind. I had her, and if we'd ever had any questions about her living status, that answered it. She was definitely alive. Now, just to figure out what to do with her. I figured since she was being talkative, I may as well take advantage. "You said earlier that you were coming for me. What did you mean?" She set her jaw. "God, you are so dense. Endure." She stopped herself before she finished, but was too late. I'd already caught the name she hadn't meant to say. "The others," she continued, "say you're smart, and that I'm underestimating you, but I don't see what the big deal is." Her gaze raked over me, and it was obvious she found me lacking. Good, let her. Then I realized what she said. "The others." "Yes," she said, rolling her eyes. "There are many of us. You just happen to be the one in my personal sights. But before it's all said and done, we'll be in charge. No more of your stupid counsel, and no more you. No more Flynn's. You'll answer for what you've done." Now that I was being objective, I realized she was younger than I'd originally thought, and I wondered what she figured we'd done to her. Obviously, she was deranged, but she'd latched onto us for a reason. "So tell me, why am I in your sights?" She opened her mouth to respond, then snapped it shut. I could have sworn I heard another voice, but when I tried to listen closer, she realized I was paying a little closer attention to detail than I usually did. She pointed a finger at me. "We're not done, but you'll meet me in person soon. No more of this dream crap. And when you do, I'll finish you." With that, she pushed off the fence and disappeared. As the gray clouds cleared, I found myself standing beside the barn, sun shining. I smiled and slipped back into my normal dreams. I'd done what I intended, and now it was time to get some rest. Chapter 30. It was raining when I woke up the next morning, and I felt a little sad that people might not be able to get out and enjoy the fair. I, for one, felt amazing and couldn't wait to track my nightly visitor, but I didn't want to do that until I had a chance to talk to Camille. I had a feeling she was going to want in on that at the ground level. Plus, I wanted to run the name Endora past her. It was the first time Letitia, or whatever her name was, had slipped up, and I hoped it was something that would amount to pay dirt. My mind was so focused on the magical side of my problems for the day that I'd lost track of the non-magical ones. They snapped back into Technicolor when Camille's name popped up on my caller ID. I felt like a horrible friend for not even calling to check on her the day before. But to be fair, I'd been a little distracted. "Hey, girl," I said when she answered. "How you holding up? I'm sorry I didn't call yesterday." "No, it's all good, sugar. I get it. You're dating the sheriff and can't be messing around with suspects." Well, that just wasn't the case at all, and my guilt increased by about 1,000,000,000%. She had to be feeling lost, and there she was, thinking I was avoiding her because she was a suspect. "Oh, Cal, that's not the case at all. I just got busy with baking stuff for Brew and taking Justin to the fair. And truth be told, we've had some stuff going on with the family, too." That sounded lame even to me, but being the good person she was, she jumped automatically to my problems. "Oh, no. Is everything okay? Shelby's not sick, is she? Or Rayanne?" "No," I rushed to say. "Everybody's just fine." If you could call somebody wanting to destroy the council in general and me personally fine. But I wasn't going to go into all of that with her. She knew about magic. She even had personal experience with it. But I still wasn't going to fill her in with the more terrifying aspects of it. "Enough about me," I said, steering the conversation back to her. "What about you? I'm sure you didn't call to hear about my problems." "Oh," she said. "Right. Well, I don't want to burden you if you have things going on." Her breath caught, and I knew right then she was definitely not okay. Callie was like me. She wasn't a crier, so if this whole mess had brought her to that, then I needed to be there for her. "Oh, calm down, sweetie. Are you just stressed in general over the murder, or has something happened?" She sniffed and pulled in a deep breath, then released it. "It's just awful, Noelle. Hunter came out this morning to tell me those horrid women said they saw me leaving the hotel that morning." "Well, obviously they're wrong," I said. "He knows that." "That's just it, though. They're not wrong. I stopped by that morning to pick up some seasonings from Jenny. She's a friend of mine and bought them for me from the hotel supplier because they were oodles cheaper than buying them from the grocery store." She devolved into sobs. "Now not only was I seen at the scene of the crime, Jenny's probably going to get into trouble for doing me a favor." I had to admit, it sure didn't look good, but it wasn't terrible either. She had an explanation for why she was there, and I was sure Hunter wouldn't rat Jenny out. All he'd be interested in was whether or not she could verify that's why Callie'd been there. I said as much. "That's all well and good," she said, "except for Jenny left last night to go on her honeymoon. They're going completely off the grid for a full week. No phones, no internet, nothing. They wanted to get away from everybody and do what everybody should do on their honeymoon." Despite the gravity of the situation, I smiled at the obvious innuendo. Although I knew she was referring to the whole general bonding thing, rather than the spending sexy time together thing. "Still," I said, rushing to reassure her. I'm sure she wasn't the only one who saw you there, right? Obviously you went in, or else the crazy women of Atlanta wouldn't have seen you there. So who else was there? Did you talk to anybody else? Even just to wave or smile or say hi? She sniffled again. Now that you mention it, there was another girl in the kitchen. I don't know her name, but I'm sure she could vouch for me. See then, I said, feeling a little better. You're in the clear. No worries, okay? And I'll talk to Hunter. Make sure he leaves out the reason for your visit if he can. Callie breathed in a deep sigh of relief. Thanks, Noelle. I really appreciate it. No problem, I said. I'm glad I could help. You're coming for Rayanne's birthday tomorrow, right? Oh, man, I'd forgotten all about that, but yes, absolutely. We'll see you there. What do you want me to bring? I could make tater tot casserole. You don't have to bring a thing, but if you want to make casserole, that would be fine. Tater tot casserole it is then, she said, sounding much better. See you tomorrow. Sure thing, and if you need anything at all, even just somebody to talk to, you have my number, all right? We signed off, and I wished for a minute that I could solve all my problems so easily. Chapter 31. Hunter called right as I was getting out of the shower, and I smiled. I was anxious to tell him I'd learned something about Letitia, and for the first time, we may have a lead. But first, I was interested in hearing what he'd learned from his morning interviews. I was hoping he'd gotten some of the callbacks he was waiting for. Hey, handsome, I said when I answered. I just talked to Callie, and she told me all about the mix-up. I assume you tracked down the other girl who was working and verified what Callie said. I wish. His voice was heavy with defeat. But just the opposite happened, actually. The only other girl who was working that early says she didn't see Callie there at all, which puts me in a tough spot. Those Atlanta women have some powerful connections, so it was important I came up with a valid reason for Callie to have been there that morning. Now that I can't, I'm afraid they're going to pull the strings necessary to turn up the heat. Well, what about the conversation we overheard between Rosalind and Rebecca? He huffed out a breath. They say you must have been mistaken. I wanted to go over there right then and smack them, but bit back the urge. Flies with honey and all that crap. Let me go with you. Have you already talked to all of them, or can you think of an excuse? Give me 15 minutes, he said. I missed a call from one of their associates when I was talking to them, so depending on what he has to say, assuming I can reach him rather than his voicemail again, I may have to double back and talk to them again. If so, you're more than welcome to go with me. Awesome, I said. Let me get dressed and head to town. I'll meet you at the shop, or better yet, at Brew. I need a cup of coffee. I wanted to take a crack at the other cook with my BS meter. I had a feeling it was going to zing off the charts, though I couldn't figure out why she'd lie. Locals tend to stick together. If anything, I would have expected her to lie in order to cover Callie's backside, not to bury her. If you'd like me to stop by the farm and help you, he said, and I could practically see him waggling his eyebrows. We hadn't had much us time lately, what with the murder and all the other chaos, so it was nice to hear something personal rather than case-related. I laughed. I think I can manage, Mr. Fresh, but I'll keep you in mind for the next time I can't figure out whether the tag goes in the front or back. Spoil sport, he said with humor. Fine, I'll see you at Brew in 20. We disconnected and I got dressed, pulling on my sassy classy and a little badassy t-shirt just because, well, I was feeling it. For the first time in a long time, I felt in control, and I wanted the world to know it. The rain had stopped and the sun was shining. I took the time to cruise down our winding driveway, enjoying how the sun dappled the road through the ancient oaks that formed a canopy for most of the half-mile drive. The clean scent of a world freshly washed with rain filled my nostrils. The horses were grazing in the pastures, lazily swishing flies with their tails, and for the millionth time, I tossed a thank you to the universe for blessing me with so much. Not that it wasn't hard work, because it was. Keeping the fences and pastures and buildings in good repair took time and effort. So did caring for the horses and chickens, and keeping His Royal Highness, Max, in Scotch. But I wouldn't have traded it for anything in the world. It was my home and my sanctuary, and I was done letting some two-bit witch think she could touch anything or anyone that I held dear. They, whoever they are, always say never to corner somebody with something to lose, and that's what this woman had done. She'd grabbed the tiger by the tail, and that had been a mistake. Going down that trail led me to wonder what it was that Letitia was fighting for. A person didn't develop a grudge like that overnight, and I suppose if she'd somehow managed to live when Addie and Beth were sure she'd died, that would be a mighty big reason to be mad. I wasn't convinced that was the case, though. Even though all the signs pointed that way, it didn't feel right in my gut. I was tempted to push out a feeler through the link I'd established, but I wasn't sure exactly who I was dealing with or how powerful she was. I didn't want to risk showing my hand now when it may prove more valuable later. I smelled honeysuckles and smiled as Sherry Lynn appeared in the seat beside me. "Hey, Noelle," she said without her usual bright-eyed cheer. I glanced over at her after I dodged a pothole. "Hey, Sherry Lynn, you okay?" Her face was troubled. "Are you not having fun in Paris anymore?" "Not really," she said. "I mean, yeah, Paris is a blast, but I got to thinking about how you shushed Shelby last night. I popped in to see Belle, and she said that not only did some lady die and Callie's accused of it, but you guys are having some witchy problems too, and I wondered why you didn't want me to know." She was messing with the hem of her yellow sundress and avoiding eye contact. Sherry Lynn had a heart like a marshmallow, and she hadn't had an easy life. Underneath all the flair was a lot of insecurity, and my heart broke because I'd hurt her feelings. My intent had been to save her from all the drama, but you know what they say about intentions. "Oh, sweetie, I wasn't closing you out. I was trying to keep all the bad stuff from ruining your vacation. You're having such a good time, and there's nothing really to be done anyway." "Really?" she said, her voice small. She sniffed. "I thought you just didn't want me around." "Sherry Lynn," I said, stopping the truck so I could give her my full attention. "Don't you ever think that. You're family and you're always welcome, so get that crap out of your head right now. You hear me?" She pushed her long sable hair back from her face and chanced a glance at me out of the corner of her eye. "Really? I'm family?" I scrunched my brow at her. "Of course you are. Why would you possibly think any different?" She lifted a shoulder, but her smile was brighter than the sun. She squealed, then swooped over and gave me a hug. Of course, her arms just passed through me, but for once, I didn't mind. "I'm gonna go see what I can find out from those ladies at the hotel," she said, her shoulders squared with purpose. "No, you don't have to." I sighed. She'd popped out before I could tell her to get her butt back to Paris. But on second thought, she was pretty good at picking out clues. Sometimes invisible eyes were just the thing to catch people up. And it wasn't like we were swimming in clues. Chapter 32. Hunter was already at Brew for You when I got there. He leaned down and gave me a quick peck, then pushed an iced Loca Mocha, my favorite energy blend, into my hand. "Thanks," I said, warmth flooding through me where his hand was on my back. A hot guy and an iced coffee, a girl's dream come true. "Get a room," Ray said, rolling her eyes from behind the counter. "Before you get that sap all over my shop." I laughed. "Don't be a hater. It's not my fault Dave's been pulling doubles." She sighed. "I really hope we get another doc here soon. This is getting ridiculous. The man's working himself to death." "Not that you're any better," I admonished her. "You need to hire somebody for around here, too. 1 day off a week isn't good for you. And you've been at it for 2 years now." "I've been trying to tell her the same thing," Angel, the girl who'd worked with her since almost the beginning, said. "She's always here before us and rarely leaves before us either. It's nuts. It's not like Lavanna and I don't know this place like the backs of our hands." "And it's not like you can't afford it," I pointed out. "Dave was off day before yesterday for the first time in forever. You could have spent the whole day with him if you weren't so knot-headed." "I know," she said. "I interview people, but can't find anybody I'd trust." "It's not like you're hiring them to guard the safe or manage the money," Angel said. "Either me or Lavanna are always here to open and close. So you just have to find somebody we could train to run the machines and the register. That's simple." Ray scowled. "You two sound like Mom." "I don't know what I'd do with all that time off." Spend it with your man, get a pedicure, go to the beach, help your mom with the 30 million plants she grows. You know, get a life." I shook my head at her. "You busted your butt getting this place up and running. You have 2 awesome women willing to help you make a go of it. And you gave both of us raises and made us assistant managers," Angel said, brow raised. "Between wages and tips, we make more money than most people around here. So it's not like you'd be taken from Peter to pay Paul." "Fine," Ray huffed. "I'll start looking." "Good," Angel said. "You found a good man, which is like winning the lottery and finding out your prize is a unicorn. Count yourself lucky. I couldn't even manage to find a high school sweetheart. And now that I've graduated, I see what slim pickings really means." Hunter smiled at her. "Oh, that's not fair. Mike over at Skeeter's asks about you all the time." Mike was a nice kid that Skeeter, the owner of the local garage, had taken on. He was from Keyhole Lake and had seemed sweet as pie the few times I'd met him. He was cute, too. She snorted. "That boy's cornbread ain't baked all the way through. And besides, you ever tried to talk to him for more than 5 minutes? All he talks about are motors and race cars." Come to think about it, she was right. I stifled a laugh. "That's not true. The last time I was over there, he talked to me about my transmission." She swatted me on the arm with her towel. "Ha ha. I like a man who knows his way around a vehicle, but I don't have any desire to hear about it." She turned back to Ray. "So, back to you. Should I put out the help wanted sign?" "Actually," Hunter said, "CJ was just talking to me the other day, worried about money. They cut his wife's hours at the Piggly Wiggly down to practically nothing back when they did those cuts." CJ was one of Hunter's deputies, and I couldn't think of a nicer guy. Rayanne tapped her chin. "Michelle, is it? Melissa?" She turned to me. "Wasn't she the brunette chick who got kicked off the cheerleading squad for popping Luann's guys in the nose because she told Kelly Schrader she was too fat to be at the top of the pyramid?" I thought for a second. "Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was her now that you mention it. I've talked to her a few times at Pigs. She's presentable and seems to have a good head on her shoulders. She's always nice to me, and if she's married to CJ, that says a lot. He's a good guy, but not the type to put up with anybody hateful or high maintenance." Rayanne turned to Hunter. "Will you tell him to have her stop in if she's interested? I'd rather hire somebody we know if I can. Plus, I can't stand Luann's guys." He nodded his head and started to say something, but his phone rang. He glanced at the screen, then held up a finger. "I'll be right back. It's that junior associate I mentioned earlier, from the law firm." He stepped around the corner into Ray's office where he could speak in private. Whatever the guy had to say took less than 3 minutes, and when Hunter came back out, he was rubbing his stubble, a sure sign he was puzzling something out. "Well," I said, "did you learn anything new?" "Yeah," he replied. I'm just not sure what to do with it. All he said was that the relationships between the women were dynamic and volatile, and that Noelle tried to stay above it all. He did say, though, that she bumped heads with Rosalind on a regular basis. Apparently, Rosalind's knickers are all twisted because Noelle went back to the firm and took over a couple of her hubby's cases. Yeah, I said, not seeing where he was going with it. But we already knew that. We did, he said. But what we didn't know was that they just had a little soiree to celebrate bagging the new client they'd been trying to reel in for the last 6 months. Apparently, Rosalind had a glass of wine, or 4 too many, and gave Noelle a rip-roaring piece of her mind in front of the entire firm. It seems the client would only sign with Noelle, but Rosalind's husband had been the one to do a lot of the brown-nosing. Well then, I said, rolling all that over in my mind. Did he by chance have anything to say about how Noelle and her husband got along? He frowned. Just that they seemed like the ultimate power couple, and that some tension was to be expected. Those were his words, and he wouldn't say anything else. I kinda had the feeling his self-preservation kicked in at that point. He was happy, almost gleeful, to throw Rosalind under the bus, but he drew the line at throwing shade on his bosses. I mulled over what we'd learned, then added it into the mix and stirred some more. It seems we have some questions to ask then, doesn't it? Chapter 33. The sun was still shining when we went outside, and it had gotten hot enough that all the moisture from the rain had turned the world into a sauna. My clothes were sticking to me by the time we made it to his truck. "Where's Shelby?" he asked. "I thought you guys were sticking together." "She stayed the night at Beth's," I replied. "So you stayed at the house by yourself last night?" I sighed. "Not technically. Gabby was there, and Addie watched over me while I slept." I debated whether or not to tell him about what had happened in my dream, then decided I should. He didn't like being kept in the dark, and I couldn't blame him for that. He was quiet for a minute after I filled him in. "So now you can track her down?" I shook my head. It doesn't quite work like that unless she just happens to be thinking about where she's at when I crawl in her head. What I can do, though, is maybe figure out what she's up to and possibly who she is. "You don't think she's this Letitia woman?" he asked as he flipped the blinker on to turn into the hotel. "No," I replied, turning the AC vent away from me. "I don't. I think she's wearing a glamour or something. If Addie and Beth say Letitia's dead, she's dead. And this woman is definitely alive and breathing. Plus, she mentioned a name, Endora." He cast a sideways glance at me. "Don't take this the wrong way." "You know just saying that sets me up to take it the wrong way, right?" He scowled at me, then repeated himself, enunciating each word. "Don't take this the wrong way. But you have a bit of a temper. Is it possible this woman is the witchy equivalent of Olivia Anderson?" I shook my head. "Absolutely not. For one thing, I don't know anybody I'd equate to Olivia unless it's her own personal minions. But as far as witches go, the only other ones I know around here are TJ and Moira, my friends who lived in the next town over, and a handful of girls I knew as a kid, but I didn't even really know them. I'd just play with them whenever Addie and Beth hosted one of the Equinox events." "Something else has been bothering me too," he said. "Me too. About 100 other things. But what's sticking out to you?" "Why did she use your dad in the early dreams? Is it possible there's a connection there?" I pulled in a deep breath, then released it. "That's been bothering me too." I pinched my lips together for a minute, thinking. It's hard to say. Dad was a great father, until he wasn't. He just brought us to Addie's to spend the day one day and never came back. I thought back to that day and the tortured look on his face as he was leaving. The way he looked at us when he pulled out that last time, though, it haunts me. He looked miserable and sad. Addie and Beth think maybe he was in some kind of accident or something, but I think he knew what he was doing. I think he took us there knowing he wasn't coming back. Well, he replied, his tone dark. At least he had the decency to take you somewhere rather than leaving you alone. I guess, I said, and left it at that. I'd never really dealt with my feelings about him because there was just too many unknown factors. It was easier for Shelby in some ways because she didn't remember him, or our mother either for that matter. She'd only been 3. It was worse for her in some ways because of that too. At least I had memories of our parents since I'd been 11 when Mama had died and 12 when Daddy left us. She had nothing. I shook it off. It wasn't like we had a horrible childhood, all that aside. Addie and Uncle Calvin had taken us in just like nothing had happened and given us a great upbringing. Aunt Addie was Mom's sister, and even though she was almost 20 years older, she sure hadn't acted it. The only downside was that we'd lost her too early. I was thankful every day that even though she couldn't be there in body, she was there in every way that counted. Anyway, I said, stuffing all the emotional crap back in my mental box. To answer your question, I don't know what my father has to do with this. Maybe nothing. She may have just been using that as an illusion to distract me so she'd have an easier time accessing me. I'd give him my best attempt at a grin. I'm not exactly a slouch, you know. Shelby may have angel power, but I have my own mojo. Oh, I know that, he said, pulling into a parking space. It's just that nobody's invincible, especially when they're asleep. I wish you'd have waited to take that level of risk when Shelby or Rayanne, or better yet, both of them, had been there. I waved a hand. It wasn't taking much of a risk. I assessed her before I went for it, and once I started paying attention to the details, she wasn't that good at it. And it was so easy to get into her head that I'm pretty sure if she hadn't used my dad, I would have seen through it the first time she crawled in my melon. Still, he said, unbuckling his seatbelt and pushing his door open. Next time you do something like that, if there is a next time, humor me and wait till you're not alone. I gave him a reassuring smile as I pushed my door open too. I pinky swear. Now, who are we going to talk to first? Rosalind, I think, he replied as I walked around the truck to meet him. I'd like to hear her take on what happened at the party. What happened is that she got drunk and threatened a woman who ended up murdered less than a month later. Yeah, which is why she's first on the list. And this time, I'm separating them and keeping them that way until I've talked to all 3 of them. I think they pulled a fast one last time and coordinated their stories. I gave him a duh look. Gee, you think? He glowered at me. Don't give me that look. They had plenty of time before I got there to do it. This time, though, I'm counting on the fact that they don't know I talked to their coworker. He didn't exactly seem like he was inclined to call and give them a heads up. Yeah, and we have to consider that too. I mean, it's not like we can take his word for gospel. For all we know, he and Rosalind could have had an affair that went bad, or maybe she kicked his puppy. He thought about that, then smiled. True, she definitely seems like the puppy-kicking type. Yeah, I kinda got the same vibe. The lobby was empty and the elevator was waiting, so it only took us a second to get to the 2nd floor. He raised his hand to knock on Rosalind's door, but it opened before we could, and Isaac Rowan almost walked right into him, bare-chested and shirt in hand. He glanced back and forth between us, his face flushed with what I assumed was guilt. This isn't what it looks like, he rushed to say. I cocked a brow at him and folded my arms across my chest. I said. It never is. Chapter 34. Then what exactly is it? Hunter asked, crossing his arms too. I spilled coffee on my shirt, he said, holding out the garment toward us. Do you mind if I ask why you were drinking coffee with Rosalind? Hunter peered around him and into the room. Alone? Oh, for heaven's sake, Isaac snapped. We're grown adults, and this isn't Leave It to Beaver. There's nothing salacious going on. We were simply having coffee. We're stuck in this godforsaken town until you manage to stumble across my wife's murderer. It's not like we have friends here. We don't know anybody else. So I came down to invite her to breakfast. He raised a pointed brow. Just like I have all the other women here. We're leaving in 20 minutes. So if that will be all, I need to go to my room and change shirts. Hunter nodded down the hall, clearing him to go, and he left in a huff. Sheriff, Rosalind said, what can I do for you? I just have a couple questions, he said. May we come in? Of course, she replied, motioning us in. The faster we get this unpleasantness over with, the faster we can all go home. She closed the door behind us. Coffee? She asked, curling her nose. Or at least what passes for it around here? I took mild offense to that and had to bite back the suggestion to go to brew. Ray would have probably killed me, though. She hated city slickers who came in and talked smack about how we didn't have a real coffee chain in town. No thanks, Hunter replied. This will only take a minute. Then ask away. She picked up her cup and took a sip, cringing when she did. I understand you had quite a few things to say to Noelle Rowan at the recent party hosted by the firm, he said, and I watched her closely for a reaction. I needn't have bothered. She snorted. You bet I did. She horned in on a $20 million account that my husband worked his tail off on for almost 4 months. Schmoozing him, missing family events, learning everything he could about the guy. Then Noelle just sashays in and takes it over, and expects us to just sit on our hands and be happy about it. So you were angry? Hunter asked. No, Sheriff, she said. I wasn't just angry. I was infuriated. She was out of the game for years, then strolls back in like she owns the place. I said. Doesn't she? Her gaze snapped to me. Doesn't she what? Own the place? I said, my tone flat. Rosalind's face went crimson and she rubbed her temples. Yes, technically, she said, wincing. But everything was going just fine until she decided she missed it and wanted back in the game. But that was her prerogative, I pointed out. And from what Evelyn has said, an account that size is small according to the firm's standards. So why are you so mad? She rolled her eyes and shook a couple ibuprofen caplets into her hand. It had nothing to do with the money. I cocked a brow. Okay, she admitted after she popped the pills into her mouth and chased them down with coffee. It had a little to do with the money, but mostly it was about respect. Robert worked hard to get that client. He deserved the prestige that came with it. So did you smooth things over? Hunter asked. She sighed and rubbed her temples again. Things in our world don't get smoothed over so much as they get glossed over. Did I like her? No, I did not. We didn't get along that well before she went back to work, and when she took the case, that was the final straw. But did I kill her? She shook her head. No, she wasn't worth the prison time. I stepped forward. I understand the sheriff here asked you about what I overheard at the fair, and you said I must be mistaken. I did my best to keep my voice level, but something about her rubbed me the wrong way. I gave her a moment to understand I wasn't playing. Now, I'm here to tell you there's nothing wrong with my hearing. And your voice was clear as a bell. You weren't exactly whispering, though your friend Rebecca was trying to get you to. I gave her a witchy smile. She was apparently afraid someone would overhear you, with good reason, it seems. "More politics," she said, waving her hand. "Bob and I have been discussing it, and he's leaving the firm. He'd planned to tell Isaac this weekend while I was down here." Her eyes lit with disgust. "You have no idea how much I was looking forward to telling her exactly where she could stick it." "Then why did you make me out to be a liar?" I asked. "And you said you were glad she was dead and you were tired of waiting." She gave me a look that could have peeled paint. "Because we hadn't told Isaac yet, and I didn't want him to find out that way. Despite the fact that he was married to a holier-than-thou shrew, I like him, and he's dealing with enough. We didn't want to pile that on, too." She shot me a dirty look. "But I ended up doing it anyway, thanks to your eavesdropping." I caught movement out of the corner of my eye and glanced sideways to see Sherry Lynn hovering there, nodding. "She's telling the truth. She was talking to that man who was just here about it. That's how he got coffee on his shirt. He spit it out when she told him." Since the woman wasn't falling into a fit of vapors, I assumed Sherry Lynn was flying incognito. "That's all well and good, but I also overheard you talking to Isaac the first night he was here. You clearly stated something along the lines of, 'She's dead and I'm tired of waiting.'" Her painted-on eyebrows rose. Well, as much as they could with the Botox. "Well, aren't you just conveniently around for all the juicy conversations?" I smirked at her. "Maybe you should be more careful where you conduct private conversations." "Maybe I should, but at any rate, we were discussing my mother's will. She passed recently and left me a considerable chunk of change. I'm tired of waiting for them to dot all the I's and cross all the T's. We didn't get along in life, and as far as I'm concerned, dying and leaving me all her money is the best thing she ever did for me." "Besides giving you life, you mean?" I couldn't help myself. She barked out a laugh. "Trust me, honey, just because most everybody can breed doesn't mean they should. She was a horrible mother." Her face became speculative. "I thought you already had a suspect for this murder, the girl who gave her the funnel cake. As I understand it, she had dealings with the firm and lost quite a chunk of land." "Yeah? Well, she didn't do it," I said, narrowing my eyes at her. "One of you did, but I can't figure out which one. I will, though." She shrugged. "Good luck. I know firsthand that people aren't always what they appear. It may behoove you to take a closer look at your friend." I huffed out a breath through my cheeks and ran my hand over my hair. Not getting along with your parents and making a spectacle of yourself at a party weren't crimes. We were back to square one. Chapter 35. "So much for that," I said after we'd left her room. "Yeah," he said. "I really thought we caught a break." "Where to now?" Sherry Lynn asked, appearing beside us as we walked. "Have you heard anything good?" I asked, praying her answer was yes. "Who all have you eavesdropped on?" She shot me a sideways glance. "I'm not eavesdropping. That would be rude. I'm investigating undercover." Hunter laughed. "That's a good way to look at it." "It is," Sherry Lynn replied, smiling. "Isn't a good undercover person supposed to be basically invisible to the people she's investigating? You don't get much more invisible than me." Logic I couldn't argue with. "You've got me there. So have you uncovered anything else while you were investigating?" She lifted a shoulder. "None of them seem to like each other very much. There's a nice lady, Beatrice I think her name is, who's with Evelyn right now. The poor girl was crying her eyes out again, bless her heart. Earlier, Beatrice was with that Rebecca woman, and they were talking about how awful Rosalind is." "Really?" I said, furrowing my brow. There was something about the woman that just turned me off. I couldn't put my finger on it, though I was sure her haughty attitude had something to do with it. "I'd like to check on Evelyn anyway. Maybe we can learn something useful while we're there." Since they were all on the same floor, we were almost to Evelyn's room anyway. I stopped in front of it and tapped. The door opened, though it remained locked with the slide bar. Rather than Evelyn's eye peeking through, it was Beatrice's. When she saw it was us, she pushed the door back shut long enough to release the bar, then open it back up. "Sheriff! And Noelle, is it?" she asked. "Please come in. Though I'll ask you to be kind. Evelyn's having a rough morning." Sadness crossed her face, and I was glad at least one of the women was emotionally available for Evelyn. The other woman, Rebecca, was also there, and her face looked haggard. "Hey, Noelle," Evelyn said and dabbed at her eye with a soggy tissue. "I'm a bit of a mess, so pardon me, but please take a seat. Coffee?" She motioned toward the half-full pot sitting in the kitchenette. "No, thanks," I replied. "We're here to talk to Rosalind, and I just wanted to check on you." "Rosalind?" she asked. "Whatever for?" I shook my head, not willing to get into group politics if I could avoid it. Then I realized Rebecca was right there. I glanced at her. "I overheard you two talking at the fair yesterday, when she said she was glad." I glanced at Evelyn and decided to skip that part. "When you told her to just wait a little while longer on something." "Oh, that," Rebecca said with a wave of her manicured hand. "She and Bob have made some decisions about their future, and I was trying to convince her to hold off on any grand announcements." "You mean the decision where Bob has decided to leave the firm?" "Yes," she said, casting a glance at Evelyn. "That decision. Bob doesn't want to go, but she's making him." That caught Hunter's attention. "And how do you know that? Has he said something to your husband?" Rebecca's lips lifted in a wry smile. "No, Sheriff. He said something to me. Bob's my brother. Sadly, I'm ashamed to admit I'm the one who introduced them way back when we were in college." She sighed. "Like Cher says, if I could turn back time." "See," Sherry Lynn said. "Nobody likes her." I decided to just go all out. "Do you think she could have killed Nola?" "Could she?" Beatrice asked. "Or did she?" "Either," Hunter replied, his tone flat. "Oh, she absolutely could have. She has no moral compass whatsoever, and she hated Nola." "Did she, though?" Rebecca chewed her lip for a minute, then shook her head. "I don't think she had the chance. She was with us all morning. I sure do wish we could blame it on her, though." "That would be nice," Beatrice said, then blushed and turned to Evelyn. "Not that we'd ever want to wish your mama dead just to send somebody to prison," she rushed to add. "It's just, it sure would be good if that woman would go away forever." "Your lips to God's ear, sugar," Rebecca said. "But if wishes were horses, beggars would ride." "Yeah," Beatrice muttered, "and Rosalind would be the one dead rather than poor Nola." Chapter 36. "Wow," Hunter said when we left the room a few minutes later. "That's a hot mess if I've ever seen one." Sherry Lynn, who was still floating along beside us, lifted a shoulder. "It's not as unusual as you'd think. A lot of the women that drifted through tassels were like that. All peaches and cream to your face and ravenous vipers behind your back. They didn't last long, though. We usually ran them off in a month or two. We had enough drama going on just trying to avoid all the handsy bouncers and whatnot. We didn't need one of our own to turn on us, too." Before she died, Sherry Lynn had worked at one of the seediest places in town, the local gentlemen's club. It had been owned by a real scumbag, but Sherry hadn't had many options and had gotten herself in over her head with some bad people, one in particular. In short, life had dealt her a crappy hand, and she made matters worse by not playing it very well. That was all in the past, though. She'd turned her post life around and was now living the good life. "So what now?" she asked. "Who should we talk to next?" "I want to talk to the cook who says she didn't see Callie here when we know good and well she did." "Me too," Hunter said. "But I think I'll let you deal with her this time. See what you think. In other words, see if she set my BS meter off." The hotel was small, so it didn't take us long to get to the kitchen. When we did, the only person in there was a slight girl with bad skin and a worse attitude. "Get out of my kitchen," she said to me before she saw Hunter. "Oh, sorry, Sheriff. I didn't realize it was you." She smiled at him, but it was as fake as a $3 bill. She didn't even bother when she glanced at me. I took a couple more steps toward her and drew myself up to my full height, which was a solid 4 inches over hers. "I understand you were here when Callie came in to pick up her supplies." She shrugged. "I was here when she says she came to pick something up. If she was here, I didn't see her." "She says you did," I replied. "And I know she's not a liar. So are you sticking with that?" I stared her down until she squirmed, but she didn't budge. "I said I didn't see her," she said, but still didn't meet my eyes. That ain't magically changed in the last day. I examined her for a few more long seconds. "You're lying," I said, because it was the truth. Even if I didn't believe Callie, my BS meter was clanging like a trolley. She gave me a snotty look. "Prove it." I wanted to reach out and smack her, or better yet, curse her with a raging case of warts. But Hunter put his hand on my arm and gave a little tug. "Come on, Noelle. There's nothing more we can do here." He shot the stink eye at the girl. I hadn't even bothered to ask her name. "Just remember, lying to me about points relevant to a case is a crime. If it comes down to it, I could charge you with accessory to murder." She chewed on her lip, and I thought for a minute she was going to come clean. Instead, she just shook her head. "I didn't see nothing." "Okay," Hunter said as we turned to leave the kitchen. "If you have a sudden shift in your memory, you know where to find me." I was so mad I could have spit, but he just kept walking, steering me toward the truck with his hand on the small of my back. "You know she's lying," I said. "I do," he agreed, pulling my door open for me. "But what do you want me to do? Beat it out of her? Maybe break a few fingers?" "Of course not," I scoffed. "But I will if you just let me, or I could give her warts, or maybe make her itch all over till she confesses." He went around and climbed into the driver's side. "You can't do that, and you know it. Even if you did, she could say she was coerced. Then her testimony wouldn't be worth a plugged nickel anyway." Sherry Lynn faded in between us. "What does that girl have to do with the case?" she asked. I ran my hand through my hair, tugging at the knots, even though I knew it'd make me look like Ronald McDonald had mated with an alpaca. Humidity and curly hair did not mix. I explained the situation to her and she frowned. "I figured it was something along those lines," she said, nodding. "I saw that Rebecca woman hand her an envelope of cash this morning, first thing." Rather than turn around, Hunter ground his teeth in frustration. "Why aren't we going back?" I asked as he put the truck in gear and started to back out. "Because," he replied, irritation etched on his face. "What are we gonna say? Our good friend, a ghost, saw the exchange? They're both going to deny it, and we won't be any further ahead than we are now, except both of them will be able to scream harassment." "But she was obviously paying her off," I said. "No, she obviously wasn't. That's the problem." He pulled out of the parking lot and glanced in his rearview mirror, no doubt watching our chance to clear Callie shrinking into the distance. I didn't say anything else because I was too busy combing over every conversation we'd had with the women. Suddenly, everything clicked right into place. "Did you get the autopsy reports back?" I asked, begging the universe for the answer to be yes. "Yeah, why?" "Was it in her stomach?" "Same thing Jim found at first blush. Just the ingredients in the funnel cake. Sugars, flours, etc. And of course they found the poison in her blood." "Turn the truck around. I know who did it." He did as I asked, and I explained it all to him on the way back. Chapter 37. We made a quick stop in the hotel shop to verify my suspicions, then rushed up to the rooms, anxious to catch them before they left for breakfast. "Rebecca Satterfield," Hunter said as soon as she opened the door, "you're under arrest for the murder of Noelle Rowan. You have the right to remain silent." He began Mirandizing her as he cuffed her. "What? You're out of your mind," she said, talking over him as he continued his monologue. Evelyn and Beatrice looked on in horror. "Do you understand these rights as I've read them to you?" He paused, waiting for her to respond. "Of course I do. My husband is a lawyer. Speaking of, there's no need to finish reading me my rights. I know what comes next, and the answer is no. I do not wish to speak with you. I do, however, wish to call my attorney." Her face was mottled and set in hard, angry lines. "I don't know what you think you have, but rest assured you're wrong." With that, she snapped her mouth closed. Evelyn stood, confusion and hurt etched on her face. Isaac appeared in the doorway. "What's going on here?" he demanded. "What's going on is that he's arresting your wife's killer," I said, casting a kind glance toward Evelyn. I felt horrible for her. "Rebecca?" she asked, turning to her. "Are they right?" "Of course they're not right," she snapped. "Yes, we are," I retorted. "A witness saw her paying off the cook, the one who saw Callie pick up her supplies." I turned to Rebecca. "Only you didn't mean to kill Noelle, did you? You meant for Rosalind to take those pills." She'd schooled her features into a blank facade, but she couldn't hide the physical response. Her cheeks were still flaming with rage as her jaw clenched and unclenched. She remained silent and stared straight ahead, refusing to make eye contact. "What pills?" Evelyn asked. "The pills your mom took for her headache," I said. "You told me she got some from Rosalind, and I noticed this morning that she opened a new bottle. I assume that means she gave your mom the last of hers." "She did," Evelyn said. "She gave her one of those little travel tubes of them." I nodded. "The guy who works in the hotel store said Beatrice and Rebecca were in early the morning of the murder and bought juice, the ibuprofen, and some other odds and ends. Rebecca hates Rosalind. She admitted as much when we were up here a little bit ago." "That doesn't mean I tried to kill her," Rebecca said. "Besides, if I wanted Rosalind dead, she'd be dead. I wouldn't be sloppy enough to accidentally kill someone else." "Wait a minute, Sheriff," Beatrice said, stepping forward. "Shut up, Beatrice," Rebecca growled. "No, Rebecca. They're either going to find out later, or you're going to go to prison for a crime you didn't commit." "No," Rebecca said from between clenched teeth. "They have a suspect, that Callie woman." Beatrice's eyes filled with tears and she turned to Hunter. "It was me. I killed her." "Well, that threw me for a loop." "You? Why?" "She's a pimple on the butt crack of humanity," she snapped, her friendly facade cracking. "She's rude, overbearing, condescending, and she's a thief." "A thief?" I asked, still pole-axed by her confession. I'd thought for sure Rebecca had done it. "Yes," she replied. "A thief. My husband isn't an attorney. He's the firm's accountant. The firm has 23 attorneys. It's a full-time job, and he started noticing funds missing a couple weeks ago. He traced it to an offshore account in his name." She turned to Isaac. "He wanted to tell you, but he already had a strike against him," Hunter said. "He was fired from his last job for embezzling money to cover your chemo." She hung her head in shame. "Yes, even though he paid back every penny once my treatments were over." "But how did he figure out it was Rosalind?" Hunter asked. "She's a coder," Beatrice replied, "and a good one. She's the only one who could have cracked his password and gotten into his account. She'd already spent quite a bit of the advance Bob would have gotten when the McDougal account signed. Only Bob didn't know. Rebecca snorted. Of course he knew. He's just too stupid in love with the she-devil to say anything. But you were the one who paid off the cook, I said to Rebecca. Beatrice turned to her. You what? Hunter had unhandcuffed her when Beatrice confessed, and she gave a weary sigh. I paid off the cook who was going to back up that local girl's alibi. But why? Beatrice asked. You didn't do it. Of course I didn't, but I knew you had, or at least I suspected it. You were the only one with me when I bought the pills, and the only one who had access to them between the time I bought them and the time I gave them to Rosalind. How did you know she'd be the one to take them then? I asked. Easy, Beatrice said. Rebecca's allergic to NSAIDs, and I sure wasn't going to take them. Evelyn and Nola were supposed to be out for the day. Rosalind pops those things like chiclets. I knew it would only be a matter of time before she took them. But you were there when she gave them to Nola, I said. She shook her head. I was getting food from the buffet. I had no idea she'd given them away until I heard Nola was dead. It didn't take a genius to figure out what happened. She turned to Evelyn. I'm so sorry, sweetie. I know that doesn't come anywhere near to enough. But when I learned your mama had died instead of Rosalind, it devastated me. I loved her too. She was always good to us, and of course, what I'd done to you, she let her words fade away. The only thing I could do was be here to comfort you. Hunter sighed when she turned around and put her hands behind her back and just shook his head as he Mirandized her. The look on Evelyn's face broke my heart. She'd lost her mama, then found out the woman who'd been a source of comfort to her turned out to be the one responsible. The only upside was that Callie was free and clear. Chapter 38. Hunter called for a deputy to come and pick Beatrice up, and I called Callie to tell her she could stop worrying. She cried with relief, and my heart lightened a little. We were standing in the lobby waiting for the cruiser when the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Somebody was watching me. Enough was enough. I drew in a breath, closed my eyes, and carefully cracked open the link I'd established in the dream. The wave of hatred that washed over me was so intense my knees nearly buckled. I waited, hoping she revealed something, anything, that would give me a clue as to who she was or why she was targeting my family. I sensed another person and cracked the door open just a little more. I'd never actually tried to do anything beyond get a sense of where Shelby was at, but I focused and tried to take it a step further. I wanted to know who was with her. A name popped into my head, and I made a mental note of it, even though it was only a first name, Katrina. I tried to hear the conversation, but it was like trying to listen to a radio station that was bleeding in and out over another one. I did pick up something about the council and got the feeling there was something bigger than just a grudge going on, but 4 words rang out clear as a bell in her head. The Flynns are mine. I slid back out of her mind, closing the door as gently as I could, then scanned the area where I'd sensed she was at. Nada. Either they'd left or they were well hidden. Louise texted when I was on the way back to the farm, asking if it was okay if she headed over. I'd forgotten she was coming to help decorate for Rayanne's party, but I figured I had nothing else to do since Hunter was likely going to be tied up for most of the day processing Beatrice and tying up loose ends. I also noticed I'd missed a text from Camille. They'd gone as far as exhuming Letitia's body, and sure enough, it had been there. Or at least what was left of her had been. They determined it was actually her too, though I have no idea whether they used magic, science, or a combination of both. She'd also dug a little deeper into her history, hoping to find a daughter or granddaughter, but that hadn't netted any results either. I called her, figuring it would be easier to explain over the phone rather than via text. So, I said when she picked up, I managed to establish a link last night when she popped into my head. She was watching me today, and I managed to pick up a little bit. I didn't want to go too deep because I didn't want her to know I was there. And? she asked. I picked up a name. Well, two actually. Last night she mentioned an Endora, and I just picked up Katrina out of her head, I replied. And I think they're planning something against the council in general and us in particular. She was quiet for a minute while she absorbed that. There was a Katrina back during the first rebellion, and Endora too, she said. They were sisters, two of the handful of ringleaders we didn't manage to catch, and they've been completely MIA since then. Not so much as a whisper of them. We were starting to think maybe they'd been hit with a spell and died later from it. Natural causes aren't likely because most of the witches in their family live to be several hundred years old. So what do we do? Let me work on things here. We have ways of tracking, but I'm not holding my breath. They've managed to avoid detection for over 15 years. Still, if they're in the area, we may have a shot. Okay, I'll be at the house. Luis is coming over. We're decorating for Rayanne's party. Are you still coming? I'll be there with bells on, assuming whatever apocalypse these people are planning doesn't hit before then. I disconnected, then glanced at Hunter. Concern etched his face. You okay? I asked. You just closed out this case, so you should be happy. I am happy about that, he replied, but frustration laced his tone. But I'm worried about what's going on with you. I feel helpless because there's nothing I can do. It's not like I can investigate them, or even help you if they do attack. I'd probably be a liability. I reached over and squeezed his arm. Don't worry about that. We've got it covered, and there's no need to borrow trouble until, and unless, it gets here. The chance of this blowing over was practically zilch, but it was the only comfort I could offer him. I tried to imagine how helpless I'd feel if the roles were reversed, and it sent a cold chill down my spine. Yeah, right, he said. Now you're just blowing sunshine. You know as well as I do it's coming. It's been coming. So much for trying to fool him. Yeah, I said, sighing. It is. But it's also inevitable, so the best we can do is be prepared, and we are, at least as much as we can be when we don't know what we're facing. But for today, let's take the win. Callie's in the clear, and you solved the murder. He snorted and gave me a lopsided grin. You mean you solved the murder? I laughed. Not really. I had it wrong. If Beatrice hadn't come clean, the wrong woman would be going to jail right now. You were still the catalyst. It would have come out in the wash. The embezzlement, all of it. Once the state gets their hands on it, they turn over every stone. And don't think for a minute I'm not turning this one over to them. No, I don't blame you. I see it dragging out for a long time, with more arrests rolling in. Rosalind at least, and maybe even Rebecca for trying to cover it up. Yeah, he said. I'm calling the state's attorney office today to see how they want to handle that. Technically, it's a Keyhole case, but they may want to roll it all into one big ball. We rode in silence for a bit, and I fired off a text to Shelby to see what she and Aunt Beth were up to. When she didn't answer after a few rings, I started to get worried. Since we were almost to my house, there was no way I was going to say anything to Hunter about it. A cold finger of fear traced its way down my spine, and my spidey senses tingled. Something was going on. As soon as he pulled in front of the house, I gave him a quick kiss across the seat. Good luck, I said, doing my best not to appear impatient. I must have pulled it off because he smiled and kissed me back, extending it a little longer than, for once, I wanted. Once he was gone, I called Shelby. When I didn't get an answer, I called Beth. No answer. That scared me. I reached out psychically, but all I got was a vague fuzziness. I paced for a minute, my whole body screaming for me to move. It would take Hunter at least a couple minutes to get down the driveway, Then he'd drive the same route I'd need to in order to get to Beth's. That wouldn't do it all. I called Rayanne and told her I couldn't get a hold of them, then chewed my lip before I called Camille. I didn't bother with a greeting when she answered. "Meet me behind Beth's barn, ASAP. It's going down." Chapter 39. I weighed my options. No way was I dragging Hunter into this, and there was no back roads that would get me to Beth's. At any rate, I was a solid 15 minutes from there, even driving hell-bent for leather. I pulled in a deep breath, knowing what I had to do, but dreading it. I'd have to apparate and hope I got all of me there, whole and in the right order. Closing my eyes, I pulled in a deep breath through my nose and blew it slowly through my mouth, doing my best to clear my head of everything but the grassy spot right behind Beth's barn. I'd hidden there hundreds of times as a little girl for hide and seek, and I'd weed-eaten it another 100 times since I'd become an adult. I knew it as well as I knew my own yard. I drew in another deep breath and cleared my mind of everything except that spot, then focused my intent on being there. My magic welled inside of me, and I felt the familiar turned inside-out feeling that always accompanied that mode of travel. I opened my eyes when it cleared, but immediately fell to my knees and heaved up my coffee, since that was the only thing in my stomach. "Shh," Camille said, scowling at me as I hung my head between my shoulder blades, still on my hands and knees as I waited for the nausea to pass. "Excuse me for being a loud yacker," I hissed at her. "I've never had a reason to practice doing it quietly." "No," she hissed back, "but you have had reasons to practice apparating." I shot her a dirty look, but it didn't have much bite seeing how she was right. My knees were still a little wobbly, but I pushed to my feet and peered up at the house to see what was going on. All I saw was a whole lot of nothing. I reached out to Shelby with my mind. Nothing. Then a weight crashed into me. A physical one rather than a psychic one, and I realized right before I attacked that it was Ray, apparating in. She glowered at me. "You could have not landed on me like a cow from outer space," I growled, glowering back. "I would have told you where we were standing." I felt an unfamiliar tugging in my mind and tasted cotton candy. Not Letitia was trying to get in my head. I slammed the door so hard her ears probably popped, then wondered if I'd done the right thing. "She just tried to connect with me," I whispered, "but I blocked her before she could." A little niggle of doubt crept over me. Or at least I think I did. Camille winced in pain and slammed her hands over her ears. After a few seconds, she opened her eyes, and the hard set to them told me something was terribly wrong. "What?" I asked, not willing to waste a second. "The council headquarters is under attack, and they called me in. All hands on deck." Indecision flitted across her face for just an instant. "Are you going?" I asked, a cold finger of fear slithering down my spine. I didn't know how many people were inside the house or what they were capable of, and Camille was one powerful witch. She had wicked mind magic and knew how to bind powers. I couldn't imagine a scenario where that wouldn't come in handy. Both Shelby's and Beth's lives could be on the line. She sucked in a deep breath and shook her head. "No. They have at least a dozen top-level, experienced witches there at any given time. No way am I leaving you two here to face this alone." I breathed a sigh of relief. "Do you think you can sneak into her mind and get a peek at what's going on?" she asked. I weighed the question for a minute, then shrugged. "I'm not sure. At least, I'm not sure if I can do it without getting caught." She paused, thinking. "Hold off then, we need to get closer to the house." Closing her eyes, she muttered a few words and my ears popped. The world looked a little fuzzy for a second before it came back into focus. She'd cast a cloaking spell over us. Rayanne nudged me. "Remember when we used to play hide and seek?" I did and realized what she was suggesting. The porch had always been home base, and when you were playing with other witches who knew how to hunt you down by feeling your magic, you had to be creative. There was an old escape tunnel left over from the Civil War that had 2 openings, one in the barn and one in the basement. We'd been forbidden to play in it when we were kids, which meant, of course, we were in there every time we got a chance. Care to share? Camille asked, brow raised. Rayanne explained. She pondered for a minute. That's risky. What if they're in the basement? There was no other option. I was going to have to try to get a peek inside Not Letitia's head. I'd try Shelby again first, though. I glanced at Rayanne. Maybe if the 2 of us tried to reach her together, we'd get through. I said as much, and she nodded. She closed her eyes, and I followed suit. I felt her familiar presence and followed her down our connection to Shelby. We'd never tried this before, but we both gave her a psychic shout. I felt a brief stirring, just a trickle of her consciousness, then nothing. We tried again, and this time we got a hit. It was weak, but she was coming around. We're coming for you, I said. Can you tell us anything at all? Where are you? How many of them are there? She mumbled a little, then something new happened. I got an actual peek, like I was looking through her eyes. They were in the sitting room, and from the angle she was lying on the floor. 3 women were pacing back and forth, taking turns looking out the window. Try to get in her head again, an older brunette said to Not Letitia, who closed her eyes. I felt her try to push the door between our minds open, but kept it firmly shut. I was in control, not her. She shook her head. She has me blocked. The scene disappeared as suddenly as it appeared, and everything went black again. An idea popped into my head as I backed out of her mind and gave myself a mental forehead slap. Addie, I hissed. We need you. As always, she appeared instantly. Her eyes narrowed as we explained what was going on. I'll be right back, she said, disappearing with a small pop. She was back 10 seconds later. There are 4 of them, Katrina and Endora Westlake, and the Letitia look-alike, and I don't recognize the other one. Shelby and Beth are unconscious and tied up on the floor, and Katrina and the other 2 are reading 3 grimoires that look absolutely ancient. They're studying various binding spells, and one that looks like it's meant to destroy a witch via a psychic connection. In essence, it would cause a mental explosion. Well then, they were playing dirty pool and going straight for the jugular. Not that I was surprised. Katrina Blackwell's specialty is fire, she continued. She can set a wicked blaze. She also has a decent handle on air, which makes her doubly dangerous. That's all I can tell you. Oh, and she won't hesitate to use a death spell on you. Take her out first if you can. Worry creased Camille's brow, and she cast an iron look at us that left no room for argument. I'll take her then. Can you pop over to the council? I need to know how that's going. Addie nodded and popped out again, reappearing a few seconds later. 2 more of the witches who were in the original rebellion, and 5 more I didn't recognize are attacking with everything they've got. 3 more are down for the count. The building has sustained some damage, but I didn't see any casualties. The council members are holding their own and then some. Barring something huge, they'll have it contained shortly. The reality of what was happening crashed down on me. This wasn't practice, and it wasn't some weak mortal trying to kidnap us or take us out. These were powerful witches, and they weren't playing. They were out for blood. I was scared for a split second, but then I was pissed. They had 2 of mine in there. They'd messed up, and I was about to show them how badly. Chapter 40. We crept into the barn and moved the old tack boxes and saddle stands off the hidden tunnel door. Stand back, Camille said when we couldn't lift the doors manually. We did, and she had them open with one swish of her hand. A serious case of the creepy crawlies raised the hair on my arms and the back of my neck when I stared down into the hole, but I didn't waste more than a split second lowering myself into it. As soon as I hit the hard-packed dirt floor, I summoned a little ball of light. The old stick we'd kept down there as kids to bat away cobwebs still leaned against the ladder, so I grabbed it and started sweeping my way toward the house. Regardless of what all the stories say, I've never met a witch who liked either spiders or bats. It didn't take us long to make it to the other end of the tunnel. We didn't have to take the time to sneak. The dirt floors muffled our footsteps, and the tunnel was a solid 8 feet under the house. Minus whooping and carrying on, there was no way they'd hear us coming. I climbed the ladder, careful to keep my weight toward the ends of each rung. The last thing I needed was for one of them to splinter on me. When I reached the top, I paused for a minute and closed my eyes. Sweat trickled down my spine and my heart pounded in my ears with a combination of fear and anticipation. I felt as if everything around me was magnified. The damp smell of the basement settled in the back of my throat, and the velvety texture of the darkness seemed to caress my skin. I pulled in a couple deep breaths to center myself. Glancing behind me to make sure I hadn't lost Rayanne or Camille, I climbed the final step and pushed on the door. It didn't give, so I followed Camille's actions from earlier and sent a little zap of magic through it. I didn't want to give it too much because I didn't want to make any noise. It was enough because when I pushed upward on the door again, it opened easily. Now it was time for stealth. Addie popped in as Camille climbed out of the tunnel, and her voice echoed in the near-empty space. Aunt Beth had never been much of a pack rat, so the only things in her basement were shelves lined with jars of herbs and herbs hanging from the ceiling, drying. The basement steps were creaky, so I turned to Camille before we started up them. Follow my footsteps exactly. Rayanne rolled her eyes, then muttered a few words at the stairs. They won't squeak now, but put a muffling spell on your shoes. I couldn't believe I hadn't thought of that myself, and Addie snapped at me. Get your head in the game. Start thinking like a witch, not a human. If you get yourself killed in there because you do something stupid like that again, I'll block your way to the light and make your afterlife a living hell. Unlike when she normally teased about it, she was dead serious. I'm not kidding, Noelle. Shelby still needs you, alive, and so does Hunter. Watch your back, watch Ray's and Camille's backs, and strike hard without hesitation. They're not playing, and you can't either. It's literally life or death. Before her words could scare me, she swooped down in front of me, stared me in the eyes, and said the one thing she knew would work, enunciating each word. They've got your baby sister and your aunt, and they're going to kill them if you don't go in there and save them. Red-hot rage swept through me, and a wave of magic, more powerful than I knew I even had, swelled inside me. Her words had lit the same fire in Rayanne, and we charged up the stairs on silent feet, then blew the basement door clear off its hinges. Apparently, Not Letitia hadn't managed to get a peek inside my head because, judging from the shock on their faces, we'd caught them totally unaware. All 4 of them whirled toward us, but we had already loosed 3 spells before they even realized what was happening. I attacked the blonde who haunted my dreams, shoving open the psychic connection I'd built the night before. I sent illusions of spiders crawling all over her, then tried to rip through her mind to disable her. She caught on, though, and fought back. I lost precious seconds as I struggled to see through the darkness she cast over my eyes. She'd prepared for this, and I hadn't. I pulled back from her mind, slamming the door behind me. Fire blazed up my arm, and I turned toward the one who must have been Katrina. I batted my arm to put out the blaze, then noticed Rayanne's sleeve was on fire, too. I used my control over air to suck the oxygen away from it, and it extinguished. She shot me a quick nod of thanks and pushed her hands forward, then up. Vines crept through the cracks in the floor, wrapping around the ankles of the 2 unknown witches. And I used my telekinesis to send the fire poker shooting from the fireplace toward the blonde. She dodged it and flung it in my direction. I didn't have time to pay attention to what Camille was doing because the blonde was attacking my mind again. She'd shoved the door open while I was preoccupied, and the force of her attack sent me to my knees. Again, I lost precious seconds regaining control, and when I went to suck in a breath, I couldn't. It was as if I were in a vacuum. I gasped, trying to breathe, but there was no air. Spots floated before me, and the edges of my vision became fuzzy. If I didn't get some air, I was gonna pass out. I went for the Hail Mary and used the last of my reserve to blast her backward into the wall. My airway opened, and I sucked in a couple lungfuls of precious oxygen and struggled to pull myself together. To my right, Shelby stirred, and I chanced a quick glance in her direction. She was trying to push herself up, and I sent a quick spell toward her to untie her hands and feet. That's all it took. She managed to move into a sitting position and shook her head to clear the grogginess. I pushed a little stream of energy in her direction, but that's all I had time to do before the blonde fired a stream of blue magic my direction. Ice, maybe? Whatever it was skimmed my cheek, leaving a weird combination of freezing cold and blistering hot. I dodged another bolt of magic. Rayanne's vines had completely incapacitated one of the women, so we were down to 3. I hated to admit it, but I was only barely managing to hold my own. I had no idea how I was actually going to take her down. A voice started chanting, and the other 2 joined in. I couldn't understand it because it was Latin, but I felt my strength drain from me. "Enough!" roared my little sister. I whipped my gaze in her direction, and she'd regained her feet. I'd never seen her like that before. Her green eyes glowed, and she shook her hands, slamming them down to her sides. She levitated off the floor, and the mirror behind her reflected a warm golden light shining from the angel wing tattoo on her back. Fire shot from her fingertips, and she sent one fireball directly at the blonde and another at the brunette who was attacking Rayanne. The front door blew open from the blast, and wind whipped through the house, blowing over houseplants and sending bits of paper and debris flying through the house. My hair stung my face, and I narrowly dodged a picture frame as I flung another assault at the blonde. I had the sense to throw up an invisible wall around myself and was glad to see Rayanne and Camille do the same. I sent one toward Aunt Beth, who was slowly rousing. Magic crackled through the air like static electricity, and Shelby shoved her hands forward again, slamming all 3 of the remaining witches into the wall. Camille's lips began moving. Her eyes were narrowed, and the expression of rage on the first woman's face slid away, leaving nothing but a blank slate. Her eyes glazed over as Camille continued to whisper. The woman collapsed, and I turned my attention back to the blonde. The hate on her face had turned to terror, and I slammed into her mind once again. This time I caught her unaware, before she had time to fight back, and I tore through her mind like a hot knife through butter. I conjured visions of demons chasing her, and I took her sight like she had mine. I may have come to the fight unprepared, but I was a fast learner. She cried out, and I continued, completely unaware that the wind was no longer tearing through the house, and the sounds of battle had stopped. All I could focus on was the fact that she'd tried to hurt Shelby and Aunt Beth, and that rage consumed me. I took her hearing and her ability to move so much as a muscle and would have done more, except I felt her magic weaken and her consciousness slip away. My gaze whipped toward Camille, who had laid a hand on my arm. She was shaking her head. "Stop, sweetie. It's over." I pulled in 2 deep breaths and struggled to rein my magic in. Rayanne was pulling water from the sink to put out little puffs of fire that were still burning here and there. The place was a wreck, but I took stock of the people I cared about. Camille and Rayanne were singed and dirty, but appeared unharmed. Shelby was grinning like an idiot, and Aunt Beth had regained her feet. Everybody was fine. The 4 witches who'd attacked us hadn't fared nearly as well. They looked about like we did physically, but they wore matching blank expressions, their eyes glazed over. None of them moved. Horror washed over me as the adrenaline rush dissipated. Are they dead? Camille shook her head. No, when Shelby pulled her, whatever it was, they were focused solely on her. I bound their magic and locked them in their own minds. Well, except for the blonde, and I'm not sure what you did to her. I bound her magic, but the rest is all you." "Should I undo it?" I asked, though I really didn't want to. She'd attacked my family and tried to kill me. As far as I was concerned, she could stay locked in her mind with the demons and the darkness for the rest of her life. Camille shook her head. "Nah, the witches at the council will untangle her, just like I will the other two. We need to question them." A look of panic crossed her face. "The council!" Addie popped out and was back in less than 10 seconds. "All good. They've got everything wrapped up and everybody's okay." She paused and looked around at the blown-off doors and broken windows, the singed spots on the hardwood floors, the vines growing through every available crack in a 10-foot arc in front of Rayanne, and the dozens of busted ceramics and spilled plants. "They didn't make quite this big a mess, though," she said, but grinned and winked at us. "Rookies." Rayanne, her hair standing on end and her face and sleeves black with soot, shot her a decidedly rude hand gesture along with a wry grin. "Rookie this, Auntie." Chapter 41. The day was clear and bright, and I leaned my head back against the cushion of my patio chair. Rayanne sat across from me, a Band-Aid on her forehead and a glass of icy sangria in her hand. The remains of a huge birthday cake sat on the table between us, and the guys were playing cornhole beside the pool. "I can't believe you made me eat store-bought cake," she said, leaning forward to scoop up a dollop of icing with her finger. I raised my brows at her. "Yeah, I'm a horrible person. Sorry, I was a little tired after saving the world. At least I managed to help decorate," I said, motioning toward the streamers draped around the porch. "Though Louise did most of it." "It was nothing," Louise said from across the table, bouncing the baby on her knee. "I was glad to help. You looked like you'd gone 10 rounds with Ronda Rousey when you got home." "Pfft," Rayanne said. "I still went to work for a couple hours this morning." "Yeah, long enough to flip the sign to closed and give Angel and Lavonna the day off with pay." "An act for which I'm truly grateful," Lavonna said from the chair to my left as she poured herself another sangria. "It's my birthday," Rayanne replied, pushing her Ray-Bans up to rest on top of her head. "Everybody should have the day off." "Cheers to that," Anime said from the chair to my right. "Seriously, though, I'm glad you're all okay, and I'm glad you won." Camille had even taken the day off and was lounging on a pool chair, dangling her leg over one side into the cool water. Without lifting her sunglasses, she said, "I'm glad we won, too. Those girls had big plans for what they were going to do when they took us down." "I'm confused, though," Lavonna said. "Who was the blonde woman if she wasn't the Letitia person she looked like?" "That was one of the first things she spilled," Camille replied. "She's Letitia's daughter, born right before the rebellion. Letitia hid her away with one of her buddies and didn't record her birth just in case things didn't go as planned. The witch who raised her also fed her hate of y'all, teaching her that the Flynns were the sole reason her mama was dead." "Well," Addie said, hovering beside us, "she wasn't wrong." "I disagree," Lavonna said. "It was her mother's fault for attacking you to begin with. If you don't want to run the risk of dying, you shouldn't try to kill other people." I nodded in agreement. "At any rate," Camille said, taking a long pull from her drink and running her foot through the water, "they're all locked away and won't be causing any more trouble ever. We also pried the rest of the names from their minds, along with where to find them, so that'll be wrapped up within the week, too." The sound of an engine roaring broke the silence. Shelby came tearing up the driveway and slid to a stop in front of the house, slinging rocks and kicking up dust. She burst from her car, waving an envelope. "It came!" she yelled, dashing toward me with the biggest grin I'd ever seen on her face. "My acceptance letter from UGA! It came! I'm in!" I jumped up, hobbled up, and pulled her into my arms. She was practically vibrating with excitement. "I hate to say I told you so, but "I told you so," I said as she about squeezed the daylights out of me. Truth be told, I'd been beginning to worry that it wouldn't come, and the relief I felt drained the remaining stress away from me. Finally, everything had worked out. She darted across the yard toward Cody, and I felt a pang of nostalgia as he picked her up in a giant bear hug and spun her around. It wouldn't be long before she was gone, living on her own in Athens. Sadness washed over me, and I wondered how the house would feel without her vibrant life force in it. I felt the shadows of the gaping hole already, and I fought back tears. Anime, ever the soft soul, reached across and squeezed my hand. "It's gonna be okay, sugar. It's the natural order of things, and she'll be back. I'd bet my bottom dollar she'll be just like you and come home as soon as she graduates." Emotions warred within me. I was elated she'd gotten what she wanted, but crushed she'd be leaving. "Cherish the time you have left," Addie said, the same emotions I was feeling flitting across her face. "It nearly broke my heart when you left, but I recovered. I still missed you every single day, but it comforted me to know you were happy." I thought back to those days, and I had been happy, but I'd also been homesick and had missed everybody like crazy. Even though I'd known there wasn't much there for me besides waitressing, it was a sacrifice I'd been willing to make because, as Dorothy so poignantly put it, there really is no place like home. This has been Southern Fried Murder, Witches of Keyhole Lake Book 9. Witches of Keyhole Lake Mysteries. Written by Tegan Maher. Narrated by Harley Rambat. Copyright 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025 by Tegan Maher. Production copyright by Tegan Maher.